After talking to the detectives for the first time, Nancy gets a police officer to go back home with her. This lets the detectives find the gun Nancy said was in her closet. They thought maybe Dan had it when he was killed, but it was where Nancy said it was. They took pictures of it and of Nancy's gray minivan. After telling Dan's family about his death, the detectives start looking around the Culinary Institute. They start by getting security camera footage from nearby areas to see where Dan went before he died. They find more footage of Dan's truck and also a gray minivan similar to Nancy's. But this doesn't contradict what Nancy said earlier, that she was at home when Dan was killed. Cell phone records also confirmed, making detectives suspicious that Nancy was lying. Detectives noted that there was something odd about the gun that Nancy had surrendered to them. They noticed that the gun slide was out of battery, meaning that the slide was not locked into position, therefore not safe nor stored correctly. Nancy claimed that the weapon had never been fired, nor had she handled it since she purchased it from the gun show. Detectives went back to the retailer of the gun, who assured them that they never would have let a gun leave their stall out of battery, leading detectives to believe that the gun had been taken apart and put back together by someone with limited knowledge about firearms. Officers compared the gun to the shell casings found at the crime scene and noted that they didn't match. But still, detectives were missing a key element: motive. Why did a woman nearing retirement kill her husband after decades of marriage? Dan and Nancy had met in the 90s. Nancy was making a career change and attended a culinary arts program just to kill some time. It was there that she met Dan Brophy, a new divorcee. They were friends for many years before they began dating, and it seemed from the outside to be an idyllic marriage. The couple regularly took vacations abroad. They had similar interests and passions, and they routinely entertained guests where Dan would create impressive spreads. Dan was often described as reserved, quiet, and content with his own company. He foraged and had many gardening experiments on the property he shared with Nancy. He raised chickens and was devoted to their care. He had a dry sense of humor and a get-it-done attitude towards work, his garden, and life. He was always up to something. No one ever knew him to slow down. Retirement had never seemed an option for Dan. Dan had a son from his first marriage, who was a teenager when the divorce occurred. When Dan remarried, they began to cultivate a strong bond. His son also got to know Nancy, and for a brief time even worked for her when she owned a catering company. When his son had kids of his own, Nancy and Dan would watch them and were doting grandparents. After all the time he had spent with his father and with Nancy, his son could only count a handful of times when he saw the couple argue. He said he wouldn't even call it a fight, he just described it as tension. That was a common perception from those who knew Dan and Nancy well. Everyone said they never argued or fought. Maybe they had a disagreement, but they would always apologize and hug it out. They seemed to have a very healthy, loving relationship and excellent conflict resolution skills. What people didn't know was that the couple seemed to be really struggling financially, and it started about 2014. Nancy had sold her canning company at a loss, and it was then that she wanted to focus on writing. She wrote suspense romance novels and penned 14 in total, all of which she self-published. None of them came to much success, and certainly weren't paying back the thousands of dollars that Nancy spent to invest in herself. Writers, retreats, classes, conventions, marketing, among the many other expenses it takes to put out novels. In the marriage, Nancy was definitely the bigger spender of the two. While Dan occasionally purchased larger ticket items, he didn't bleed money the way Nancy did. If Dan didn't cook, Nancy would eat out. Nancy boasted that in her 25-year marriage, she never cooked a single meal. We see from her bank statements that Nancy went to Starbucks daily, often multiple times daily. Nancy hired housekeepers to come in and clean her areas of the house. Her bank statement showed just a constant outpouring of cash that oftentimes wasn't there. Her bank statements showed that she had no concern with spending. Even when they were absolutely strapped for cash, Nancy always spent what she wanted, even if that meant a mortgage payment went unpaid. Significantly more money was going out than coming in, as we see. Dan's teaching salary wasn't enough to cover their mortgage, let alone all the other house expenditures. When Nancy sold the business, they were left with tens of thousands of dollars in debt. They refinanced their home several times, and financial audits of their bank accounts showed that despite their financial troubles, they never changed their spending habits, still taking vacations, maxing out credit cards, refinancing their mortgage to catch up, and then doing it all over again. And when they couldn't pull from their mortgage, they began to dip into Dan's retirement money. Nancy eventually did go back to work as an insurance broker. First, she sold life insurance, but then later switched to Medicaid, where she worked off of commissions. The only problem with this line of work is that commissions were only paid out sporadically, oftentimes which left the Brophies with a cash flow issue. It was also around this time when Nancy started taking out numerous policies for herself and Dan to get commissions, and these policies had monthly payments. And at one point, the Brophies were paying nearly $2,000 per month in various life and medical insurance policies. According to Nancy, the couple decided that they were going to subdivide the property and sell it, downsize to something smaller and less expensive. They spent almost a year preparing the property for sale, but it hadn't been a welcome change for Dan, according to those who knew him. He was also working a second job in the evenings at a retirement home in order to bring in a second income into the household. In the months before Dan's murder, people noticed that he seemed depressed, tired, and lacked his get-up-and-go attitude. He never talked about what was bothering him, but it isn't far reach to just say he was working all the time. Not only at Avamere, the retirement home, or at the school as a teacher, he also did other stuff on the side, and he was just probably burnt out from just working day in and day out. And then when he came home and had to time off, Nancy wanted him to pack and get rid of the house that he loved and the garden he cherished. And he just had so much going on, and it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination to say that he might have been a little depressed about all of this change and upheaval which many noted he was not good with, and it just seemed to be a difficult time for Dan. It wasn't just a move for Dan. This would be a whole lifestyle change, and one he wasn't keen to make. Nancy, on the other hand, was ecstatic. She hated the chickens and the mess that surrounded Dan. She described him as a collector of things and often made comments about how cluttered her home was with Dan's projects. Dan didn't like throwing things away and often brought things home from school to repair or repurpose. Dan had a hard time parting with these things, making the process of getting the home ready for sale slow. After Dan's death, though, Nancy made quick work of gutting the home and putting the house on the market. Nancy stated at trial that she and Dan would have been ready to put the house on the market in the fall, but after his death, Nancy, with the help of 35 friends and family members, sorted, packed, cleaned, repaired, and it had taken weeks for them to get this house ready for market. Nancy admitted that she and Dan were making slow headway on the house, saying that before what they'd finished was clearing out a bathroom. It was also discovered through those financial audits that in total Dan had numerous life insurance policies taken out on his behalf, totaling around $1.5 million. Policies that Nancy almost immediately started to attempt to cash in. A part of that $1.5 million cash out was going to be from the workers' comp benefit because Dan had died at work. Had Dan not died at work, Nancy wouldn't be receiving a majority of this windfall. Nancy's financial troubles were about to be completely solved. For days after Dan's murder, the lead detective got a call from Nancy with a request he had never heard before. The call stood out to detectives as unique. In the following months of the investigation, the key piece of evidence so far was the surveillance footage placing Nancy in the area of the murder, and her lying to detectives about where she'd been that morning. She wasn't at home. There were several different cameras that placed her around the Connery Institute in the window of time that Dan had been murdered. She also had a gun, and although the weapon in police custody was determined not to have been the murder weapon, it did show that Nancy could possibly be more familiar with guns than she let on. And if she was willing to lie about one thing, what's to say she wasn't lying about everything? Another note to point out was that the Oregon Culinary Institute was a maze. Anyone familiar with older colleges or universities can agree that, generally, they are difficult to navigate. OCI was no different. There were multiple kitchens, adjoining classrooms, storage rooms, a full restaurant, reception areas, student areas, and a teacher area. It is not simple to just walk in and immediately find what you're looking for unless you know the place. Dan was alone at the school for only 12 minutes. From the moment he disabled the alarms and when his coworker arrived at school was only 12 minutes. That is such a small time frame. To suggest that someone just wandered in and happened to find him there. The door was locked behind him, students couldn't get in, and his coworker was the one that unlocked the front door when she arrived at the campus. Dan also wasn't startled. He'd been bent over a kitchen sink when he was first shot to suggest a stranger or someone Dan didn't know had come into the school. And that person happened to find the only person in the school on a day when Dan didn't normally arrive that early. No one was expected to be there at that time. The school wasn't robbed, Dan wasn't robbed, he had cash on him, and the person who killed him left the building completely undetected and not picked up on surveillance. It's just too big a coincidence. Nancy, however, was seen on surveillance leaving the downtown area at 7:28 a.m., only minutes before Dan's body was found. It was the only vehicle to have been seen arriving, stopping, being in the area at the window of time, and then leaving OCI at the exact moments that detectives were looking for. They even went ahead and pulled every Toyota Sienna minivan with an Oregon plate in the area. There had been 9 total, and only one matched the vehicle seen on surveillance, and there was no doubt who was driving. Nancy. On September 5, 2018, Nancy Cranston Brophy was arrested on one charge of second-degree murder. She was held without bond while she awaited trial, which began on April 5, 2022. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. In New Jersey, a teenager is now in jail after a series of events that lasted for months. 18-year-old Zachary Latham really wanted to become famous on TikTok, and he was ready to do almost anything to make a video go viral on the app. Zachary would often drive too fast in neighborhoods where people live, bother neighbors, and generally cause trouble to try to record arguments on video. He wanted to post videos of people reacting strongly, often calling them Karen Reacts videos. Those in his neighborhood were desperate to get him to slow down and stop harassing people, but nothing was ever done. Latham, a private in the New Jersey National Guard, was written off as a young kid with a new car that was having fun. Things started to progress in April 2020 when Latham recorded this video of a neighbor and it went viral on TikTok. Further escalation began when he started harassing the family almost daily, hoping to get more video footage for content. After the video went viral, the family began getting harassed online. No additional content was given as to why the woman had been upset with Latham. The millions of people who watched the 60-second clip had no idea that Latham had been relentlessly harassing them for months, terrorizing the entire neighborhood, trying to get a reaction from anyone. Once he had that first reaction and it went viral, he then tried even harder to get them to confront him. Eventually, he got that reaction. He got in a physical altercation with the son of the woman, and then Latham began posting videos of firearms with the caption, "This is how you handle neighbors." On May 4th, 2020, Latham was seen by witnesses as purposely speeding up and swerving into a teenager riding his bicycle. The teen then went inside and 51-year-old William Durham came out to confront Latham. Latham's wife was filming the entire incident from inside the vehicle. Zachary Latham then went inside his home and Durham, who was unarmed, followed and knocked on the door. Latham had 2 male friends with him at the time, and it was then that things began to escalate. Durham was first punched several times, which prompted Durham's 2 older sons to run over. Latham then stabbed Durham multiple times. William Durham later died in hospital from the extensive injuries sustained in the attack. Latham's wife had continued to film the entire exchange. Latham was arrested and charged with reckless manslaughter, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and weapons offenses. He was initially released while he awaited trial and then moved to Florida. But there he was arrested for threatening a motorist in a road rage incident with a BB gun that resembled an AK-47 assault rifle. He was then arrested for violating the conditions of his release and extradited back to New Jersey to be held in prison while he awaits trial. The Durham family are devastated that this all happened because someone was looking for TikTok clout and fame. They feel that had law enforcement stepped in sooner, William would never have been killed. Latham so far has pleaded not guilty and is still holding firm that he acted in self-defense. He is due back in court in September 2022. On February 11, 2022, in Lancaster, UK, cousins 21-year-old Mohammed Hassan Ejiduddin and 20-year-old Saqib Hussein died in a horrific car accident. The pair were heading to a friend's house but never made it there. One of the men had attempted to call 999, but as soon as the call connected with the dispatch person, there was a scream and the sound of a collision and the call disconnected. The 999 call placed the time of the accident at 11:35 a.m. It is alleged that the pair had been run off the road. CCTV footage captured two other vehicles driving at excessively high speeds. 8 people were arrested in connection with the crash. 2 of those arrested were well known on TikTok. All have pled not guilty to the murder charges and are being held in prison while they await trial. At this time, the details of the investigation have not been released by UK law enforcement. A family member said this about the 2 men in a statement: "We think they were both beautiful souls. They were just innocent boys who have only left great memories of kindness and goodness with loved ones. And it is very tragic they didn't get the opportunity to see much more in life. We thank Allah for the short but sweet time we got to spend with them." It is unclear why the cousins were run off the road and if they had any connection to Bukhari. Some media outlets have stated that the 8 people arrested were in a friend group. Trial dates have been set for October 4th, and it is expected that the trial will last 10 weeks. 23-year-old TikTok star Mary and Oliver Snow, who more commonly goes by their last name Snow, has been charged with manslaughter after the death of fellow cosplay star Helen Hastings. The incident occurred in Snow's home in the early morning hours of January 17, 2021. Snow's home in Houston, Texas had several other young people living at the home. All were in the local cosplay community. And active on the social media platforms TikTok and Instagram, Helen Hastings, 18, was friends with Snow and the 5 others that were at the house that evening, and they were all watching TV and drinking. Snow then produced a firearm and began to wave the gun around. Snow then pointed the gun at Helen's head and pulled trigger. The gun had been loaded and went off. Helen was rushed to the hospital but died 2 days later. Snow claimed to have not known the weapon was loaded. They said that the gun had been left in the home by an ex-partner, and they hadn't checked to make sure it had no bullets inside. One of the friends remembered that Snow had removed the clip of the gun when they first removed it from the case, but when law enforcement seized the weapon, it had the clip put back in. Snow claimed to not remember when they put the clip back into the gun, saying that they were really drunk. Snow had been known to take things too far. They would show up to cosplay events with actual weapons, which was a huge safety concern and not allowed. They often lacked consideration for others and often used weapons as toys or props. Former friends of Snow felt that the 1.6 million following on TikTok had led Snow to feeling that they could get away with anything. Snow was known to keep their house stocked with drugs and alcohol. Helen's parents didn't approve of the friendship, which they felt was unhealthy. They had met Snow on several occasions and didn't feel that Snow was a good influence on their daughter. Snow was 5 years older, had a substantial influence in the cosplay community, both with their large presence on social media and also financially, and kept a very close group of friends that were usually a lot younger than Snow. Helen had moved in 2 weeks before her death. Snow also thrived on attention and didn't care if it was positive or negative. Snow was constantly embroiled in new scandals or drama with other cosplayers. Following Helen's death, Snow took a brief break from social media, but came back 3 weeks later describing their break as a hiatus. Snow never made a public statement about the incident, posting several videos, which included putting fake blood on their face and lip syncing to the lyrics, "Goodness, you're bleeding, what a wonderful feeling, you're down and you're pleading, my head is just reeling." This caused a significant backlash on social media, who felt it was inappropriate given what had happened to Helen. Others even felt it was boasting about committing manslaughter. Snow was arrested the evening of the shooting and was cooperative with law enforcement. Snow was charged with 1 count of manslaughter and was released on a $20,000 bond. Since their release, they have broken the conditions of their bond, such as letting their ankle monitor go out, violating the nighttime curfew, missing pretrial court appearances, as well as consuming alcohol, which are against the terms of their release. When Snow had their first court hearing, the media picked up the story. "The cosplay community doesn't want you here. So please do us a favor and get out. Snow turned all of their social media to private. A lawyer for Snow said in a statement that Snow was incredibly remorseful regarding the incident, though they haven't themselves spoken publicly. A trial date has not been set yet, and it is still unclear if there will be a trial or if Snow will accept a plea deal. If convicted, they could face 20 years in prison. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 29-year-old TikTok star Ali Abulabin, more commonly known by his social media handle as Gene Kid, had been kicked out of the condo he shared with his wife and daughter in San Diego, California. She wanted a divorce. Abulabin had secretly kept a key to the apartment and also placed a listening app on his 5-year-old daughter's iPad and had taken to spying on his ex-partner, Anna. On October 21st, he had been listening and heard Anna and a man talking. He went back to the apartment, unlocked the door with a key, and shot Rayburn Cardenas Barron, 29, and his wife Anna Abulabin. He then picked up his daughter from school and called his mother to confess, and also called the police. He was arrested 45 minutes later with his daughter in the vehicle. She had wanted to obtain a restraining order against him, but didn't get the chance. He had also allegedly come back a day after she kicked him out and had trashed their condo, smashing belongings and destroying furniture. It had only been 3 days after the break-in that he'd murdered her and her friend. Despite his initial confession to law enforcement, when he was in court days after the murder, he pleaded not guilty. He is currently being held without bail. He faces life in prison for the double murder charges, and a trial has been scheduled to begin on September 27, 2022. In Vancouver, British Columbia, there's an old unsolved case that recently had a new development, but the mystery that's been around for almost 70 years still hasn't been solved. It all started on January 14, 1953, when a park worker in Stanley Park stumbled upon skeletal remains. He was walking through a remote part of the park when he accidentally stepped on something and broke it. Upon closer inspection, he found a woman's coat, under which lay a small skull. Investigators carefully searched the area and discovered the remains of 2 children's helmets, clothes, a picnic basket, and a hatchet, which was later determined to be the murder weapon. The bodies were identified as belonging to 2 children, and they became known as the Babes in the Woods. It was estimated the bodies had been there since approximately 1947. The medical examiner that first worked the case concluded that one of the children was a female, which had hampered the investigation greatly. For decades, many theories had been constructed to attempt to explain why 2 young children had been murdered in Stanley Park. Although significant folklore has surrounded this case for years, we must not forget that these real children who died a tragic and heartbreaking death, said Inspector Dale Weidman in a statement to the media. All attempts to find the children's families had failed. Several different techniques were used to generate different visual reconstructions of what the children might have looked like, but it never helped the Vancouver Police Department in identifying them. In 1996, a scientist at UBC did DNA testing on some of the remains and determined that the remains were that of 2 boys, brothers in fact, and estimated the ages to be close to 6 and 10. This changed the direction of the investigation greatly, as investigators now had more accurate information. In 2021, the VPD sent off samples of DNA and reached out to the Red Grave Research Forensic Services, a genetic genealogy company, to help build familial profiles. Over the last year, the Red Grave team had worked tirelessly to build out those trees, despite several challenges with the DNA, which after so long and had not been preserved well, had degraded significantly. Eventually, they identified ancestors they believed to be maternal grandparents. They reached out to family members who gave samples of their DNA and were able to confirm they had identified a tree of maternal relatives. After so many decades, the 2 little boys, previously only known as the Babes in the Woods, have been given their names back. Derek and David Dalton. The boys were 7 and 6 at the time of their deaths and had a surviving older sister. It is still unclear what happened. It seems to have been a closely guarded family secret, as surviving relatives had never known what had happened to the boys. Their mother passed in 1996 at the age of 78 and had always told relatives that the boys had been removed from her by Child Protection Services. The VPD didn't find any records matching either the mother's name or the boys. This may be where this case ends, as too much time has passed to get any more answers, but it can end with 2 children taken far too early. A chance to finally be laid to rest with their names and to be known as more than the babes in the woods. It was late on November 25, 2005 in Thompson, Manitoba, when Melissa Chaboyer was working a long shift as a cab driver. Melissa, those who knew her called her Lissa, was a 35-year-old single mother to a teenage son and was also a devoted foster parent, having housed over 20 children over the last 10 years. She loved fostering and supported her foster kids whenever they needed help, even if it had been years since they'd been in her care. Melissa drove cab part-time to supplement her income. Her full-time job was working as a care aide to adults with developmental disabilities. She worked at North Star Cav for almost a decade, mostly picking up shifts from October to December to save up for Christmas, and on this Friday night was her normal graveyard shift. Around midnight, she was dispatched to a call to the Thompson Arena. The caller didn't leave a name or number with the dispatcher. Melissa called into the dispatcher to let them know that drop-off would be at the Armada, now the Butwood Hotel. RCMP have stated that they believe Melissa picked up 2 passengers at around 12:30 a.m. She drove into a parking lot behind the mall in Thompson, where she was attacked and killed by the people in her cab. Melissa had been stabbed several times while attempting to flee the vehicle. Her attackers fled on foot, captured on surveillance cameras going through a field east of the parking lot. Another cab driver had been sitting in his cab also in the mall parking lot and saw the taxi top light, and went over to see what was going on. He attempted to help Melissa, but it was too late. The 2 suspects were never identified or found. The case had been cold for several years. It doesn't appear that Melissa had been robbed, and it is unclear what the motive was for the attack. Melissa was called the gentlest driver, and her manager said, if someone didn't have the money, she'd smile and say, "Pay later." She never would have gotten into a dispute with someone. After Melissa's murder, Thompson changed its bylaws to require all taxicabs be fitted with cameras. There is a $14,000 reward for any information that leads to an arrest. Anyone with information is asked to contact Crime Stoppers. In the early morning hours of February 26, 1977, a man walking his dog along the gravel road in northern Calgary made a grisly discovery. The body of a young woman was discovered in a ditch. Her cause of death was strangulation, and she was later identified as Barbara Jean McLean. The 19-year-old had recently moved to Calgary from Nova Scotia and worked as a bank teller for Royal Bank. She shared her apartment with her boyfriend, and officers worked to trace back the events of the previous evening. Barbara Jean had a wide group of friends and was often seen at her favorite local bar. That was where she was the night before, at Highlander Bar with a group of friends. At some point in the evening, her boyfriend got kicked out of the bar for being too rowdy. He sat in the parking lot in his vehicle and waited for Barbara to come out. When the bar closed at 2:30 a.m., Barbara joined him in the car and they had a heated argument. Both of them were intoxicated, but her boyfriend drove off and left her alone in the parking lot. She had told a friend she was going to a house party and intended to hitchhike there. That was the last time Barbara was seen alive. The RCMP have stated that they believe Gary McIstoger is responsible for the crime. He was a registered sex offender that had been released on parole at the time and had been known to target women hitchhiking, but it was never definitively confirmed. McIstoger committed suicide before he could be questioned in connection to Barbara's murder. Barbara Jean's murder was also connected to several other women in the area that had been murdered in similar circumstances, alluding to the presence of serial killer in the area. The case is still open, but there hasn't been any new developments in some time. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Mariel Lenny was a 17-year-old student from Toledo, Northwest Territories. She had recently moved to Yellowknife, Yukon that September to finish high school and was staying with family. She was described as an outgoing and friendly person. And on October 6, 1991, she went missing from downtown Yellowknife. She was last seen around 6 p.m. near the Discovery Inn. She wasn't reported missing for 12 days, and little has been released about the case. Her body was found on May 8, 1992 in Great Slave Lake, 7 months after she had gone missing. Her body was identified with dental records. The RCMP have stated that there's enough evidence to suggest Mariella was murdered, but have declined to release any further information about the case, including cause of death. Her family have continued to advocate for Mariella and keep her cold case in the media. They are desperate to know the status of the investigation, and even after so many years don't understand why the RCMP have declined to tell them more information about what had happened to their daughter. Mariella's murder was one of several in the Yukon in the 90s. Her case is among the hundreds of known murdered Indigenous women cold cases to have occurred between 1980 and 2012. Anyone with information is asked to contact the RCMP or Crime Stoppers. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth. When Meredith Chapman decided to interview Mark Gerardalt for a job, she didn't know what would happen next. Meredith, a successful 33-year-old marketing director at the University of Delaware, was recognized for her achievements in both academia and politics. She seemed set for a great career. When Meredith and Mark met in person for the interview, they immediately hit it off. Meredith hired Mark, and they started working closely together. But there was a problem. Both Meredith and Mark were married. Over the following weeks, they grew closer and eventually became more than just friends. Mark, 48, had been married to his wife for 24 years and described his marriage as difficult. He had met his wife, Jennair Cox, in 1986 when they were teenagers in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Then the two went off to college where they both pursued a career in marketing. They met again in the early 90s, and this time they started dating. The two had said they had been madly in love, and they got married in 93. Close friends of the couple noted that the marriage wasn't perfect. They described disagreements between the couple as intense, and was usually Jennair who was the victor of any argument. Jennair had a big personality. She was outspoken and competitive, whereas Mark was more quiet, shy, and reserved. Money grew to be a constant issue for the couple. Jennair worked for private companies in marketing, whereas Mark worked in colleges and universities. The 2008 recession decimated Jennair's career, and she found herself unemployed and unhireable when most companies were scaling back. When things started looking up from the recession, Jennair struggled to get back on her feet, bouncing from company to company. Mark's new job opportunity in Delaware saw the couple sell their house and move from South Carolina to the East Coast. Mark went first, leaving Jennair behind to sell the house, and he started at his new job right away. While Jennair was in South Carolina, Mark was in Delaware with Meredith, and things quickly started to heat up between the two. Jennair joined her husband in Delaware, and had already been suspicious that her husband was having an affair. To confirm her suspicions, she sewed recording devices into Mark's pockets, eventually confronting him with the recordings of their conversations. She had 12 notebooks of handwritten transcripts from the recording devices, all of Mark's conversations. Mark and Jennair began discussions about ending their marriage, where Meredith separated from her husband of 9 years. Meredith got a new job in Pennsylvania and started making plans with Mark to be together. Jennair's anger about Mark moving on with a younger, prettier, more successful woman than herself started to boil over. Mark said at one point Jennair had threatened to throw herself out of a window. She met with a divorce counselor who noted it wasn't an unusual reaction, and she said that Jennair shared feelings about being traded in and abandoned. Jennair had been most concerned about where the divorce would leave her financially, but she also loved Mark and didn't want to separate. She wanted to work things out. No one could have predicted what was about to happen. On April 21, 2018, a neighbor of Meredith's in Radnor, Pennsylvania noted something odd. There was a woman with a grim, concerned or worried expression standing near her driveway. The woman was using binoculars to look in the direction of her new neighbor's home. The woman eventually got into a black SUV and drove off. She noted the incident as strange, but didn't think much about it, and didn't report the incident to the police or mention it to anyone until days later. Unbeknownst to Mark, Gennara went out and purchased a gun. She started going to shooting ranges near their home. Mark and Gennara had agreed to meet for dinner to go over some things regarding their soon-to-end marriage on April 23rd. Mark arrived at the restaurant and waited, but Gennara never showed up. He then started receiving concerning text messages from Gennara like, he then became increasingly concerned when Meredith didn't answer her phone and decided to go over to her house. He had prepared for some sort of altercation or confrontation with the two women. He wasn't prepared for what was at the home. He discovered the bodies of Meredith Chapman and Gennara Gurdo. Gennara had meticulously planned the murder for weeks. She had placed a GPS tracking device on both Mark and Meredith's vehicles. She placed an app on Mark's phone that duplicated everything he did, mirroring it onto her phone. In the SUV she had rented, there had been binoculars, latex gloves, ammunition, and a wig. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Bill Hall Jr. was born in July 1963 in Bahar, Texas. He met Frances in high school and the two started a relationship where they fell madly in love. The two married at 18 and started their lives with very humble beginnings. Bill worked for his aunt at a trucking company while Frances worked odd jobs. The two started a family right away, first a daughter and then a son, and the family was very happy. Bill had always wanted to be a successful entrepreneur and gave his kids the world. He learned the trucking business from the ground up, and in the early 80s he and Frances bought their first truck and started Bill Hall Jr. Trucking. In under a decade, Bill and Frances grew the company into a multi-million-dollar empire, becoming the largest trucking company in Texas. From the outside, Bill and Frances had an unwavering marriage. They ran their company together, raised two kids into adults, had a beautiful home, and seemingly had an amazing life. However, those closest to Bill knew the marriage wasn't perfect. Bill had a larger-than-life personality and liked to throw around money when he went out with his friends, which attracted a certain crowd. Bill loved going to Las Vegas, partying, and women. This had been an ongoing issue in his marriage, but Frances seemed to stick by Bill through it all. She stated that she loved him and had been willing to work it out. One of his affairs is what ultimately led to his death in October 2013. Bill had met Bonnie Contreras, a former exotic dancer, and for 3 years Bill carried on with a double life. Bill showered Bonnie with expensive gifts, paid her rent, binary vehicles, vacations, and plastic surgery. Bonnie, who was 28 when they met, was nearly half Bill's age. Bill and Bonnie had a rocky relationship. They had broken up several times for a multitude of reasons. Sometimes it was Bill's marriage, sometimes it was Bonnie's temper. She had said that Bill told her he would divorce Frances so that he could marry her and have children. But after waiting for years, this seemed less and less likely. Bill's friends said that he'd lost interest in Bonnie in 2013. The relationship was too much of a roller coaster for him, and he ended things. In a text message, Bonnie sent several messages threatening to tell Frances about the affair. According to Bill's close friends, this had been a common Bonnie when she wasn't getting her way, but this time it didn't work and Bill continued to ignore her. This caused Bonnie to call Frances and tell her about the affair. Not only that, but she also started sending Frances explicit photos and videos of her with Bill. Frances and Bill had a full-blown-out argument. Frances fully admits that she broke Bill's phone and several decor items in the house that had been smashed from Frances throwing them. She said that she'd been hurt by the angry and betrayed. This also prompted a war of words between the two women. Both sent vitriolic messages back and forth, and this went on for weeks. According to Frances, she'd had enough and told Bill to leave, and when he left, he went back to Bonnie. On October 10, 2013, several calls were made to a Texas 911 dispatch reporting that two SUVs were racing on a two-lane highway. Minutes pass when other calls start coming in saying that a man driving a motorcycle needed medical attention and had been hit by an SUV. Upon arriving on the scene, authorities found that Bill had been thrown from his Harley-Davidson. Bill hadn't been wearing a helmet, so he suffered extensive head trauma. While being rushed to the hospital via helicopter, Bill died at 50 years old. Officers began investigation and soon learned that the victim's wife and mistress were, and his wife had vehicle damage that was consistent with an accident. Frances was arrested and taken into police custody. While talking to the police, Frances said that she was returning from a niece's volleyball game when she passed her husband Bill on his motorcycle, and then moments later, noticed the vehicle that Bill had just purchased being driven by a woman who she had assumed was her husband's mistress. Frances claimed she only wanted to confront Bonnie and tell her to leave her alone, and turned around and attempted to follow them. Of course, Bonnie's story is quite different from Frances' story. She said that Frances proceeded to hit her in the back of the vehicle with her vehicle at least 15 times. At some point during this encounter, Bill got in between the two vehicles, and that is when Frances hit him from behind and still pursued Bonnie. Frances continued to contradict Bonnie's story. She claimed it was an accident. Frances states that she was trying to pull Bonnie over to confront her about the constant harassment. She then stated that Bill was in front and he had let two vehicles pass him. Frances said that Bonnie hit the brakes and this caused a chain reaction that caused Bill to make contact with Frances' vehicle. It appeared that Frances had sideswiped Bill and that he veered off the road and went over his bike's handlebars, hitting the pavement. Frances maintains that she didn't know Bill had been run off the road or had collided with her vehicle. She said she saw dust and couldn't see Bill's bike anymore, and when she couldn't see him, she turned around. Frances was charged with murder and held without bail. She found out Bill had died while detained. At the trial in 2016, an expert testified that Bill did indeed strike Frances' rear window trying to avoid a collision. He said nothing on Frances or Bill's vehicle indicated any foul play, that it was merely an accident. However, a jury thought differently and sentenced Frances to concurrent sentences of 2 years each, one for the murder charge and the other for the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charge. Frances was released from prison in 2018. In an interview with News 4 San Antonio, Frances stated, "Did I murder my husband? No. I can't even bring myself to say that word. Did I go after her and want to confront her? Yes. And that I regret for the rest of my life. I've paid my debt to society. I've done my time." She also went on to say that she would like to someday be an advocate for women who were imprisoned. When Samantha Stewart, 27, didn't answer her family's calls and texts for days, they got really worried. On July 17, 2018, her brother went to her apartment in Queens, New York, to check on her. Sadly, he found her naked body wrapped in a sheet on her bedroom floor. Her tongue was out, and all her teeth were knocked out. Samantha worked as a nurse at a hospital in Long Island and was a role model to her siblings. Her family was devastated by her loss. When the police came, they didn't see signs of forced entry. They said Samantha had injuries to her neck and head and later determined she died from strangulation. The main suspect was Samantha's date, who was caught on camera leaving her place the night she died. A week later, police found the suspect, Daniel Drayton, in a hotel in Los Angeles. He was 31 years old and originally from New Haven, Connecticut. According to police reports, he had a lengthy criminal record prior to Samantha's murder, which included jail time for strangulation and harassment. Samantha had met Drayton after they matched on Tinder. The pair went on a date on July 16, 2018, and later that night returned to Samantha's apartment, where Drayton beat and strangled her to death. He was seen by surveillance cameras getting into a white van that was later found abandoned at JFK Airport the next day. He had stolen Samantha's credit card and used it to purchase a plane ticket to California. When law enforcement apprehended him in a North Hollywood hotel room, he was holding another woman against her will and had sexually assaulted her. He was taken into custody by the LAPD and was charged with premeditated attempted murder, forcible sexual assault, and false imprisonment by violence. The New York Daily News interviewed Drayton while he was being held in a Los Angeles jail. He told them he suffered from schizophrenia and bipolar II disorder. He admitted that he remembered killing Samantha after a date. He said that he liked her, but the voices in his head told him she had to die. Drayton claimed that these voices used direct energy weapons on him to control his mind, making him unable to defy them. Investigators believed he was playing the insanity card in order for his defense. At one point, they also thought he may have been a serial killer using popular dating sites like Tinder to lure his victims. Because during his interrogation, Drayton admitted to killing 6 more women, 2 in Connecticut and 4 in New York. But as of now, investigators haven't been able to find any proof of these claims. At the time of Samantha's murder, Drayton was free on a $2,000 bail while he was awaiting trial for a case in the Nassau County, New York. He had been charged with choking his former girlfriend, Zania Barney, after she tried to end their relationship. He had been released 12 days before he murdered Samantha. In that case, the judge who released him didn't know that Drayton had a criminal record in his home state of Connecticut, dating to at least 2011. Samantha's death was attributed to missing paperwork and a lapse in communication. Drayton was extradited from California to New York, where he was arraigned on several charges. The charges included murder in the 2nd degree, grand larceny in the 4th degree, petty larceny, sexual misconduct, identity theft, unlawful possession of personal identification, and criminal possession of stolen property. This time, Drayton is currently being held without bail, and if convicted, he will face 25 years in prison. Queens District Attorney commented on the case saying, "This was a brutal crime that makes every person using a dating app fearful. The victim was duped into going out on a date with a defendant who played a charmer online but was in fact an alleged sexual predator. The defendant is accused of brutally beating and then killing this innocent woman in her home. After this heinous act of violence, the defendant fled the state to escape prosecution. Now back in our custody, this defendant will be held to account for his alleged actions. The NYPD believes there may be other women out there that spoke to Drayton online or met up with him. They're asking anyone with information to call them." Daniel Drayton at this time doesn't have a court date set, but let me know if you want further updates on court appearances. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 24-year-old Sydney Loof left her job at the local Maynard store, where she was a cashier, for a Tinder date with a woman named Audrey. Sydney really liked Audrey and talked to her friends about her. She even showed Audrey's picture to her best friend, Brooklyn McChrystal. On their date, Audrey picked up Sydney from work, and they spent the night driving around and smoking weed. According to Audrey, she dropped Sydney off at a friend's house later that night. But the next morning, Sydney didn't show up for work, which was unusual. She also didn't respond to texts from her mom and friends. Her last online activity was a Snapchat photo with the caption, "Ready for my date." Sydney's mom, Susie, reported her missing, and the police went to her rental home the next day but couldn't find her. There was no sign of a fight, and Sydney's car, glasses, purse, and her cat were all left behind. Her cat was unfed, which was unlike Sydney. Meanwhile, the owner of a duplex complained about a strange smell of bleach coming from the basement rented by an odd couple. Additionally, he found it strange that the couple had an air conditioner going in the cold month of November. The couple was 55-year-old Audrey Trail and 28-year-old Bailey Boswell. They told the landlord that they were engaged and worked as antique dealers. Little did he know that was just the tip of the iceberg. Trail and Boswell were involved and later convicted of scamming a Kansas couple out of $400,000 over some counterfeit coins, and they claimed to be leaders of a vampire sex cult. According to women involved in the cult who later came forward, Audrey called himself. He told them that he had gained his powers through killing and torturing people, and if they wanted to possess special abilities like him, they would also have to kill people. On the other hand, Bailey considered herself a witch with healing powers. Most of the women they met and recruited were through Tinder. Bailey was always the one that they would match with. Every time she matched with a new candidate, she would use a different name, one of which was Audrey. She'd tell them about Daddy Aubrey and the occult. Aubrey also liked to call himself the master and considered himself a sugar daddy, as he would give the women in his group a weekly allowance of $2,000 to pay for all their needs. However, he had rules. Those women had to call him daddy or master, and Bailey was either mommy or mistress. They weren't allowed to be with any other man and had to check in with him through text or call every 3 hours. They had to ask permission to do anything, even if it was as simple as drinking water or using the bathroom. They also had to help the couple steal and sell antiques and partake in group sex. If any of the women broke any of the rules, she would be whipped or choked with a belt by Bailey, aka the Queen Witch. One of the women later testified that Trail and Boswell brought up killing and torturing people often. She said that she told her that they needed to kill to get powers. She said Boswell talked about cutting out people's eyelids and pouring acid on them. She also said that Trail once showed her what he called Bailey's killing bag. It contained a sauna suit, a hammer, and a pair of pliers. Investigators found a sauna suit in rural Clay County, where Sidney Loof's body was later found. After Sidney went missing, Brooklyn McChrystal set out to find out what happened to her best friend. She made a Tinder profile similar to the one that Sidney had and swiped left on one Tinder profile after another until she finally stumbled upon Audrey's profile. She swiped right and messaged Audrey, who responded by sending her phone number, which Brooklyn immediately gave to law enforcement. On a call with the police, the so-called Audrey told them she had dropped off Sidney at a friend's house and she hadn't heard from her ever since, and she refused to come to the precinct for questioning. Days later, investigators were able to pin down the Wilbur duplex as the last place where Sidney's phone had pinged. The pungent smell of bleach immediately caught their attention when they searched the basement where Trail and Boswell lived. On November 28th, Boswell and Trail were considered persons of interest. They responded to the declaration by making a Facebook live stream in which they maintained their innocence by saying that they had nothing to do with Sidney's disappearance. On November 30th, they were arrested in a Missouri motel and brought back to Nebraska on a fraud indictment. Items found in their motel room revealed that they were planning to flee to Mexico. On December 5th, search teams led by the FBI finally found Sidney's remains. Her body was dismembered and cut into 14 pieces, some of which were never found. The remains were wrapped in trash bags and scattered among multiple ditches down 2 different roads in Clay County, approximately an hour west of Wilbur. Even before running the DNA analysis, investigators were confident the remains belonged to Sidney, based on a tattoo on one of her arms saying, "Everything will be wonderful someday." This detail is especially heart-wrenching because Sidney had been suffering from severe depression for many years. She'd only started feeling better and getting her life back on track when her life was cut short by 2 deranged people. After the arrest, Trail confessed that he and claimed that Bailey was innocent. In his confession, he revealed that they killed Sidney because she had rejected their lifestyle and was a threat to their group because she had said she was going to expose them. Bailey and Trail exchanged several ciphered letters during their incarceration before the trial. The detectives deciphered the codes, showing Trail taking full responsibility for the crime and telling Bailey to say that she was a forced participant despite that being untrue. The letters later played a significant role in condemning Bailey. On June 11, 2018, Boswell and Trail were charged with murder in the first degree and improper disposal of human remains. The prosecutor expressed their plans to seek capital punishment. At one of the court appearances, Trail lashed out saying, "Bailey is innocent. I curse you all." Then he slashed his throat with a sharp object. He missed a significant part of the trial, but made a full recovery and attended sentencing. The prosecution presented evidence against Boswell and Trail. On November 15th, surveillance cameras showed the couple shopping at Aardvark Antique Mall, where they bought a folding saw, a weeder, and food grinders. Shortly after, cell tower data for both suspects' phones showed that they were waiting near Sidney's residence before her departure to work, and they appeared to have followed her to Maynard's. While Sidney was at work, Home Depot surveillance tapes showed the duo buying a foot-long hacksaw drop cloths and sharp utility knives with backup blades. Other surveillance recordings displayed Boswell and Trail purchasing a tree saw, 30-gallon trash bags, and a couple of gallons of Clorox bleach before and after the murder. With all the evidence against them, it took the jury only hours to reach a guilty verdict. Trail spoke at a sentencing hearing where he was ultimately sentenced to death by lethal injection. Boswell was sentenced to life in prison as it was deemed by a panel of judges that Boswell's crimes didn't meet the judicial threshold for capital punishment in the state. On July 9, 2012, Amber Duncan Wilson was out with her friends in Linden, New Jersey. Amber had just graduated high school with honors. The cheerleader had also hoped to pursue a career in criminal justice. She had full scholarship in September at St. Peter's University. She wanted to make a difference in this world and become a state trooper. A classmate said of Amber, "She was always so nice. She never treated anyone differently because of her status as a cheerleading captain. She was always the most helpful person on the team. She always made sure if you didn't understand something, you could come to her." Amber was heading home with a friend, and the two had decided to stop in at Dunkin' Donuts to grab a snack. While they were walking there, they were approached by a person. The two were robbed and words were exchanged. The girls only had their cell phones and a couple of dollars in cash. Suddenly, Amber was shot point blank, killing her almost instantly. Her family has been devastated by this tragedy and is asking for help from the public to get justice for Amber's murder. In a statement to the media, Union County Prosecutor Daniel Wilson said, "Ms. Wilson Duncan was a young, ambitious woman who had a meaningful life ahead of her. Sadly, that life was senselessly lost at such a young age, and we remain as firmly committed today as we did 10 years ago in finding this cold-blooded killer and bringing justice for her and her loved ones. There's a $10,000 reward for any information that leads to an arrest. If you have any information, you are asked to call the Union County Crime Stoppers." On October 24, 1985, two hunters stumbled upon a significantly decomposed body in a marshland area in Newark, California. According to the Newark Police Department, her body was barely recognizable by the time she was found. At the time, police were able to establish that the victim had been shot. They were unable to establish exactly when she died due to the conditions of the marsh, but it could have been anywhere from 2 months to 1 year prior to her discovery. Police were limited in what they could determine, so they turned to forensic anthropologists for a more precise profile of the Jane Doe. With careful analysis of her skeletal remains, they determined that she had been between 5 feet 6 inches and 5 feet 8 inches and had brown and auburn shoulder-length hair. She was estimated to have been between the ages of 25 and 36 when she died, and her bottom 2 front teeth were missing from her remains and had likely been missing for some time, as the 2 teeth next to them had been growing at an inward angle to close the gap. This is a distinguishing feature that police believe people who knew her would have recognized, and that anyone who had been looking for her would be able to identify her by. The only items found on her were a hair barrette, a watch, earrings, and a ring on her pinky finger, but no identifying items like a wallet or purse were recovered from the scene. For nearly 40 years, no one has come forward to identify her. Her identity and her murder have remained a mystery all these years. Then, just a few years ago, her case was reopened, and when new technology allowed forensic scientists to extract DNA from hair strands taken from the victim, advanced DNA analysis might be able to potentially match her to relatives. To find matches for the victim, the New York police partnered with the DNA Doe Project, a nonprofit that builds and uses genetic information to identify John and Jane Does. Volunteers from organizations like this have solved dozens of unidentified persons cases around the country. The DNA Doe Project ended up finding a potential mother match for the unidentified Jane Doe, a woman named Marianne Mary Richardson, from a small town in Missouri. Unfortunately, she is no longer alive, which has led to a dead end for the lead. They went on to pursue another lead, a relative in Texas, who was determined to be a potential half-sister of the victim. That half-sister, Ruth Ellis, however, had been adopted as a 1-month-old and does not know her biological family. Investigators believe that their Jane Doe had been adopted as well in the late 1940s, causing her to end up in California. So far, adoption records have not turned up any additional clues. Despite these promising leads, the adoption has complicated the investigators' DNA angle, and the Newark Jane Doe remains nameless and unclaimed by relatives or loved ones. A reconstructed image of what she likely would have looked like is newly available, and investigators hope someone will see it, who recognizes her and comes forward to solve this mystery once and for all. It was just after midnight on January 31st, 1994, when 26-year-old Diana Alt was found dead on the floor in her home in Independence, Missouri. She and her children had been at a Super Bowl watch party and had arrived home later than usual. The killer, who had broken into their home in their absence, shot Diana at close range in the side of the neck as she walked down the hallway towards the kitchen. Her two children, ages 4 and 7 months, were in the house with her at the time she was killed, were too young to call for help. That night, Diana's red Pontiac was discovered in a nearby church parking lot by police when neighbors called to report suspicious activity. Inside the vehicle, authorities discovered a revolver, ammunition, and shell casings. The car had been left with the key in the ignition, still running. Given this alarming discovery, they immediately rushed to Diana's home, where they found her body. Although no one has ever been officially identified as a suspect, investigators did uncover what they believe to be a connection between Diana's murder and the 1989 stabbing of 18-year-old Sarah Dillon in Kansas City. A woman named Carolyn Heekert, who had an affair with Diana's husband, had also dated Dillon's boyfriend. Heekert was charged with both crimes, but a judge ended up dismissing her charges due to lack of evidence. But this March, police announced that they would be reopening her case. Diana's family is hoping they will finally receive the answers they've been hoping for all these years. According to Lauren Freeman, a detective with the Independence Police and a member of the FBI's Violent Crimes Task Force, her team is cautiously optimistic about the case. She confirmed that they are following several new leads, but are not able to confirm what those leads are at this time. Diana's family and friends are hopeful that these new leads will bring justice to Diana's murder. This June, investigators announced they will take a fresh look at the 1986 murder of Ivan Darling in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. It was Christmas Day when a relative visiting from Maryland arrived at Ivan's house to take him for a family dinner. When she arrived, she made a shocking and sad discovery. 79-year-old Ivan Darling had died, and he clearly not died of any natural causes. Ivan had sustained numerous puncture wounds and had likely died of blood loss from those wounds, according to Gettysburg police. The murder weapon remains unknown, but the puncture wounds it created were likely left by a small knife. According to investigators, he appeared to have died 2 to 3 days prior to his discovery. The motive in his murder is believed to have been a robbery, as several items were missing from his home. Despite police following numerous leads after the murder, none turned up anything substantial, and a suspect has still never been identified. The case has gone cold, but in late June, District Attorney Brian Sennett announced that the Adams County DA's office would be taking a fresh look at the 1986 murder of Darling. Sennett and his team are optimistic that new technology and advances in DNA profiling may allow them to explore new leads that could not previously be obtained. Deborah and Simcala. It was September 26, 1981, on Father's Day, when 22-year-old Deborah and Simcala was found dead in her home in Brisbane, Australia. Her roommate discovered her body in disturbing circumstances before contacting the police. Deborah had been found in her kitchen. The upper portion of her body had been placed inside a gas oven. The gas knob on that oven had been turned on, and 2 small fires had been set in other parts of the house. But Deborah had not died of smoke inhalation or carbon monoxide poisoning. She had been strangled with a dog leash, which remained hanging around her neck when police arrived at the scene. Police soon speculated that Deborah's killer had attempted to set fire to the house and destroy the evidence, perhaps even making it look as if the victim had died in a fire. This was indicated by the small fire set in other rooms and by Deborah being positioned partially inside the oven, presumably so she would catch on fire quickly. This May, police launched a fresh public appeal for new information leading to Deborah's killer, offering $500,000 reward for information leading to the identification and conviction of the person or persons who murdered Deborah. On the day of her death, Deborah was seen in her yard with a young man around 4 p.m. He appeared to be in his early 20s with dark hair and a slim build. Then later that evening around 7:30 p.m., someone noticed 2 people sitting on the front porch of their home. A description of them was not provided. Detectives are hoping to speak to any of these three individuals or anyone who has information about them. The Queensland Police are confident that there are individuals out there who know something and can provide crucial information regarding the case. They are hopeful that the new significant reward will encourage those to reconsider reservations they may have previously had. After 40 years, it's time for Deborah's loved ones to know what happened to her on that terrible night. In October of 2000, just a few months shy of his 24th birthday, Alonzo Julio Adams was shot and killed in his home in Norfolk, Virginia. For 22 years, Alonzo's family has been left grappling with uncertainty, wondering who killed their lovable son, brother, and young father. His case has gone cold, but just this year it's been reopened. According to Detective Jonathan Smith, who is now leading the homicide investigation, reopening the case all these years later makes sense, even after Alonzo's old apartment complex has been knocked down, destroying any forensic evidence that might have remained inside. The hope is that people may have information that they were too afraid to share in the past, but would be willing to share now. Alonzo was in his apartment on Virginia Beach Boulevard when two unknown men knocked on his door. Alonzo apparently did not open the door, but one of the men fired a shot at him through the door. He was shot and killed in his own home. Lana's family says that they do not know of anyone who disliked him and can't think of a reason someone might want to hurt him. The case remains unsolved 22 years later, and police continue to pursue new leads. I would be remiss if I did not remark on just how little information there is about this case, especially in comparison to other cold cases that I have covered. Media interest in this case seems to be nearly non-existent and is limited to only local news stations. Considering the case was just reopened in May of this year, there should be a flurry of coverage, but as a black man, Alonzo's case has clearly been overlooked and deprioritized all these years. Media outlets, law enforcement agencies, and internet sleuths alike need to treat cold cases involving all victims with the same importance as any other case. It's sad that this even needs to be said, but the bias is clear and this pattern needs to change. On August 10, 2022, 26-year-old OnlyFans model Courtney Clinnings was arrested and charged in connection with the death of her boyfriend, 27-year-old Christian Toby Abiseely. Christian had been stabbed in the luxury condo they shared in Miami on April 3, 2022. Clinnings had claimed she had acted in self-defense and had been released pending the investigation. She was arrested in Hawaii, where she was undergoing treatment for substance abuse and PTSD. Miami State's attorney, Catherine Fernandez-Rendell, held a press conference after Clinnings' arrest and revealed some of the evidence that had led them to believe that Clinnings hadn't been truthful about what had happened that night. Courtney and Christian met in November 2020. The two had a tumultuous relationship and they'd been on and off again throughout their entire relationship. Both Texas natives, the two had immediately hit it off. Initially, his family liked Courtney, but they also noticed that soon after their relationship started, things between the couple weren't always good. They revealed that they believed that Christian isolated himself from the family and his friends. Clinnings had been previously arrested for domestic violence in Las Vegas. In July 2021, she admitted to throwing a glass at Christian's head, and hotel security had been called. The charges were dropped, and she was eventually released. At Clinnings' Miami condo, the couple had numerous complaints from neighbors and building security about fights with the couple. So many, in fact, that Clinnings had been served an eviction notice because security was tired of dealing with the constant issues. The state's attorney released this video, which is Clinnings assaulting her boyfriend, taken only weeks before Christian's murder. Rundle said that it was one video of numerous that had been pulled from the building's security cameras. She revealed that additionally, their neighbors had taken to filming the couple whenever they were fighting outside the building or on their patio. All of this evidence, which hasn't all been released yet, as it will be trial evidence, shows that it was Courtney Clinnings who was the aggressor, not Christian Abiseely. They also revealed a timeline of what happened based on evidence which doesn't align with statements Courtney made. On April 3rd, it seemed like a normal day. The couple filmed themselves playing with their dogs and hanging out at home. Christian is seen leaving the building around 1 p.m. and he returns at 4:33 p.m. Phone records show that while he was gone, Courtney had remained in the apartment where she did an Instagram live, and then she called him twice while he was gone. once at 4 and once again as he entered the building. In surveillance, Christian seems calm and relaxed. He's carrying 2 Subway sandwiches and everything seems completely ordinary. Shortly after Christian walks into their unit, calls to 911 from surrounding neighbors start to trickle in about loud screaming coming from Klenning's unit. At 4:43 p.m., phone records show that Klennings called her mother and they had a 6-minute conversation. They end the call and Klennings calls her mother again and then they speak for another 7 minutes. At 4:57 p.m. Cleaning calls 911 where she requests an ambulance because her boyfriend had been stabbed. In the 911 call, Christian was heard in the background saying, "I'm dying," with Cleaning saying, "I'm so sorry, baby." Cleaning was found covered in blood. Christian had a single stab wound in his chest and the knife had severed a major artery near his heart. He was rushed to the hospital, but his injuries were too severe, and too much time had passed and he later died. Klenning was taken into custody that evening under Florida's Baker's Act, which is a mental health crisis prevention method for people who are believed to be at risk of harming themselves. In the days following Christian's death, she wasn't arrested or charged with anything regarding the stabbing. Klenning gave inconsistent statements regarding what had happened that night. She first claimed that Christian had attacked her when he entered the apartment and choked her. She said that he let her go and then she went to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and threw it from about 10 feet away. The coroner determined that the 6-inch knife had, with great force, been plunged into Christian's chest from an upward angle. They also stated that there wasn't any plausible way for the injuries to have occurred in the way that Cleanings had stated. Because the knife had gone in at an angle, the knife would have had to come from above Christian. Klenning had also waited 12 minutes before calling 911. Blood evidence showed 2 large pools of blood where it looked like Christian fell and then had tried to crawl out of the apartment before ultimately stopping. Klenning had also started to receive text messages from her mother after her arrest saying, "Remember to claim it was self-defense," and advised her not to say anything without an attorney, which would suggest that Klennings had attacked Christian and then called her mother about the situation before calling 911. Additionally, Klenning didn't have any injuries to corroborate her story. No bruises, no defense injuries. There wasn't any evidence to back up her telling of what had happened that night. Christian's family was incensed that Klennings was released without any charges laid. Their lawyer in a statement to the media claimed that Klenning was receiving special treatment as a white woman. If roles had been reversed, their lawyer claimed that Christian would have been arrested and held without bail while awaiting further court proceedings where Klennings was released and seen at a bar the day after Christian's death. Klennings' lawyer has gone on the defense to say that Christian was, in fact, the abuser, and the video evidence presented by the state's attorney only shows a victim of domestic violence defending herself. Her lawyer also said that, and Courtney will be seen for what she is, a victim of domestic abuse that survived her abuser. Keep in mind that in this case, there has been a 4-month investigation into Christian's death, and they didn't immediately charge Courtney Klenning. The state's attorney wouldn't have taken this case if there wasn't overwhelming evidence to suggest that Klennings had been the aggressor in the relationship. Currently, Klenning is waiting extradition back to Florida, where she will be charged. It is anticipated that she will plead not guilty and a trial will be set. At this time, she was denied bond as well. 53-year-old Jack Chun from Irvine, California had been experiencing severe gastrointestinal distress for a few weeks. The radiologist went to see a doctor and was diagnosed with stomach ulcers, gastritis, and inflammation of the esophagus. The serious medical issues had come out of nowhere. Jack said he'd never experienced anything like this before. He started noticing a lingering chemical metallic taste and began to be concerned he was being poisoned. But who was poisoning him? His wife, dermatologist Emily Yu. Jack stated that their marriage had also been abusive, not only to himself but also to their 2 children. He accused Emily of depriving the children of sleep, screaming at them and calling them names. He set up a nanny cam in the home's kitchen, and soon after it was turned on, he witnessed something he never thought was possible. He caught his wife pouring Drano into a hot lemonade he drank every morning, confirming his worst suspicions. He continued recording footage and got 3 separate instances of Emily pouring Drano into his cup. Jack brought the video footage to a lawyer who helped him draft up a divorce, as well as a protective order for himself and his children. 45-year-old Emily Yu was approached while she was leaving her place of employment and subsequently arrested on August 4th. While in custody, she was served with a protective order barring her and her mother from coming within 100 feet of Jack, their children, their school, or the family home. She was also notified that Jack had sought emergency custody of their children, which was granted. She was held on a $30,000 bail, which she posted and was released. Her lawyer has released a statement saying, Ms. Emily Yu vehemently and unequivocally denies ever attempting to poison her husband or anyone else. He said in a statement to media, as a well-respected physician, her goal has always been to help people and never to harm people. Accordingly, she also strongly denies her husband's claim of abuse over him and her children. Her legal team has gone on to say that Emily was pouring Drano into an empty cup next to the lemonade to prevent the chemical from splashing, and then she went on to use the cleaning product as intended on the drains in the kitchen. She denies ever putting Drano into Jack's drinks. In response to the video evidence, her lawyer stated, "The video does not depict any wrongdoing on behalf of my client, and does not depict her trying to poison her husband. That is all I can say now." Her legal team also stated that Jack fabricated the video evidence in order to get an upper hand in divorce and custody agreements. Law enforcement has said at this time they don't believe there's any reason for previous clients or patients of Ms. Yu to be worried, as they believe this is isolated to domestic violence. Her employer is said to be cooperating with law enforcement and have also stated that Ms. Yu is no longer working at the hospital. Jack's lawyer has stated that his client is feeling much better with the protective order, and his physical ailments are improving over time. Emily Yu has not been charged yet. Her next scheduled court date is November 3rd, 2022. Now I just want to say that this case is still developing. In early August, a New Zealand woman placed a bid for the contents of an unclaimed storage unit. The unit had been noted as containing household and personal items. This is a common practice for storage units that have gone unpaid for some time. The contents of the storage unit were successfully won, and the company, Safe Store Storage, delivered the items to their home on August 11th, 2022. They started going through the contents. There were children's toys, a couple of strollers, and mostly normal household items. They were sorting through the items when they came across 2 matching suitcases. They opened them up and made a horrific discovery. The remains of 2 small children were inside the suitcases. Law enforcement was called and the home was shut down, while New Zealand crime scene investigators secured the scene and the contents of the storage unit. The children have been identified, and so far only their ages have been released as 5 and 10. Experts estimate that they have been deceased for 3 to 5 years. The storage unit owner has also been identified and is now living in South Korea. Prior to her moving from New Zealand, she did have 2 children with her and is believed she is the mother of the 2 found in the suitcases. South Korean law enforcement is working with New Zealand to locate her and get DNA confirmation. However, New Zealand law enforcement believes the children have relatives still in the country who may not have been aware of their deaths. In a statement to the media, the lead investigator said, "The investigation team is working very hard to hold accountable the person or persons responsible for the deaths of these children. At this point in time, there is no cause of death, but it is believed to be homicide." On August 4th, 2022, 3 men were arrested, thwarting a planned heist to steal $1.3 million worth of seafood from Nat Uno, a seafood importer based in Fort Lauderdale. The 3 men had created an elaborate scheme posing as grocery store buyers. Nat Uno started receiving orders from a man named Brian Gomez, who claimed to be the buying manager for a grocery chain in late June. Brian placed 5 orders, and each time the orders were picked up without any cause of concern. Once the grocery store was invoiced for the purchases, it was then discovered that there was no Brian Gomez who worked for the grocery store. The email address attached to Brian was fraudulent. Police were alerted to the fraud scheme and a sting operation was put in place to find those responsible. In early August, Brian placed another order. This time it was the largest. Officers waited at the warehouse to see who picked up the order, and sure enough, at 9:35 a.m. on August 4th, a refrigerated truck arrived to pick up the order. Law enforcement followed the truck, which was also being accompanied by a red Mustang, to a warehouse in Weston, Florida. In 15 minutes, 3 men were arrested. Rene Echeverria Equimen, 33, Ernesto Aguilera Bert, 36, and Jose Luis Batista Suarez, 40. At the time of their arrest, they had $300,000 worth of product, and they were also charged with the other deliveries, totaling $1.3 million. The 14 charges include grand theft cargo and obtaining property over $5,000. All 3 men have been identified as Miami locals, and their next court appearances are unknown at this time. On September 5, 1992, in Mountain View, California, a person jogging noticed something odd. It was evening and the surrounding buildings were mostly owned by tech giants. The parking lot in the 1300 block of Crittendale Lane, which is now owned by Google, was mostly empty. Though it wasn't unusual to see cars still parked in the lot this late, someone appeared to be sleeping in one of them. The jogger approached and made the shocking realization that the person wasn't sleeping. Law enforcement arrived when the scene quickly identified the person in the car as 25-year-old Lori Holtz, and they quickly deemed her death as a homicide as she still had a nylon rope around her neck. Detectives determined that she had died in the car as there were signs of a struggle. Her purse was recovered nearby, thrown over a fence near the crime scene. What stood out to detectives was that it appeared that the killer had been in the passenger seat, where they might have expected the killer to have been in the back seat. This led to detectives to believe that whoever killed Lori had been someone she knew or was comfortable letting into her car. Numerous fingerprints were recovered from in and around the vehicle. Lori worked nearby and had been expected to attend a wedding later that evening. With the help of her boyfriend, they'd been able to piece together her day. Lori worked for Adobe and worked less than 2 miles from where she was found. She planned to pop into the office. It had been a Saturday, and she hadn't planned on staying long after going home, getting dressed up, and meeting her boyfriend Brent at the wedding. Lori was a computer engineer and she had landed the job at Adobe and was one of the few women working at the tech giant. She had been known to be an extremely hard worker, often going to work on the weekend and working late. She was incredibly talented and was a rising star in her field. This was right before the tech boom in Silicon Valley. Because she and her boyfriend were going to meet at the wedding, her absence wasn't initially a cause for concern. At first, he just assumed that she'd gotten wrapped up with something at work and Brent hoped she would turn up later, but she never did. Detectives were able to rule Brent out as a suspect, as he'd been miles away at the wedding where many people witnessed him. During his interview, he did allude to someone who may have been angry enough with Lori to kill her. He alleged that his roommate John Woodward had been increasingly aggressive towards Lori. They'd been dating for 5 weeks, and when he told his roommate that he had a serious girlfriend, he said that John started acting jealous. Brent was set up with a recording device and was asked by law enforcement to call John and get him to confess to murdering Lori. During that conversation, John didn't act surprised he was being investigated. There hadn't been a moment where he questioned why cops were looking at him. John didn't explicitly say that he killed Lori, but he did ask Brent what and how much evidence did the police have against him. Not exactly something an innocent person would say, but it wasn't enough. John was picked up for an interview and his prints were taken. He didn't have an alibi for that day. He claimed he was home alone and no one was able to corroborate that. While investigating Lori's car, they found over 80 fingerprints. Prints were found on the roof of the passenger side of the vehicle, as well as the handle and the inside of the door. The prints were a match for John Woodward. He was first arrested later that year and was charged with Lori's murder. His trial was in 1995, which resulted in a hung jury. There wasn't enough evidence. In the second trial in 1996, the judge didn't allow the prosecution to investigate Lori's bring forward the prints found inside the vehicle or any discussions that John had killed Lori out of jealousy, as there wasn't solid enough evidence to prove that. The second jury also came back with a hung verdict, and the case was ultimately dismissed. After that, Woodward moved to the Netherlands where he was the CEO of ReadyTech. Though the company remained based in California, its CEO headed their Amsterdam offices. After the second trial, the case ultimately went cold. No other suspects were discovered. There hadn't been any other evidence found that pointed to anyone else being in that vehicle. In 2020, the case was reopened with several pieces of evidence sent out for further examination. This time, they were looking for DNA. In 2021, they had the results that tied John Woodward directly to Lori's murder. DNA matching Woodward's was found on the rope that had strangled her. Woodward was still living in Amsterdam, and the U.S. Department of Justice worked collaboratively with the Dutch government. Dutch authorities arrested Woodward and executed a search warrant for his home and office. On July 9, 2022, John Woodward is extradited back to the U.S., where he was arrested at the airport in New York. Woodward, now 58, is being held without bail while he waits extradition back to California, where his trial will be held. Lori's sister, in a brief statement to the media, extended her thanks to law enforcement for continuing to pursue her sister's murder and for ensuring there was justice. She said of her sister, "Lori was someone we all aspired our daughters to be like. Kind, loyal, and fun. The way Lori lived and treated people was a stunning example of what was right in the world. She was a gem to many, but her bright life was taken from us at the age of 25. This case is the culmination of incredible determination by our detectives over the decades, and with phenomenal teamwork with our agency partners here in Santa Clara County and in New York," said Mountain View Police Chief in a press release issued by the department. It was on September 7, 1979 in Conroe, Texas, when 12-year-old Lygia Jackson was swimming at a lake with her two older brothers. The kids had walked to Lake Wildwood and lived nearby. Eventually, Lygia's brothers were ready to go home, but she wanted to stay longer. Her brothers started walking home, and they eventually saw her trailing behind and didn't think much of it. When the boys got home, they expected Lygia to walk through the front door shortly after they did. She hadn't been that far behind them when they last saw her, but she never did. They went back outside and didn't see her. They walked the route back and couldn't find any sign of their sister. Law enforcement was contacted shortly after and conducted a thorough investigation of the area, but again, nothing was found. The following day, the boys went back out to look for their sister. They felt responsible for her disappearance. What had been a silly argument between siblings had turned into something awful. That was when Lygia's tortoiseshell glasses were found in an intersection between the lake and their house, and they knew for certain that something bad had happened. Her parents filed an official missing persons report after the glasses were found, and the investigation focused on the belief that Lygia had been abducted. 6 days later, oil field workers discovered a body in a heavily wooded area. They had gone in to check on a pipeline that cuts through Conroe. The body was confirmed to be that of Lygia Jackson. Her murder was ruled a homicide, with her cause of death being strangulation. She had been sexually assaulted, with her clothing recovered in the area. Tire trademarks were also preserved as evidence, but there was little other evidence for investigators to go on. It was noted that the day that she disappeared, Lacey had been wearing a gold butterfly necklace with a matching gold butterfly ring. The ring was never recovered, and detectives had hoped it had been taken by the killer and one day could be used as evidence. But that never panned out, and the ring remained lost. For 4 decades, the case sat cold. Hundreds of leads came in over the years, and each one was investigated, but never led to any advances in the case. As the years went on, so did the hopes of ever solving the case. In 2021, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Homicide Unit decided to reinvestigate Lygia Jackson's case. They sent off several items of evidence for advanced DNA testing. After 40 years, they had new DNA evidence. July 2022, the DNA matched with someone within CODIS, the National FBI database. Gerald Dwight Casey. Records show that Casey lived in Conroe at the time of Lygia's murder. It is unclear if there were additional victims connected to Casey. Casey had an extensive criminal history, which included violent robberies, assault, and drug-related offenses. He had been in and out of prison frequently between 1976 and 1989. He was arrested in 1989 for robbery and murder. In 1991, he was convicted of capital murder and sentenced to death by lethal injection. Casey's sentence was carried out in 2002. Lygia's cold case has now been closed, making it the MCSO's oldest cold case to be solved. In a statement to the media, they said, "The tenacity and diligence in solving this case by a dedicated team is a reminder to our public and to those who commit crimes in our communities that we will never cease our efforts to solve the hardest of cases and bring closure to traumatized families." This next, now solved cold case highlights how instrumental it is to keep these cold cases in the media. You truly never know who will see the coverage that may be instrumental in providing a piece of key information that will solve a case. On February 26, 1999, in a wooded area behind an old church cemetery in DeKalb County, Georgia, the body of a small child was discovered. The body had badly decomposed over the winter and was estimated to have been there for 3 to 4 months. The child was a boy, African American, around 4 feet tall with a small frame, and his age was estimated between 5 and 7. He had been wearing a plaid and navy blue hoodie, red denim jeans, and Timberland boots. Law enforcement in the area worked hard to try and identify the child, but no one came forward. There also weren't any missing persons reports matching his description. An autopsy was done which showed he had high levels of diphenhydramine and acetaminophen from over-the-counter pain relievers and Benadryl in his system. Additionally, he had a significant head wound on his skull. Either the drug overdose or the injury could have been the cause of his death. When they couldn't identify him locally, they opted to do advanced testing on his teeth to see if there were any markers that would indicate he had been born and raised somewhere else. That examination came back to determine he was likely from the southeastern U.S., either Georgia or the Florida area. Medical examiners on his case started to call him Dennis to give the little boy something to be called other than the Clifton John Doe. It had been a case that spoke to many, with media across the U.S. featuring his case. Without identification, the case eventually went cold, but detectives were determined to find who this boy was and what happened to him. Several different reconstructions were done over the years, from a model figure to several reconstruction images. Annually, they would hold memorial events to keep his story in the media. It was one of these events in May 2020 that caught the eye of one woman. The woman had been looking for answers regarding a little boy she used to babysit who had disappeared decades earlier. 7-year-old William Deshaun Hamilton. She called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's tip line with a possible identification for the unidentified child. This tip was the first major lead in the case in over 20 years. An investigation began to find William Hamilton, who had lived in Charlotte, North Carolina in the late 90s. They traced his school records there, and when they investigated further, they learned that William's mother had abruptly pulled him out of the school year in December '98 and told people she was moving to Atlanta. It was only months after that when the body of the little boy was discovered. There were no records of William Hamilton after he was pulled from school. No medical records, school registrations, activity on a social insurance number. He simply vanished. This led investigators to believe that Ava had been correct in her identification. The next step was to locate his mother, Teresa and Bailey Black, who had been the last person to have been with William, but tracking her down hadn't been easy. She had left Atlanta in late '98 and returned back to Charlotte, Georgia. It was then that William's absence was noticed, especially to Ava. Teresa gave conflicting accounts to anyone who asked about where William was, and she eventually left Georgia, disappearing for nearly a decade. She resurfaced in Alaska in 2010, then moved to Phoenix, Arizona, which was where she was located by law enforcement. She was arrested in June 2022 and required to submit DNA to compare to the remains of the little boy. And after 23 years, they could finally officially identify little John Doe as William Hamilton. Teresa Bailey Black, now 45 years old, was arrested and will be extradited back to Georgia, which will be charged with 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of child cruelty, aggravated assault, and concealment of death. So far, it has not been released if she has cooperated with law enforcement or has provided details of what happened to William in '98. It has been reported that Bailey Black is not in good health. Her booking photos show she has a medical tube in. She also arrived in court in a wheelchair. She had also previously served prison in '94 for manslaughter and had a criminal history with several other nonviolent offenses. It was around 5 a.m. on August 10th, 1992, when Donna Stagner went to wake up her 53-year-old husband John Stagner. The Stagner family lived in Orange County, Florida. John was a maintenance worker for the county, and the family lived in a home on the Orange County maintenance property and served as live-in caretakers for the equipment that was housed there. John had been called out the previous evening to repair a power line that had come down in a storm. When Donna had gone to bed, John had only just come home, and he was watching TV in the living room. The couple slept in separate bedrooms in the summer because Donna preferred to sleep with the air conditioning on and John didn't. She entered the bedroom John slept in and tried to wake him the following morning. She hadn't turned on the lights yet and touched his arm, only to notice he was cold to the touch. She turned on the lights and made the horrific discovery that her husband had been violently attacked. He'd been severely beaten to death. Donna called 911 and law enforcement came out to the property. Detectives secured the scene, DNA evidence while in its infancy in 1992. Care was taken to find as much evidence as possible that may be useful, and it was preserved well. The murder weapon, a wood cane or walking stick, was found at the scene, and it was determined that someone had come into the home while the family slept and attacked John while he slept. There was no evidence in the home to suggest there had been any struggles or break-ins. That night John had been sleeping with his bedroom window open. It was a single-story house and law enforcement believed the attacker entered the home that way. The crime was unusual. The home hadn't been burglarized, it didn't appear that anything was missing, and John had been the sole victim. John was a hard-working man. He had worked for Orange County for many years and was well respected in his community. He was also very generous and treated those around him with kindness. His murder had not only been shocking, but senseless. Officers started canvassing everyone in John's life. Friends, family, and co-workers, trying to find someone who may have harbored a grudge towards John. One name came up: Ronald or Ronnie Cates. Cates was in his 30s, and his family was close to the Stagner family. The Stagners had really helped out Cates and his family, who at one point had been homeless, and John provided them with housing, money, and meals. Some even said that John had been a father figure to Cates. Needless to say, the Stagner family had always been kind and generous to the family. Detectives learned from Donna that John and Ronnie had a little bit of a falling out. John had lent Ronnie a bunch of tools and asked for them to be returned, and John was having a hard time getting them back from Ronnie, which had him frustrated. Law enforcement went to Cates' house to interview him, and when they got there, his young daughter answered the door and seemed visibly shaken. She said that he wasn't home. They stayed near the home for a bit and noticed later a truck peel out of the driveway. They went back to the home, and his daughter admitted that her father had been home and she had been instructed to lie to them. They wrote down a detailed account of the interaction, which had been helpful in the present-day investigation. They did eventually catch up with Cates and brought him in for questioning, and he gave several variations of his whereabouts the night that John had been murdered, along with him evading police and other accounts from those who interacted closely with Cates. They were immediately suspicious that he may have been involved in John's murder. The best tools law enforcement had for prosecution in '92 were blood evidence and fingerprints, but because Cates had been a frequent guest, the prosecution didn't think it would be enough to prove that Cates had been in the home that night. Eventually, no additional information was found that could be used as evidence against him, and the case went cold. Then, in 1995, Ronald Cates was committed during a mental health crisis. While in hospital, Cates confessed to killing a man in '92, but also had confessed to killing several historical figures, and although it was noted, there wasn't much that could be done with that confession because he hadn't been in a mental state that could hold him accountable. Then, in 2020, Cates found himself in other criminal troubles and was put in jail. Once he was in jail, Cates' wife came forward with information that she had been too scared to come forward with before. She explained that Cates was a violent man, and he had abused substances for much of their marriage. Now that she felt it was safe to do so, she wanted to get justice for the Stagner family. She said that in '92 she had been the sole breadwinner for the family. She said that at the time her husband hadn't been able to keep a job because he'd been addicted to drugs. She also confirmed that Cates had sold several of John Stagner's tools that had been lent to him in order to purchase drugs. She believed that Cates had murdered John after he had confronted him about bringing the tools back. The murder weapon had never been released to the media, but had been some sort of homemade walking stick. She confirmed that Cates used to always walk around with one. She also revealed that he hadn't been home that night, but returned in the early morning hours on the night John was murdered, with his clothing covered in blood. When they interviewed Cates' children, one of them had a vivid memory of her father asking her to hide a bunch of clothing underneath the house. Then 2 days later, she was asked to grab the clothing again, and she watched him burn the clothing. In August 2022, Ronald Cates was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He's being held in North Carolina jail while he awaits extradition back to Florida. Cates has been open and forthcoming with law enforcement. While he didn't explain the motive behind killing John, he did reveal how John was murdered and several details that only someone who had been there would have known. The Orange County Sheriff's Office thanked the Cates family for coming forward with the information that led to Ronald Cates' arrest. While it is uncommon, they are grateful that they did that. Without their testimony, the case may have never been closed. On October 26, 1970 in Sacramento, California, 28-year-old Nancy Benelak was late for work. It had been extremely unusual for her. She worked for the Sacramento County as a court reporter, and she never missed a court date. A coworker called her house and there wasn't an answer, so she called her son to ask him to swing by her apartment and check on her. He did, buzzing several times with no response. He then convinced the apartment manager to get access into the apartment, and after knocking several times without a response, they did. Inside, they discovered a brutal scene. There was blood everywhere. Nancy was found deceased in the home. Her autopsy determined she had been stabbed over 30 times. There was a massive investigation into Nancy's murder. Her fiancé at the time was Chief Public Defender Farah Salami, and initially, they weren't sure if it had been retaliation from a disgruntled client. The killer had appeared to have taken care not to leave evidence behind. They found a piece of tape that appeared to have been used by the killer to wrap his fingertips in an attempt to not leave any prints. However, the killer may have underestimated Nancy, as there appeared to have been a massive struggle. Nancy had several defensive wounds, and it appeared that at one point she had managed to get the knife from her attacker and fight back, because there was a significant amount of blood left behind from her killer. Salome had been with Nancy the night before. The two had gone for dinner, and he had dropped her off. Stayed at her apartment for a bit before leaving around 11:30 at night to go back to his own apartment. He said it had been normal for Nancy to leave her balcony door open a bit so that her cat could go in and out of the apartment. She had never had any concerns about doing that since she lived on the second floor. Law enforcement believed that this is how the killer got in by scaling the balcony below. The blood trail from the killer led from the balcony all the way to the apartment's parking lot. In the 70s, all law enforcement could do with blood was get the killer's blood type, which had been useful in eliminating suspects, like Nancy's fiancé, but didn't lead to any suspects. They had interviewed over 500 potential suspects, but nothing brought the case to a close. Years later, the DNA profile was done and uploaded into state and national databases. For 5 decades, the case sat cold. Farah Salome died in 2014 of leukemia at the age of 84, never knowing what happened to his fiancée. In 2019, the case was reopened by the Sacramento County Cold Case Team, and they decided genetic genealogy was going to be the best way to get an identification of Nancy's killer. Through that process, they identified several relatives related to the suspect, and in 2022, they finally had a confirmed identification after 52 years. Richard John Davis. He was a longtime Sacramento resident. He would have been 27 years old at the time of Nancy's murder, and he lived in the apartment building near Nancy Benelak. His apartment faced hers, and he would have had an unobstructed view into her apartment, and it is believed that he may have been stalking her. Davis didn't have any violent criminal history, but did have several DUIs. Davis died in '97 at the age of 54 from complications of alcoholism. Nancy's sister attended the press conference announcing Davis as the murderer. Retired Sacramento County Detective Mickey Lynx led the press conference. On October 23, 1988, the body of a young woman was found in a wooded area near Reading, Pennsylvania. Her death was immediately ruled a homicide. They determined she died by strangulation, and she still had balling twine wrapped around her neck. Law enforcement concluded that the woman had been murdered in a secondary location before her body was dumped in the woods. They later were able to identify the woman as 26-year-old mother of 3, Anna Kane. The local newspaper ran a cover story about the murder, seeking information from anyone who had seen Anna the night she died, or if anyone knew who she was with that night. Anna was a sex worker, and law enforcement were having a difficult time getting people to talk to police. Detectives didn't have a lot of evidence to go on, but they did discover that her killer had left DNA on her clothing, as well as a twine used to strangle her. Then, in 1990, a letter came into the newspaper that ran that story of Anna's death. Addressed from a concerned citizen, the writer had included several details that had never been released to the media, information only the killer would have known. Detectives believed that the killer had penned the letter to taunt law enforcement. They kept the letter, and years later, they were able to collect DNA from the envelope and match it to the DNA found on Anna's clothing. In 2002, the Pennsylvania State Police received a grant, which would give them funding to do genetic genealogy testing, and later that year they had a suspect, Scott Grimm. Once Grimm was identified, law enforcement looked to confirm the DNA connection. Grimm had died in 2018 at the age of 58. However, he'd been involved in a harassment case with an ex-business partner where he had mailed several menacing letters. They compared the DNA from those envelopes to the DNA in Anna's case, and it was a direct match. At this time, law enforcement are continuing to investigate how Grimm connected with Anna, and if there are more victims out there. Anna's daughter Tamika Reyes was 9 when her mother was taken away from her. Despite the struggles her mother faced, she wants her to be remembered as much more than what the media has portrayed her to be. Anna Kane was a loving mother. She was outgoing, fearless, and caring. She cherishes the memory she has of her mother and remembers her as a woman who made great sacrifices for her children and was loved by all those who knew her. The Miramichi on the coast of New Brunswick is renowned for its earnest beauty and lush greenery, and as soon as the first rays of sunlight glint brightly on the clear waters of the Miramichi River, the streets would buzz with life and joy as the residents began their daily routine. It was a peaceful community where people normally didn't lock their doors. They left their cars unlocked and slept without worry. Until one day it wasn't. In the late 1980s, the sense of security became a thing of the past, when a reign of terror began after a series of heinous crimes committed by a man without mercy. A man who loathed society and believed it was responsible for how his life turned out. On June 21, 1986, in the early morning hours, a frantic 911 call came to dispatchers. The victim, Mary Glenn Denning, had been beaten severely and discovered her husband had been murdered. They owned a convenience store, which was attached to their home, and she detailed that she and her husband had heard a break-in, and when they confronted the robbers, they were viciously attacked. She had lost consciousness, and her attacker likely thought she was dead. While talking to the 911 operator, she identified her attacker, Miramichi local and regular customer, Alan Legere, and 2 younger men. With Mary's description and the evidence left behind, the police had no trouble finding the perpetrators. The 3 were arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Alan Joseph Ledger was born on February 13, 1948, to a low-income family living in Chatham Head, a neighborhood of the Miramichi. Not only did Ledger grow up in poverty, but he was surrounded by a significant amount of crime. The area was known for thefts, assaults, and break-ins, and it was the kind of environment where he discovered his own taste for criminal acts. He'd walked out on his family, leaving behind 3 small children and a single mother to fend for them. Alan had a rough upbringing. His family had always struggled with financial difficulties, and other children made fun of him and his siblings for being fatherless. That made Alan feel like an outcast. He leaned heavily on his older brother, who he looked up to. Alan was also seen as a Jacqueline Hyde-type character even as a child. To those he was fond of, he was seen as a sweet, charming, and lovely child. Those he disliked described him as a spiteful, cruel little boy. This would go on to follow him into adulthood, where to one person he was charming and incredibly friendly, and to the next he would be loathsome and frightening. He would often talk to his mother about resenting the local community for turning its back on them. His mother tried many times to talk him out of these negative thoughts, but her attempts were always futile. And it was the beginning of Alan's cycle of hatred and disdain towards society. Alan plagued his community from a young age. He would break into homes, sometimes just to see if he could do it, and sometimes he would steal things, food, jewelry, and money. He had been well known by law enforcement and had been in and out of jail throughout his youth. He was known in the community as being unpredictably violent. The Leger family would change forever when Alan's older brother would be hit by a truck while crossing a bridge. Alan's mother, enraged with grief, turned that anger towards Alan, frequently telling him that the wrong son had been killed and it should have been him. This would be a final straw for Alan. He'd lost his brother, his confidant, and his only friend, and he felt his mother had betrayed him with her vitriol. His community feared him because of his violent nature and petty crimes, and he felt he wasn't wanted by anyone. Alan decided to leave Chatham when he was 16. He moved 1,000 kilometers away to Winchester, Ontario, a town located about an hour south of Ottawa. He felt it was a fresh start and an opportunity to reinvent himself. He started working as a car salesman, his only ever legitimate job, but it wouldn't take long for him to realize that going to work every day wasn't as lucrative as petty crime. He also struggled in the sales environment. He started looking for other ways to earn easy money and eventually resorted to a life of crime. Petty theft becoming his way of rebelling against the society that had shunned him. He went back to breaking into homes and stealing cash and valuables. Sometimes he would get caught in the act, resulting in him getting beaten and ridiculed, something that further fueled his animosity towards the community. It's also where he learned to target only those who were more vulnerable, seniors, people with disabilities, and those who were less likely to fight back. While he was living in Ontario, he met a woman and got married. The couple had 2 children together, but Alan was discovered to have several affairs, and the two would soon divorce after a few years. By his mid-30s, Alan was tired of trying to fit in. He was working a job he hated, and his coworkers were making fun of him. So shortly after turning 37, he quit his job and moved to an area in the Miramichi Valley called the Black River Bridge. It was there that he met John and married Glenn Denning. Were a lovely couple who owned a small shop and lived above it. The locals loved them. They'd open the shop early in the morning to meet and chat with their customers. One of them was Alan Ledger. In the years in his absence, his reputation as a youth had dissipated somewhat. People had been willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, hoping to believe that he had outgrown his Alan, had taken a special interest in the Glendennings upon seeing the safe in their shop. He also learned from John that they weren't keeping their savings in a bank. He started to plan a robbery. He thought it was going to be a pretty straightforward job. He'd seen the safe, he knew where it was, and John was a 66-year-old man who didn't stand a chance against Alan, who was nearly 6 feet tall. But Alan's plan included one tricky part. He wanted to steal the entire safe and take it to a hiding place. So he spent some time looking for accomplices to help him break into the shop and carry the safe. He found his match in 18-year-old Todd Machette and 19-year-old Scott Curtis, who had a long history of petty theft despite their young age. On the night of June 21, 1986, the trio decided to put their seemingly perfect plan into motion. They broke into the shop, found the fuse box, and cut the power. Until then, the plan was going smoothly, but when they reached the place where the safe was supposed to be kept, they were shocked to find it was gone. They decided to search for it upstairs, but found themselves face to face with John and Mary, who, unfortunately for them, were still awake. They ambushed John and beat him furiously until he was all bloodied and battered. They did the same to Mary, and she'd also been sexually assaulted. Then the three decided to flee the scene after realizing the mess they made, leaving the Glendennings for dead. They hadn't anticipated anyone finding the bodies until morning. And they certainly had no idea that Mary had survived the attack. After the three were arrested, they were held while they were waiting trial. During the trial, Alan claimed that even though he was present at the scene, he never participated in the assault, but of course he didn't fool the jury and was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 18 years. Alan thought he didn't deserve to be in prison. which made the hatred he already harbored for the community reach new heights. He filed 2 unsuccessful appeals before realizing he wouldn't be able to secure freedom legally. While in prison, he'd become a model prisoner. Shockingly, he didn't get into any trouble there. He worked out, read books, got along with other inmates, and did his work pleasantly. He built up a friendly relationship with prison workers. What they didn't realize was Leger was playing long con and was working on his prison escape. On May 3, 1989, Alan was escorted to the Dr. George L. Dumont University Hospital in Moncton, Ontario, to be treated for a bad ear infection. At the time, no one knew that Alan had devised a plan to make his infection so bad it was impossible to be treated at the prison infirmary. He would poke his ear with metal objects and even pour his own urine into it to make the infection worse. Once in the hospital, Alan asked the prison guards to allow him to use the washroom. The guards didn't see it as an issue, and he was still shackled at the hands and feet, so they didn't think much of it. They let him go into the washroom, unsupervised. Leger took the opportunity to put a well-thought-out plan into action. Alan fashioned a piece of metal into a handcuff key and had hidden it on his person. He also had a metal antenna from his prison-issued TV set, which was concealed within his body. Alan asked the guards by the door for toilet paper to buy himself enough time to unlock the handcuffs and shackles. Then he used the antenna, which he fashioned into a shiv, to threaten the guards before making a run for it. The guards didn't have any weapons on them. They only had pepper spray, which hadn't done much as they chased Leger through the hospital. Leger had prepared for this physically, and he'd been able to easily outpace the guards. Outside the hospital, Peggy Olive was just exiting her car when she was viciously put back into it by none other than Alan Leger, who hijacked the car and kidnapped her. He ordered her to drive, and the terrified Peggy drove him to where he wanted to go. Eventually, he allowed her to pull over and get out of the car. He then assured her that he wouldn't harm her car, thanked her, and then took off. He dumped the vehicle outside of Moncton. After his escape, Alan Leger wasted no time getting back into committing crimes. On May 7th, he was suspected of attacking a man named Max Ramsey, who was found beaten after his car and wallet were stolen. The car was later found in a neighboring town. On May 10th, a woman's house was broken into and she found that all her jewelry was gone. A contingency plan was put into motion by the police, and helicopters were surveying the area from above. The manhunt was on, but Alan Lashar was nowhere to be found, and the last place they thought to look for Alan was back at the Mirimichi. On May 29th, less than 4 weeks after his escape, Alan Lashar broke into a small convenience store owned by Annie Flam and her sister-in-law Nina. Both women were in their 80s. He first found Annie alone and demanded money from her. Then he tied her up and beat her repeatedly with a blunt object right in the face, breaking her jaw. He then sexually assaulted her before ending her life with one last blow to the head. By then, Nina had woken up and went to check up on her sister. Losing her beat and sexually assaulted her too, until she faked losing consciousness, making him assume she was dead. He carried her to her room and tucked her into bed. Then he set the house on fire and stood outside, watching as the angry fires consumed the house. When Nina noticed the house was on fire, she ran to the door and she was pushed back into the house by Alan, who was still waiting outside. Patrolling officers were passing by the house when they saw the blazing flames and called the fire department. When the firefighters and paramedics arrived at the scene, they found the lifeless body of Annie Flam and the unconscious Nina Flam. They pulled Nina out in time, but she had second-degree burns on 70% of her body and had to be kept on a respirator. When they were able to question her, she told them that her attacker had a chain around his waist and was rambling about how society had failed him. For the police, a chain around his waist meant one thing: the culprit had to be an escaped prisoner. However, at the time, there were 2 more fugitives other than Alan Leger that had escaped. Brothers David and John Tenischuk escaped from prison on May 22nd, but the police shortly found them in a hunting camp. They were eliminated as suspects, leaving Alan Leger as the prime suspect. RCMP officer Kevin Mall was called into the case. He took a semen sample from the surviving victim and wanted to prove that it belonged to Leger. However, DNA analysis was still a new science and had only been used in the US and Britain. On June 1st, Joe Irving chased an intruder who tried to break into his house through multiple yards before losing him. The following day, a Chatham contractor found a pair of glasses very close to where Irving had lost track of the intruder. Officer Kevin Mould took the glasses to an optometrist, who confirmed that they were in the same style, size, and prescription Luja was wearing when he escaped prison. On September 30th, a man was shot in the back by a shotgun, and on the following day, a couple were beaten in their home. It was believed that Leger committed these crimes because they took place near a police station and they thought that Leger was the only one bold enough to attack people so close to law enforcement. However, at that time, Alain Leger wasn't the only one stirring the pot around the Miramichi region. Allard V. New of Newcastle was arrested and charged with those two attacks. Law enforcement now had the issue of copycat killers. Back now around October, the Supreme Court of Canada shut down another appeal attempt from Alain Leger, saying they couldn't provide a ruling while the accused was unlawfully at large. Ironically, Leger thought he stood a chance of winning the appeal while he was on the run. This proves how delusional and self-entitled Leger was. A psychologist at the Atlantic Institution referred to him as a classic psychopath. He had no remorse and thought he shouldn't be incriminated or imprisoned for anything he did. According to a ledger, it was the community who should be blamed. On Friday, the 13th of October, Leger struck again. Both in their 50s, sisters Donna and Linda Donnie were murdered in their home, which was later set on fire. Leger unscrewed the light bulbs, disconnected the telephone lines, and picked the lock on the back door. Then he tied up Linda, made her watch, as he sexually assaulted and tortured her sister. The autopsy results showed that Donna had been tortured and beat on the head until she died. Afterwards, the same fate befell Linda. When the police found the two bodies, they had a hard time telling them apart because of how badly and beaten and burned they were. They ended up identifying them through their size. The crime scene was identical to the first one, and law enforcement immediately suspected Alain Leger, and they realized Leger's MO and signature were leaving behind a trail of destruction and mayhem. By then, the Miramichi was in total panic. People stopped going out, traffic diminished, and those that left their doors unlocked for years began installing security systems and lights in their home to deter Leger from choosing them as a target. As a result, this whole system was given the name the Leger Lights. That year, Halloween was also canceled, as the last thing police wanted were people roaming the streets in masks, making it a golden opportunity for Leger to mingle and strike again. Leger knew the Miramichi area well, making the police feel like they were chasing a ghost lurking in the shadows. Lead detective commented saying that he was able to slip under the radar and commit another crime and us not able to stop that. It was a tremendous feeling of helplessness. On November 14th, Roman Catholic priest James Smith left the Miramichi Hospital at 5 p.m. and went back to the rectory where he lived. At 9 p.m., a neighbor saw him standing on his patio looking around as if he'd heard something. This was the last time anyone had seen him alive. The following day, the priest was supposed to hold service. But when he failed to show up, people grew concerned as they knew the father to always be punctual. So they decided to check his house, and nothing would have ever prepared them for what they found inside. Even the police officers described the crime scene as a scene from hell. Blood was everywhere. Father Smith had a massive cut on his chest. His eyes were gouged out. 3 of his teeth were broken, and someone had tried to rip out his tongue. And the autopsy report revealed that his rib cage had been separated from his sternum, meaning that whoever killed him had stood up on his chest with both feet and jumped up and down forcefully. They even discovered that the killer had the audacity to spend the night at the father's house after committing his heinous crime. He ate, washed his boots, put plastic bags on his feet to keep them dry, and changed his bloody clothes, and even answered the phone, telling the caller they'd gotten the wrong number. A further inspection of the crime scene led them to discover lots of DNA and hair samples that they were able to later confirm belonged to Alain Leger. They also found bloody footprints that led them to the garage, where they discovered that Father Smith's car had been stolen. Finally, they tracked the car to a train station, where a cashier told them that the man matching Leger's description had purchased a ticket to Montreal. The police immediately contacted the Quebec authorities and told them to stop the train and search the passengers. They gave them Leger's mugshot and told them to check for a tattoo of an eagle on the right forearm. One passenger slightly resembled the description, yet he appeared much smaller and was clean-shaven with short hair. On the other hand, Leger looked disheveled and rugged in the mugshot. The passenger told him his name was Fernand Serrois. They asked him to roll up his sleeve, and there was no tattoo, so they let him go. However, that man was in fact Leger, who had lost a lot of weight as a result of being on the run, and the description given to the police had an error. The eagle tattoo was actually on his left arm. Leger had slipped through their fingers again, and the manhunt expanded countrywide. At this time, Crime Stoppers put an award for $50,000 for information leading to his arrest. On November 23rd, a St. John taxi driver was stopped by a man wanting to go to Moncton. The driver called the dispatcher and agreed to the ride when he found out the fare was $100. But once the man was inside the taxi, he revealed a gun and said, "I'm the one they're looking for. I'm Alan Leger." It was a snowy night, and the icy roads led the cab driver to lose control of the car and crashed into a snowbank. Alan ordered the driver out of the car and took him hostage. Then he hid the gun and managed to stop a car driven by a woman and asked her to help them. Being a good Samaritan, the woman agreed to give them a ride, and once they entered the vehicle, Leger showed his gun and revealed his identity to her. Little did he know, she was actually an off-duty RCMP officer. She drove for a while towards Moncton, but had to stop for gas. Leger took the car keys, filled the tank, and walked into the store to pay the $15 for the gas. At the same time, Officer Michelle Mercer used the spare key she was hiding and drove away before Leger could catch up to them. And in the early hours of November 24th, she walked into the nearest RCMP department and reported everything that had happened. They wasted no time setting up roadblocks and sent officers to the streets. Leger told the trucker to use the back road, thinking that by doing this he was going to avoid the police. However, that alerted another trucker, who knew that large trucks couldn't use those back roads, and he notified police, and they managed to catch up with the truck after a 30-minute chase. Some law enforcement had expected a gun show, but once cornered, Alan Leger tossed the gun out of the window, raised his arms, and surrendered without any resistance. Al Leger wanted to be perceived as a strong, powerful, and competent man, but he could only display his violence and aggression towards people weaker than him, and he wasn't willing to fight several armed officers. On August 13, 1990, Leger was sentenced to 9 years for his escape and the kidnapping of Peggy Olive. They were to be served concurrently with the original life sentence he received for the Glendenning murder, where DNA evidence was admitted to the courts for the first time in Canadian history. A year later, on November 3, 1991, Alan Leger was found guilty of all murder charges and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the eligibility for parole for 25 years. In 2020, he made a request for day parole, and in 2021, during his parole hearing, he said he couldn't fathom why the community refused to forgive him. He also said that he didn't see himself as a violent person. Needless to say, his parole was denied. Today, Alan Leger is 74 years old and living behind bars of a maximum security prison in Edmonton, Alberta. He has little to no hope of ever seeing the outside of its walls. On October 5, 1980, in Henderson, Nevada, the body of a young woman was found in a remote desert area. The young woman is estimated to be between the ages of 17 and 19. She had been found without any clothing, a purse, or identification. She was 5 feet 2 inches, 102 pounds, with light brown hair and blue eyes. Sketches were done of the unknown Jane Doe and circulated around the state, but no one came forward to identify her. Eventually, the Henderson Police Department gave her the moniker Jane Herrero Grandot for the area she was found in. Fingerprint and dental characteristics were logged with national databases. A description included references to a crude, apparently amateur tattoo made with blue ink on the inside of her right forearm. She had pierced ears, a vaccination scar on her left bicep, and had dental work done in the past. She had died from blunt force trauma, and her death was ruled as a homicide. According to local police, She had been stabbed and beaten to death, possibly with a hammer. She had facial injuries, multiple head wounds, and puncture or stab wounds on her back. One of her teeth had even been knocked out. She'd been in the desert for less than 24 hours before her body was discovered. Despite best efforts from law enforcement, they weren't able to locate anyone that recognized the Jane Doe and really had no way of solving her murder. The lead detective on her case, who had been with her since her discovery, had vowed to see her case through. He and his wife had even covered the cost of her burial. Her case quickly went cold and eventually was closed altogether. In 2015, detectives at the Henderson PD were going through unsolved cold cases and decided to give the Aurora Grande Jane Doe case another look. They reached out to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who had experts make an artistic rendering and began to circulate the image. They also exhumed her grave in order to get a fresh DNA sample. The case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries in 2021. In that same year, they received their first advance in the case in 40 years. Jane Doe's DNA had a direct familial match. They reached out to that person, who ended up being Jane Doe's sibling. And after 4 decades, they had an identification. Tammy Terrell disappeared from Roswell, New Mexico, back in 1980. She was a troubled teen living in Roswell in a foster home with her 4 sisters. Despite the rough start she'd had in life, she was trying to turn her life around. On the night of her disappearance, her foster parents had dropped her off at the Eastern New Mexico Fairgrounds in Roswell with another girl. When they returned to pick her up, Tammy was not there. According to authorities, she was last seen at a restaurant near the fairgrounds with a man and a woman. Tammy's sisters never stopped looking for her, and the lead detective that had originally worked her case was at the press conference when her identification was announced. Police agencies in Nevada and southeast New Mexico are working together to find out who killed Tammy and how she ended up in Nevada. Roswell police are actively seeking leads for anyone who might have seen Tammy on the night in 1980 or knows anything about her disappearance. Anyone with information on the Tammy Terrell case is asked to contact Henderson Police Department or Crime Stoppers. On May 21, 2002, near Highway 135, just outside of Liberty, Texas, archaeologists collecting soil samples made a grisly discovery. They found a human skull and a partial skeleton remains in an open field near Swamp City Road. The medical examiner determined their remains belonged to a Hispanic or white woman between the ages of 16 and 30 and determined that the remains had been there for at least 2 years. Because the remains had been exposed to the elements for so long, it was difficult to determine the cause of death. There was no additional evidence found near the remains and nothing to identify the woman, and the case went cold before it could even begin. The case was re-examined in 2013, where the skull was scanned for 3D reconstruction. It was then that they discovered the victim had a cleft palate. They sent out the rendering to various government agencies and attempted to match it to a missing persons case in Texas. They sent out the rendering to various government agencies and attempted to match it to a missing persons cases in Texas, but nothing came up. In 2019, the DNA Doe Project was contacted to help determine who the remains belonged to using genetic genealogy research. After 2 years, they traced her direct maternal line back to a family located in Virginia and North Carolina. They also discovered that the family had a daughter who had moved to Texas and had a cleft palate. Law enforcement had never been able to locate that woman, who would have been 27 back in the late 90s, and there weren't any records of her after 1998, making officers confident that the remains belonged to Pamela Darlene Young. Pamela had never been reported missing by her family. She had relocated to Texas after falling out with family members. Chief Deputy Craig Harrington with the Greggs County Sheriff's Department said, "There are no leads in this case. They are still hoping to find information about what happened to Pamela. They still have no idea how Pamela came to be in an open field and no cause of death was ever determined. But they did reveal they have a person of interest. However, they have been deceased since 2017. Anyone with information about Pamela, particularly if anyone knew her when she lived in Texas, is asked to call the Sheriff's Criminal Investigation Division or the Greggs County." On April 8, 1981, A young woman's body was found near the Pima County Fairgrounds in Arizona by a group riding off-road vehicles. Her body had been dumped along a dirt road. Detectives said it appeared that the woman had been sexually assaulted and suffered a violent death. She had been in the desert for a couple of days before she was discovered. No identification could be found for the young woman. She was described as blonde with delicate facial features, 18 to 20 years old, 5'3" and a small frame. She was wearing a navy blue blouse with red sleeves and a floral print, blue jeans, white ankle socks with pom-poms, and brown suede shoes. 2 jackets were also found near her body. One a blue denim with red and white stripes on the cuffs and collar, and the other a blue rain jacket. They did a sketch of the woman, but no one came forward, and she was given the name Pima for 3 decades. That was all she was known as. In 2012, detectives decided to reopen her investigation and gather new evidence. Her body was exhumed, DNA evidence was taken, and investigators also took the opportunity to create a 3D rendering of her skull to get a better idea of what she may have looked like. In 2014, it was determined that the reconstruction closely matched a potential unknown victim from an inmate in Arizona. John Kalhauser, who was serving 26 years and had taken a no-contest plea regarding his wife's disappearance. The photograph had been in his wallet when he was arrested, and he would never reveal who the young woman was. Law enforcement paired the photograph with the reconstruction and sent it through social media all over the country, hoping someone would recognize her. Eventually, cold case detectives got in contact with Bill Giroux, who thought the reconstruction might be his sister. He wanted to get ruled out, still hoping his beloved sister was still alive. 20-year-old Brenda Giroux had been missing since 1981. She had left on a road trip with her boyfriend, John Kalhauser. Bill and Brenda had grown up in foster care, and they were all each other had for a family. Brenda was a few years older than he was, and he remembered how mad he was when Brenda told him she was going to California. He didn't want to be left behind, but Brenda assured him she wasn't going to abandon him. The two had kept in contact for the first few weeks after she left. She'd called him first from New Mexico, and she sent him an envelope of turquoise. Her last call had been from Arizona, where she had seemed upset, and told Bill that she was coming home. When he asked what was wrong, she didn't say. It had been a short call, but she told him that she loved him before hanging up. That was the last time Bill spoke to his sister. The envelope of turquoise she had mailed him arrived several weeks later. Over the years, Bill had made several attempts to find his sister, when law enforcement didn't file a police report believing she wasn't a missing person. Another attempt informed him that they had made contact with Brenda, and that she didn't want to be in contact with him, which had crushed him. To now know that after all these years she had been deceased was heartbreaking, but Brenda hadn't willingly left him behind. DNA confirmed Pima County Jane Doe was Brenda, and law enforcement brought that to John Kalhauser, who refused to acknowledge he knew Brenda. Bill said that he didn't know that John Kalhauser was a convicted murderer, and he thought Brenda didn't know either. He served 7 years in prison for killing a man when he was only 17. He had also shot the lover of his fiancée in 1979. That man had survived 3 gunshot wounds, and Kalhauser had been charged with armed assault with intent to murder. He was out on bond when he met Brenda. The two had met in a bar that Brenda was working at. Eventually, he convinced her to take a trip with him to California, but what he didn't tell her was that he was skipping out on his parole. Bill remembered his final goodbye with Brenda. She had jumped on the back of Kalhauser's motorcycle and the two set off. John Kalhauser stayed in Arizona. He started going by the name Donald Stechy, which had been the name of a classmate he'd gone to school with in elementary school. He got married to Diane Van Reeth, and the couple had 2 children together. In '95, Diane filed for divorce and sole custody of the children. On August 10, 1995, Diane left home from work and was never seen again, and it was then discovered that he was going by an assumed name. When law enforcement connected him to his real name, they found the warrant in Massachusetts for his arrest. He was extradited back to Massachusetts to serve 29 years for the assault of his former fiancée's boyfriend. He was also charged with Diane's murder in '99. Her body was never found. Kalhauser is scheduled for release in 2025. Anyone with information is asked to reach out to the Gregg County Crime Stoppers. 4. Kimberly Rana Jones. On September 28, 2016, a new girl's body was found in a ravine near the White Hills area of Arizona, near Highway 93 and Dolan Springs, close to the Nevada border. Due to the body decomposition, an identification or cause of death could not be made at that time. Authorities shared a composite sketch on social media, but nobody responded. She was described as 5 feet 5 inches, with a slight frame, black hair that was born in a natural curly style. Her eye color was dark, and they estimated, based on her bone structure, that she was African American, biracial, or Hispanic. In 2020, the case was re-examined and the body was exhumed for new DNA samples. By July 2021, they had matched from a relative that had submitted their DNA with a missing person report in California. Mojave Jane Doe was identified as missing teen Kimberly Rana Jones. Kimberly Rana Jones was 18 at the time of her disappearance and was reported missing from San Bernardino, California. The investigation into Kimberly's disappearance and murder is ongoing. It was September of 1973 in Neath, Wales, a quaint community 8 miles outside of the city of Swansea, when the bodies of two 16-year-old girls, Geraldine Hughes and Pauline Floyd, were found in the early morning hours dumped in a wooded area near their homes. The girls had been hitchhiking from a nightclub in the city of Swansea around 1:30 a.m. on September 1st, but the girls never made it home that night. The girls had been picked up, and despite what should have been a short drive home, the girls were driven to a grove of trees near where they lived. There, Geraldine and Pauline were both sexually assaulted, then apparently allowed to redress as indicated by dirt and debris on the soles of their feet and inside their tights. They were both killed within yards of each other, sustaining head wounds and strangulation marks. It was determined that strangulation by rope was the cause of their deaths. How their killer managed to control and murder both girls simultaneously is unknown and likely never will be. The homicides left two families grief-stricken and the local community afraid and outraged. To make matters worse, this was not the only recent murder of a local teenage girl. Just a few months earlier, in July of 1973, 16-year-old Sandra Newton had been found dead in Neath, her body dumped in a culvert near the mountain roadway. Like Geraldine and Pauline, Sandra had been hitchhiking home from a nearby nightclub when she was picked up, sexually assaulted, and strangled to death with the hem of her chiffon skirt. Since all of the girls had been hitchhiking when they were picked up and killed, it's easy to look at a case like this from a modern perspective and wonder why such young girls would have been getting in a car with a strange man alone at night. But in the 1970s, hitchhiking was normal. It was part of the culture, even for young women. There also often wasn't another option. When the girls were going out, there weren't any buses running at 1 or 2 a.m., and none of the victims had cars of their own. Taxis also would have been much too expensive, so this really only left hitchhiking when going out miles from home. With the hitchhiking, the assaults, and the strangulation in common, the connection between the murders seemed obvious to local citizens, news outlets, and police at first, but became complicated by the fact that Sandra had a married boyfriend who she'd been out with the night of her murder, who seemed a likely suspect in her murder investigation. Her boyfriend claimed they'd walked home in opposite directions, and that was the last he saw of her on the night of her death. And since her body was found miles away from where they had last been together, he was eventually ruled out as a suspect. So an alleged connection between the murders was established once again. Following the murders of Geraldine and Pauline in September, the Welsh police quickly assembled a huge team to catch the man that local papers began to call the Saturday Night Strangler. Over 150 detectives were dispatched to go door to door to see if anyone saw anything suspicious on the night of the murders. This case was about to become the largest murder inquiry in Welsh history. In 1973, when the investigation was just beginning, the term serial killer had not yet been coined. Little was known about this type of repeat killer. The personality or motivations of serial killers were not understood. And criminal profiling and psychology were fairly new concepts. It would take another 10 years before DNA evidence would first be used in a criminal trial. Therefore, the police understandably had little to go on with the exception of one lead: a white car. Passing drivers had reported seeing this vehicle parked near Pauline and Geraldine's murder site between 1:45 to 2:15 a.m. on September 16th. Similarly, others had reported a similar same color, make, and model of the car going like the Clappers or very fast in Neath at the time of Sandra's murder. They narrowed down the make and model based on witness statements to likely be a white Austin 1100, which at the time was an incredibly common vehicle. It had been Britain's best-selling car for almost a decade, with over 1 million vehicles sold in the UK. The police felt confident that their killer would own or at least have been using that car. So they went right down the list of registrations, questioning anyone in the area who owned a white Austin 1100 car. The result was thousands of names that led to hundreds of interviews and an overwhelming amount of suspects and information. Police simply checked each Austin 1100 owner for an alibi and crossed each name off a list. There were so many people to comb through that the killer could have easily avoided suspicion and slipped through the cracks. And slipped through he did. After several years without new information, the case went cold. It would be nearly 3 decades before new information gave the case any real traction and warranted its reopening. In the meantime, the families and communities were left without answers. In 2001, forensic science had really advanced to a point that the girl's clothing could be tested for DNA evidence. The girl's clothing was removed from an evidence box that had spent decades in sterile storage. Full DNA profiles were able to be pulled from the clothing articles that had been worn by Pauline and Sandra. Samples from the 2 cases could be tested against one another, hopefully proving that the murders were committed by the same person. DNA taken from the 2 separate crime scenes were exact matches, finally showing that these 3 deaths had been the work of a single serial killer. This new evidence was compelling enough to reopen the case. Detectives began scouring the national databases for a match using the new DNA evidence. While they weren't able to find an exact match, they did find a near match, which likely belonged to a relative of the killer. The similar DNA was that of Paul Capin, a local car thief, which led back to a man who had been questioned for owning a white Austin 1100 as part of the initial investigation in 1973. His name was Joseph Capin, and he was now suspect number 1. Joseph Capin was a local to the Neath area. He had been born in Port Talbot in 1941. Those who knew Capin described him as a man of violent disposition. As early as the age of 12, Capin had come to the attention of the police. By the time the murders were committed, he had a record of more than 30 criminal offenses, including robbing gas meters, car theft, burglary, and assault. He was frequently in and out of prison, and he had never been able to hold down a job for long, but worked as a bus driver and a bouncer at local clubs on and off, giving Capin the unique opportunity to commit the murders. He could have followed the teens right from the club. Capin's ex-wife Christine is partially to blame for why he was overlooked. She provided his alibi on the nights of the murder. Joseph and Christine Capin had met when he was 20 and she was 17. They married quickly after Christine discovered she was pregnant with their first child. Their 18-year marriage got off to a rough start when Joseph Capin was sent to prison for 3 years for breaking into houses and robbing gas meters 10 days into their married life. But even when he got out of prison and became a father of 2, it was never a happy household. Money was always tight since Capin couldn't hold down a job, and they barely made ends meet with his short-lived gigs. In an interview, Christine said, "I thought all men were violent. He used to sexual assault me every 2 weeks. It was against my will. I never wanted it." Joe would say, "Come on, come on," and then he would insist on his conjugal rights. In one incident, Capin terrified his son Paul when he was just a child. While they were walking a beach, they found a dog. Capin decided it was too old and proceeded to pick up a wire and strangle the dog in front of his son. This was also around the same time that the murders were being committed. When the police came knocking in 1973 to inquire about the murders, Christine had not put 2 and 2 together. She was young and naive and did not believe her husband was capable of murder. Furthermore, because Capin was always committing petty crimes, Christine had learned to agree with him if the police showed up at the house. So like she often had, she alibied him for the night of the murders, and the police checked him off their list. 3 years went by before the DNA evidence had landed Capin back on the police radar and made him their top suspect in 2002. Yet another obstacle stood in the way of the killer being brought to justice. Kappen had died of lung cancer at only 48 years old in 1990. Though Kappen could never be punished for ending the lives of the 3 young women, the police hoped they could still find a way to prove his guilt and bring a sense of finality and peace to the families of the victims. In 2003, police found a way to do just that when they received permission to exhume Kappen's body, extract a sample of his DNA, and test it against the samples found on the girls. When they did so, they received the answer they had been looking for and finally proved that Joseph Kappen was the man who sexually assaulted and killed Sandra Newton, Geraldine Hughes, and Pauline Floyd in July and September of 1973. Kappen was the first person to be identified after death as a serial killer through familial DNA profiling. The conclusion of this case was not only a milestone in DNA profiling, but it brought answers to the 3 families of the girls who had never thought they would live to see their daughter's killer identified. We have relived what Geraldine must have gone through every night for nearly 30 years. Now we know for certain who killed our daughter, and we can finally find some peace. We took flowers to Geraldine's grave and had a few quiet words with her, and we felt we had put her to rest properly. In addition to the murders in 1973, Kappen is also being investigated for the murder of Maureen Malky, who was aged 23 and was strangled and killed in 1976. There were also several sexual assaults in areas he lived in and worked in that are being investigated to see if there's a connection. Joseph Kappen had been Wales' first serial killer. Cold case detective Dr. Colin Dark said in a statement to media, "After all these years of questions, suppositions, and heartaches to the girls' families, we got our man at last. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries." Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth. Las Vegas used to be a small town back in 1905, but now it's the biggest city in Nevada. People might not know that. It's famous for its nightlife, casinos, and attractions, which bring in tourists from all over. Sandra was from Boise, Idaho's capital, but she moved to Las Vegas with her childhood friend. They decided to live together as roommates in a house near a park and the downtown police station, which made them feel safer. Sandra also had a 3-year-old daughter with her boyfriend. To make money, Sandra got a job as a waitress at a popular restaurant called Sambo's Restaurant. Life was going okay for the 25-year-old mom until things took a dark turn. Sandra had no idea that her life would come to an abrupt end on December 26, 1980. Post-Christmas festivity was still in the air, and no one living within the East Las Vegas neighborhood where Sandra resided would have expected a tragedy to occur. Around 9 p.m. on December 26th, Sandra's boyfriend decided to pay her a visit. On arriving at the house, he noticed that it was unusually quiet. He went straight to Sandra's room and was shocked to his core by the sight that greeted him. Lying face up on the bed was Sandra. She was dead and the walls were splattered with her blood. Her agitated boyfriend immediately sprung into action and called the police to report the incident. And in a matter of minutes, police officers from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department arrived. They determined that Sandra had been sexually assaulted, stabbed, and strangled to death. Sandra's daughter, who had gone to stay with her grandparents at the time, had not been around to witness the terrible scene. Sandra's family was devastated when they were given the news of her death. Investigators immediately commenced an investigation. Sandra's roommate was questioned, and she revealed that she had seen Sandra alive barely 2 hours before her death. At the scene of the murder, investigators were able to collect several dark hairs. They had been found on Sandra's stomach and were believed to belong to her killer. Sandra herself was blonde, so the dark hairs stood out. In addition, investigators also got their hands on several other items of evidence, and one of these included a drinking glass containing Kool-Aid. Upon further analysis, a fingerprint was discovered on the drinking glass, and it was not long before a match was found. The fingerprint belonged to a man by the name of Paul Newtall. He was immediately named as a person of interest. The investigation was moving quickly, and it seemed the authorities were making headway. However, they ended up being disappointed. Paul was brought in for questioning, but there was nothing tangible detectives could use to pin him to the murder. As it turned out, Paul was a close friend of Sandra's roommate. According to the roommate's explanation to the detectives, Paul had been at their residence the morning of the murder. She further explained that Paul had asked her to let him sleep in the house because he had nowhere else to go. She had declined, and her reason was that Sandra did not know him well. However, she later invited Paul in to wait for her while she got ready for work. She had told him they would leave together when she left the house. During this time, Paul helped himself to a glass of Kool-Aid. This perfectly explained why his fingerprint had been found on the drinking glass. The roommate also said that after she had gotten ready for work, she and Paul had then left the house. With this revelation, authorities had no choice but to let Paul go. He was deemed an innocent man. The case grew cold. It wasn't until February 2021 that the case would be reopened again. This reopening was prompted by a call from Sandra's daughter to the police department. She had asked for an update about her mother's death, and investigators decided it was high time the case was revisited. Upon a review of that investigation in conjunction with our DNA forensics lab, they were able to determine that there was additional evidence that could, using new DNA technology, Lieutenant Jason Johansson, who had investigated the case, said. The additional evidence that was submitted for testing was DNA that was found under Sandra's fingernails. This DNA had never been tested, and it proved to be the clue detectives needed to crack the case. The DNA was a match to a man, and this was none other than Paul Newtall. From the beginning, detectives had their suspicions about him. But there was nothing they could do since the technology was limited at the time of Sandra's murder. And now, with the strong evidence, authorities knew they finally had him cornered. Paul was eventually arrested on October 27, 2022, at his home in Northwest Valley, Las Vegas. After Paul Newtall was taken into custody, my cold case investigators had the pleasure of making the one phone call that every cold case detective wants to make. Lieutenant Jason said during a news conference after Paul's arrest, "I am hopeful that in some way, shape, or form, this provides some sort of closure for the family," he added. Paul, who is currently 64 years of age, was slammed with charges including murder, sexual assault with the use of a deadly weapon, and burglary while in possession of a deadly weapon. A look at Paul's criminal history revealed that he had not been involved in any other violent crime. However, he had been arrested in the past for felony and drug possession. At the moment, it's still unclear what fate awaits him since his court case is still ongoing. There is also a concern that Paul might have impaired thinking and reasoning ability. Authorities believe that this might hinder him from understanding the charges against him. Due to this, he is being made to undergo a mental health evaluation. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. In 1980, 20-year-old Robin Brooks lived in an apartment on Tally Ho Drive in the beautiful city of Sacramento. Sacramento is a city with a rich history. It has so many nicknames, including the City of Trees. Following the discovery of gold in the area back in the 18th century, gold seekers came in large numbers to mine the precious metal. At present, Sacramento is famous for its extensive and vibrant agriculture. Robin was born in Fort Lee, Virginia, but lived most of her life in Highland, New York. She was carefree, fun-loving, and well-loved by her family. She didn't have fear, not like I had. Maria Eric, Robin's elder sister, had said, "It was more anxious, a little more careful." When Robin was around the age of 19, she decided to move to Sacramento with Maria. She had always longed to experience something new, and moving to Sacramento seemed perfect. In the new city, the two sisters settled in quite nicely. At the time, Maria was romantically involved with a man named Norbert Holston. Norbert was known for his anger issues, and this ugly side of him put a strain on his relationship with Maria. It also affected his relationship with Robin, which contributed to why the two sisters chose to live separately. However, Maria wasn't comfortable with her sister living alone. She worried for her safety, but when she made her concerns known to Robin, it only led to an argument. "I was the older sister and I always felt like I was her protector. When she came out here, she was just having fun. She was 20, Maria said. Robin worked at a donut shop off Kiefer Boulevard, a few blocks from where she lived. Since she had no car, it became routine for her to walk all the way to work and back to her apartment at the end of her shift. Life in Sacramento seemed good, and Robin was enjoying every moment of it, but it wouldn't be for long. On April 24, 1980, she worked late until around midnight. There was nothing unusual about this since her shift ended around that time. Robin couldn't wait to leave work and go home. Joan Olson, a co-worker at the donut shop, had later said she was joking about having to go home and make her bed before she could crawl into it. She had stripped the bed and done the laundry before she came to work, and she was joking about how it wasn't fair to have to make a bed at bedtime. John had added. As soon as Robin left for work, she made her way to her apartment. That would be the last time she was seen alive by anyone. Robin had a swim date planned with a couple of friends the next day. However, she did not show up for it. Her absence did not go unnoticed. Her shift at the donut shop was slated to begin at 4 p.m., but Robin did not turn up for work. This was quite strange, and her absence worried her coworkers. When she didn't show up, some of them walked over to her apartment to find out what was wrong. On getting there, they discovered that Robin's door was locked. They banged on the door several times and called her name but got no response. Several worrying thoughts began to race through their minds. Had she left town without informing anybody? Was she asleep inside the house? They knew they had to find their way into the apartment to really know if she was inside or not. With the help of the house manager, they soon forced the front door open and stepped into a very silent house. Fearing the worst, they proceeded to the bedroom, and what they saw was too much to take in. Robin Brooks' lifeless body was right in the middle of a punctured waterbed. She had been bound and stabbed to death. It was an unsettling sight. Robin's co-workers wasted no time in letting the police know what had happened, and in a matter of minutes, detectives from the Sacramento Sheriff's Department arrived on the scene. An autopsy revealed that Robin had been sexually assaulted before she was stabbed 5 times. One of the knife blows had pierced her heart. Her killer's DNA was also found in her body. In addition to this, blood was found smeared on the wall of her apartment that was not Robin's. This made authorities infer that the killer had accidentally cut himself while assaulting Robin. Fingerprints belonging to an unidentified individual believed to be the killer were also found on the windowsill of Robin's apartment. This made detectives infer that whoever killed Robin had gotten in through the window. At the time, it seemed this evidence would be enough to quickly bring the killer to justice. That was not the case. Authorities were handicapped by one major challenge. The technology available was not efficient enough to aid them in their investigative work. Due to this, several months and years went by without any progress being made in the case. Robin's killer continued to remain at large. Maria was hit hard by her sister's death. For a long time, she blamed herself for not being there for Robin. She was constantly depressed, and over time she found solace in alcohol. This habit made her spiral downward, and a long battle with alcohol addiction began. In 2004, almost 24 years after Robin's brutal murder, a big break was made in the case. With advanced forensic technology, investigators were able to create a DNA profile of the killer from his blood. This new development gave investigators something more tangible to work with, and they hoped the killer would be caught in time. Several individuals believed to be the suspect's possible relatives were tested, but this yielded no result. Investigators were left even more frustrated than before. Detective Mickey Lynx, who had come out of retirement to dedicate her time to the case, had said in an interview, "It's very frustrating because we have our suspect. We have his DNA and it's a full profile. We know who he is. We just need his name. We need to find who he is." In 2017, the case took an interesting turn. investigators were able to get an idea of what the killer possibly looked like. This was made possible by a forensic method called DNA phenotyping. The method involves predicting the physical appearance of an unknown individual by using DNA extracted from semen, blood, or other bodily fluid. Can be determined using this process. In Robin's killer's case, authorities were able to create two composite sketches. One was of what he would look like at age 25, and the other was of what he would look like at age 56. These two profiles were released to the public with the hopes that someone would recognize the killer and come forward with vital information. But authorities were disappointed. Nothing came out of it. The only information authorities got was from an unnamed individual. This information was a different account of what they had initially believed happened on the day of Robin's murder. According to the informant, Robin had not gone home after leaving work. We believe she was at a party that same evening with Hiram Johnson High School students. Sergeant Paul Belly, who worked on this case, said, "This party had taken place at Roseport Way, and after the party, Robin had left for home." While all these revelations were coming to light and the investigation was ongoing, Maria had also gotten her life together. She overcame her alcohol addiction and decided that it was best she lived a life that honored her sister's memory. In 2020, investigators used a DNA search technique called genetic genealogy that helped them get closer to the truth. Genetic genealogy can be used to explore family trees by cross-referencing the DNA profile of an unknown person with that of other people in a public database. This method is very efficient and has been used to bring many elusive criminals to justice. With this method, investigators were able to connect the dots and find Robin's killer. A lab criminalist called Lynx's office line to inform her about the significant discovery, but Lynx couldn't be reached. When Lynx finally called back, the words she was told were, "You found your guy." I literally hung up the phone, and I jumped up and down, and I was clapping my hands, and I ran around the office to tell everybody, Lynx said. She informed Maria, who was also overjoyed by the news. "I was always so afraid he wouldn't be alive. What's a miracle is that DNA. It gives a lot of hope for other people. I never gave up." Maria said, the individual investigators discovered to be Robin's killer was a man by the name of Philip Lee Wilson. Wilson had continued living in Sacramento since the murder. He had been right under the nose of the authorities all the while, but they had no idea. On April 23, 2020, Wilson was arrested at the age of 71 in connection with the 40-year-old murder. He was held without bail and charged with one count of murder. Wilson maintained his innocence and the case went to trial. The trial took place nearly 2 years after his arrest. Prosecutors presented evidence that Wilson's DNA was a perfect match to the blood smeared on Robin's apartment wall back in 1980. The fingerprints found on the apartment's windowsill also matched his. According to prosecutors, Wilson snuck into her apartment through a window while she was sleeping. He bound her, sexually assaulted her, and killed her with a knife. Wilson's attorney, Thomas Klinkenbeard, did not dispute that the DNA was Wilson's. However, he argued that Wilson and Robin had known each other and they had consensual intercourse on the day of the murder. Klinkenbeard also gave a reason as to why Wilson's blood had been found in Robin's apartment. The reason he gave was that Wilson had suffered a workplace injury. In addition to all this, Klinkenbeard then blamed Robin's murder on Maria's ex-boyfriend. He described Norbert as a volatile and hot-tempered man whom Maria had been afraid of. He made it known to the court that in the days leading to Robin's murder, both Norbert and Maria had gotten into an argument, and the situation had escalated, with Norbert threatening to kill both Maria and Robin. Klinkenbeard believed that Norbert had lived up to his threat by killing Robin. Well, Maria's testimony rendered this claim invalid. She told the court that Norbert had been with her the night of the murder. Norbert himself was not available to give testimony in court because he had died many years ago. After the trial, which lasted 10 days, the case was reviewed by the jury. On March 9, 2022, which was Wilson's 73rd birthday, they reached a verdict that he was guilty of the murder charge. This decision was made after the jury had initially failed to reach an agreement. More than a month after Wilson was convicted, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Maria was relieved and elated by the news. It was much needed closure after many years. I feel like I can go on with my life now. I think the case absorbed a piece of who I was, Maria said. Lynx was also one of the people happy with the outcome of the case. There is justice in the world, and he will spend all his birthdays now in prison, Lynx had said. I wish we found him earlier, but finally justice has been done, she added. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. The city, named after Benjamin Armistead Shepard, has fewer than 3,000 people. It used to be known for lumbering, but now it's famous for its natural attractions like Lake Livingston State Park and the Big Creek Scenic Area. In 2019, Rhonda lived in Shepard. She worked as a prison guard at the Polanski unit in Livingston for over 20 years and was about to retire. Rhonda was a quiet woman who loved gardening and walking her dogs. She really didn't like snakes, so she always carried a pistol when she was outside. She mostly kept to herself, according to Detective Timothy Keene from the San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office. She often had her dog with her but didn't spend much time with other people. Even though Rhonda was someone who kept to herself, she had a large family that cherished her. At the age of 59, she was a proud mother of 3 children, Trey and Amanda. She also had 5 grandchildren whom she greatly loved. Life was going at a good pace and Rhonda was enjoying every moment of it. But things soon took a dark turn. On May 22, 2019, authorities received a 911 call about a body in the Sam Houston National Forest. This was an area close to where Rhonda lived. 2 men had been riding their quad bikes around the area and had discovered the body. In no time, police officers hopped into their vehicles and were on their way to the scene to see things for themselves. Detective Keene led the team of officers who responded to the emergency call on that day. When the officers got to the heavily wooded area shortly before 4 p.m., they made their way to the location where the body was reported to have been seen. It didn't take them long to find what they were looking for. A few meters away from a trail, they came upon an adult female wearing a shirt and jeans and lying face down on the forest floor. The woman was long dead, and from the look of things, she had been that way for a few days. Her body, which was beginning to show signs of decomposition, had been slashed multiple times. When officers looked around the surrounding area, they did not see any sign of struggle. This made them immediately suspect that she had been killed somewhere else and her body had been dumped right where it was found. There were also no other footprints in the surroundings, except for a tire mark that had been made by a quad bike. Apart from this, something else caught the detectives' attention as they found it quite strange. The dead woman was barefoot, but right beside her body were a pair of boots. Detectives immediately knew that the shoes belonged to her. First of all, most folks will not take their boots off in the woods, and second, normally when you take off your shoes or boots, you automatically face them in the same direction as you were facing. It was just odd, Detective Keene said. Immediately, we grew suspicious of the nature and the cause of death due to the way she was found, and the way her body was basically mutilated. She was found face down. She was scalped, said Detective Gary Sharpen, one of the officers who discovered the body. The body was soon sent to the Southeast Texas Forensic Center for autopsy and identification. When the body was identified, it turned out to be Rhonda. Authorities immediately contacted her family and gave them the news of her death. They were devastated. By May 24, 2019, the result of the autopsy was out. However, there was a problem. The level of decomposition of her body made it difficult for medical examiners to pinpoint what had really caused her death. There was no sign that she had been sexually molested. However, on closer inspection, drops of blood were found on her shirt, jeans, and undergarment. Since there were various slashes on her body, it was apparent where the blood had come from. Apart from this, it was also discovered that she had been hit on the head and face with an unknown object. These discoveries were, in a way, significant, but detectives were not entirely satisfied. They knew that if progress was to be made with the investigation, more details were needed. An agreement was soon reached for a second autopsy to be conducted on Rhonda's body. This time around, detectives sought the help of an anthropologist by the name of Dr. John Bithway to carry out this second autopsy. While this was going on, detectives began to look at other angles. A thorough search of Rhonda's profile was conducted, and it was discovered that she worked at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as a prison guard. This immediately caught the attention of detectives. They speculated that Rhonda might have been targeted by someone from her place of work, particularly an inmate. It was not uncommon for such things to happen, and detectives knew that having a look at Rhonda's place of work might just give them the answers they needed. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice was immediately contacted to launch an investigation into the prison system where Rhonda had worked. Several of her co-workers were interviewed, as well as some of the prison inmates, but all of these turned up nothing. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. When detectives realized that Rhonda's workplace might have nothing to do with her death, they decided to direct their attention somewhere else. By this time, the result of the second autopsy was ready. Just like the first autopsy, detectives were unable to gather enough helpful information. However, the second autopsy revealed that Rhonda had been sexually assaulted and then killed afterwards. The slash marks that were also found covering her body were believed to have been inflicted after she had died. Whoever had killed her had also made sure not to leave his DNA behind, and this made things even more difficult for detectives. There was absolutely nothing tangible they could work with. They soon realized that interviewing as many people as they could was a sure way to get meaningful information. They started with Rhonda's family. From talking to Rhonda's family, detectives were made aware of Rhonda's dislike for the woods as well as snakes. They were also told that it was common for her to carry a pistol whenever she was out mowing her lawn. With this piece of information, detectives knew that it was unlikely that Rhonda had ventured out on her own to the area where she had been found dead. But since there was no surveillance footage of the area, they couldn't know for sure. It was all beginning to look hopeless. A search of Rhonda's house didn't reveal much either, but detectives were able to locate her pistol inside the house. However, no matter how detectives looked at the case, nothing made any sense to them, Detective Keene said. Everyone seemed to like her. She was not into drugs. She was just living a normal life. There was no hidden gold mine. Detectives began to interview and question her neighbors since there was a likelihood that one of them had seen and knew what she was up to moments before her death. From these series of interviews, detectives were able to discover something they had not known before. According to the accounts given by several witnesses, Rhonda's dog had run off into the woods a few days before she was found dead. It was not the first time her dogs had run off like that. Rhonda, who had been agitated by this, had then sought the help of her neighbors to help find the dogs. Only one person had allegedly volunteered to help her, and this was a man by the name of Robert Clary. The two had then gotten on Robert's quad bike, and they had driven off into the woods. That was the last anyone saw of Rhonda. Detectives also got to find out that Robert was not a stranger to Rhonda, and his house was only a short distance away from hers. Soon after finding out all this, detectives went ahead to question Robert. He was now a person of interest in the case, and they needed to know if he had any involvement with Rhonda's death. When Robert was questioned, he did not deny knowing Rhonda. He told detectives that he was aware that she had been out looking for her runaway dogs. However, he denied that he had gone with her to look for them. This was contrary to the account given by eyewitnesses. But since detectives had no proof that he had been with her on the day she was last seen, there was nothing they could do. Along the line, detectives also became aware that Robert had been one of the two men that had found Rhonda's body in the woods. The other men had been Robert's nephew. According to what they also found out, Robert had been reluctant to inform the police about Rhonda's body. This was because he feared that police would consider him a suspect since he knew and lived close to her. So he had instead gone ahead to tell his family about the discovery. At some point, Robert had also returned to where Rhonda's body was and taken photographs of it. His nephew had been the one that had finally made the phone call about the body. When all of this got out in the open, detectives found it all very strange. It's not clear at what point in the investigation they got to find out or how exactly they found out, but it was enough for them to grow even more suspicious of Robert. An arrest warrant was out of the question because detectives were not entirely certain that the evidence they had was completely valid. Most of what they had was based on the words of other people and was circumstantial at best. This is a difficult case. We have evidence, a lot of evidence, but a lot of it is circumstantial. And we have to be 110% sure of exactly what happened before we issue any arrest warrants. Detective Keene had told the media during the investigation. Detectives eventually obtained a warrant to conduct a search on Robert's property. When detectives got to his residence, which was a travel trailer that was fenced in, they immediately showed him the warrant. He did not resist and welcomed them in. Upon entering, detectives noted that the living space was generally dirty and needed a serious makeover. However, when they entered the kitchen, they were immediately hit with the strong smell of bleach. The kitchen itself was very neat when compared to other parts of the house. Detectives found this odd. They were able to locate a container of bleach on the kitchen counter. It looked like someone did a hasty cleanup job at some point. But once again, cleaning your kitchen isn't against the law, Detective King said. Much to the detectives' disappointment, a thorough search of the house eventually yielded nothing. Robert's vehicle was also searched, but detectives could not find anything that seemed out of place. In the end, they left, but not without taking along with them a rug that had been inside the house, as well as Robert's quad bike. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab was contacted to carry out an analysis on the items, but after conducting the analysis, nothing tangible came out of it. Detectives soon enlisted the support of the U.S. Forest Service Investigative Unit, as well as the FBI. All units viewed the case from different angles, but they could not make head or tails of it. Robert remained a prime suspect, but all the evidence they had against him was not solid enough. Soon the investigation began to fizzle out, and the case went cold. Days turned into months, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. Rhonda's death remained a mystery, but authorities never gave up. Detective Gary, who worked on the case, knew that to successfully solve it, there was a need to bring in new and more capable people on deck. He weighed his options and realized that veteran prosecutor Kelly Siegler would be a great addition to the team. Kelly was a former prosecutor for Harris County, and during her time there, she prosecuted more than 200 cases, of which 68 were murders. After the end of her prosecutorial career, she focused on an investigative real-life crime series known as Cold Justice. This allowed her to work alongside investigators to reopen and solve several murder cases. When Detective Gary and another detective by the name of Omar Sheikh contacted Kelly about Rhonda's murder case, she obliged and joined in the investigation. This time around, detectives were determined to solve the case once and for all. They spent hours looking at past evidence and also took time to re-interview past witnesses. But they only ended up going around in circles. As a last resort, detectives decided to use cell phone data to help them solve the case. Experts in the field of digital forensics and pathology were brought on to help with this, and work began immediately. This was around October 2022. Detectives started by figuring out the coordinates of Rhonda's cell phone around the time that she was last seen alive. Coordinates from Robert's cell phone were also analyzed, and just as detectives expected, it placed him on the trail where Rhonda's body was found. Detectives were overjoyed by this finding because they knew solid evidence was finally available. From there, things even got more interesting. A witness came forward and gave detectives some very vital information. It's not clear who this witness was or what kind of information they provided, but their testimony further strengthened the evidence detectives had. We happened to cross a witness in this case that we knew was out there, but we had never been able to identify or locate. We happened to cross this witness, and it really was just the last piece of the puzzle we needed to get a warrant. San Jacinto County Criminal District Attorney Todd Dillon said to the media on October 31, 2022, Robert was arrested and charged with the murder of Rhonda. He was held at San Jacinto County Jail on a $750,000 bond. A look at Robert's past revealed that he was not a stranger to the law. Between 1990 and 1994, he was arrested on 4 occasions for DWI. This means driving while intoxicated or impaired. In 1994, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison after his 4th arrest for DWI. Then on June 21, 2003, he was arrested for a similar crime and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. After his release, He again got into trouble with the law the year of 2007. This time around, it was for indecency with a child. For the crime, he received a 5-year jail sentence. At the moment, it's not yet clear what his motive was for allegedly killing Rhonda, but his arrest has brought some sort of comfort to her family. For 15 years, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office tried to catch a killer. Oscar Tejeda Maya was the main suspect in Arturo Martinez Altamirano's murder in 2007, but it took a long time before they could arrest him. On October 29, 2007, hunters found Arturo's body along West Grove Road. They told the PCSO right away, and the investigators started looking into the 37-year-old man's murder. There wasn't a clear reason for the crime, but there was DNA evidence and the name of a possible suspect, Oscar Tejeda Martinez. Witnesses said they saw Arturo and Oscar together before the murder. Even though the police knew who they were looking for, Mejia got away and left the country before they could catch him. Over the years, the case went cold. Then in 2017, the homicide department reopened it when they found out Mejia was living in Mexico. The next year, they got a DNA sample from someone who was said to be close to the suspect. Through testing, detectives were able to positively match and link Mejia to the murder of Arturo. Working together, U.S. Marshals and Interpol located and arrested Mejia on January 12, 2022. Mejia, who was 59 years old at the time of his arrest, was a Mexican citizen. He was extradited to the U.S. and faces a first-degree murder charge. Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb said it was their duty to make sure violent criminals were not permitted to live freely while their victims' families suffered. "We are hopeful this will bring some peace to those who have waited so long for closure," he said. For 17 years, the mystery of Pertina Epps' murder baffled authorities until DNA evidence linked a popular schoolteacher to the crime. The 21-year-old mother of 2 was found strangled to death in an empty carport in Gardena, California. Her body was discovered by a resident of the apartment complex as they were backing out of the parking lot. She had just moved back from San Diego the day before, on April 25, 2005. Epps was alleged to have been a sex worker and was initially believed to be the victim of a serial killer. There was a fingerprint found on a purse belonging to Pertina, along with some DNA evidence. Yet neither yielded a match in police databases. Despite following up on tips and an extensive investigation into the murder, all leads were exhausted. That is, until the DNA evidence found at the crime scene was retested after Epps' case was reopened in 2021, revealing a completely new suspect. On January 27, 2022, police arrested Charles Wright, a 57-year-old math and history teacher at Monroe Middle School. His bail was set at $1 million. Following the arrest of Wright, County Administrator and head of Englewood Unified School District, Erica F. Torres, announced to parents and staff that he would no longer be teaching at any of their schools. Wright resigned from teaching after 20 years in order to focus on fighting the case. He remained adamant about his innocence, claiming the fingerprint evidence that linked him to the murder was probably due to his sideline business of selling clothing and purses from his car. Wright told investigators that if they asked anyone, they would tell them he was known to sell items from his car during the time of Epps' murder. A student who wanted to remain anonymous said they didn't believe the charges against him were real. "Mr. Wright is one of those teachers that keep it real with you and looks out for students, always encouraging us to take life and our studies seriously," said the student. However, shortly after posting bail, his DNA was linked to yet another sexual assault case in 2006, a year after Epps' murder. The victim was an 18-year-old woman known to be a sex worker in the Los Angeles area. He appeared in court on the first-degree murder charge with regard to the Epps case. He pleaded not guilty to the charges leveled against him in that case. Wright, though, was arrested once again, this time being charged with both cases, and his bail was revoked. Epps' mother, who has not been named, said she hoped that this time they found the right person. Investigators strongly believe that Wright may be responsible for other incidents and urge victims to come forward with more information. In the description box, it was a murder that shocked and shattered the innocence of Bedford, Massachusetts. When Raymond Shubin returned home from work on June 10, 1971, his perfectly ordered life was torn apart. In the basement, he discovered the beaten and bloodied body of his wife, Natalie. Raymond immediately called police and investigations began in earnest. A 54-year-old mother of 2 grown children was found bludgeoned and stabbed to death. Her ankles were bound, a gag hanging around her neck, and her body lay face down in the basement of her Pine Hill Road home. Police initially looked at her husband Raymond, who was the president of Lexington Trust Bank. He was cleared as a suspect after providing a solid alibi. An autopsy revealed she had been stabbed fatally and beaten over the head with an unknown blunt object. At the crime scene, police recovered blood from a bathroom sink and lifted a partial fingerprint. Apart from Natalie's 1969 Chevy Impala, nothing of importance had been stolen. Only a paring knife and pry bar, which was likely used to beat Natalie, were missing from the home. The master bathroom was disturbed by the killer. The closet and several purses were rifled through, possibly in search of items of value. The car was later discovered in the parking lot of Bedford Veterans Administration Hospital. However, the interior had been wiped clean, leaving no evidence apart from a partial fingerprint. The violent death of the well-known and respected Natalie Shublin sent shockwaves through the small community. One resident, Maureen Sullivan, remembered being a carefree 14-year-old at the time. The places they used to play all year round were suddenly off limits. The investigation was long and drawn out, with police searching the woods behind the home. Hundreds of surveys were distributed among the community, with people being asked if they had seen anything unusual that afternoon. Recently released prisoners from the local jail and patients and staff from the local VA hospital were checked and cleared. This included 4 patients who escaped the hospital. All leads were exhausted by the end of the investigation, as none of them panned out. For years, the case went cold as police were unable to identify a suspect. Technological advancements would take years before finally delivering investigators a name. Automated fingerprint identification was used by state police to run the fingerprint lifted from the crime scene. In 1999, the police finally had a name: Arthur Louis Massai. He was someone the police wanted to look into regarding the case. Massai, though, proved a cunning foe. When investigators initially interviewed him, he denied knowing Natalie or anything about her murder. Eventually, he told investigators he'd been asked by an organized crime associate to murder the wife of a banker and make it look like a break-in. Massai claimed he turned down the offer. Police could not find any evidence to corroborate Massai's claims. Furthermore, they found no link between Massai and Raymond Shublin involving a plot to have Natalie murdered. During a 2005 follow-up interview with police, Massai shifted the blame onto one of his cousins. He alleged that he'd learned his cousin had carried out the murder. Speaking to police, Massai provided a detailed outline of how the murder had happened. Far from clearing his name, this revelation to more police scrutiny of Massai's story. Yet it was not enough to secure an arrest. The case again went cold and would stay cold for the next 20 years. Meanwhile, Raymond Shublin passed away, aged 92 in 2012, never knowing the truth behind his wife's murder. It was looking as though their children, Kenneth and Carol, too, may also go to their graves without answers. That's when Middlesex District Attorney Marion Ryan and the Cold Case Unit refocused their efforts in the Shublin case. Approaching the case from a new angle provided some much-needed clarification, proved to be the pivotal point in turning the case in their favor. Investigators identified a woman who has not been named that admitted to being involved with Massai in schemes to defraud banks during the 1990s. She also revealed his weapon of choice. Massai habitually carried a knife and even bragged about killing someone with one. Further digging into his past revealed a lengthy criminal history. Massai had prior convictions for armed robbery, financial crimes, and assault and battery. For the prosecution team, this was enough to take to a grand jury. It was the link and corroboration they needed to back up the facts they already had. During the arraignment, Prosecutor David Soleil argued that Massai showed a disdain and general disregard for the law and the justice system. They addressed Massai's long criminal history. These include prison sentences, assaults on correctional officers, and 2 prison escapes. As recently as 2016, Massai violated a court order for harassment and abuse. Soleil told the court that Massai would not abide by the court's orders and should therefore be held without bail. After half a century, a grand jury finally indicted Masai on the first-degree murder charge. He was 76 years old and living in Salem, Massachusetts at the time of his arrest on March 22, 2022. Masai's estranged daughter, Candace Moran, spoke out about her father's arrest. She had been born just weeks before the murder. According to Moran, she had not spoken to Masai since 1991. "If it's true, it's absolutely disgusting," she said. She felt absolutely sorry for the family of Natalie and said it was shocking to hear that her father had committed such a brutal crime just 2 weeks before she was born. Natalie's children, who are now in their 70s, watched the arraignment remotely. He pleaded not guilty and is being held without bail. Bedford Police Chief Ken Fung hopes that the arrest provided some closure and a sense of justice for Natalie's family. "I'm hopeful that the arrest in this case today will provide some closure and sense of justice for Natalie Shublin's family." For 30 years, Noka Irvin was haunted by the memory of discovering her sister Helen's body at a YMCA room in Niles, Illinois. 35-year-old Helen Cardwell had been living at the YMCA after suffering a stroke a year earlier. She had moved from West Virginia to seek treatment and help. She was undergoing rehabilitation and was about to start her life anew when it was tragically snatched from her. It was November 7, 1992. Helen was preparing to start a job at the Lutheran General Hospital in Park Ridge, sterilizing medical equipment. When Noka stopped by at the Leaning Tower YMCA to pay Helen a visit, she didn't expect the horror that was about to greet her. Helen was naked apart from a pair of white socks. She had been tied up and strangled with a sweater that was still around her mouth. It appeared she was sexually assaulted before being strangled to death. There was no sign of forced entry and nothing was stolen. Residents didn't notice anything unusual or suspicious the night before. There seemed to be no evidence of a visible struggle in the room. Niles police followed up on all clues and interviewed everyone in the YMCA building. What little evidence there was collected and bagged until further testing could be done to find Helen's killer. Helen Cardwell was struck down in the prime of her life before she could embark on a journey to start afresh with a new job. Her killer, it seemed, had got away with murder. For 3 decades, the case grew progressively cold. It was long enough for police to decide that Helen's family needed justice for her untimely death. In 2020, Niles Police Department reopened the investigation, and the cold case team took another look at the evidence collected. Technology had improved significantly since 1992, and the biological evidence found on Helen's body and the sweater were submitted to the national database, CODIS. In November 2021, there was a hit. It belonged to 72-year-old Richard Sisto. Sisto had no connection to Helen apart from the fact that he worked just blocks away from the Leaning Tower in Village Crossing. Police were further baffled as to how Sisto went undetected while attacking Helen at her YMCA room. Sisto, though, was no stranger to crime. Until 1992, he was incarcerated in Texas for a 1977 aggravated sexual assault case. He was accused of sexually assaulting a female prison guard in 1984. He was released on parole in April 1992 and was working at the Toh Avenue Jewel Osco store during the time when he attacked and murdered Helen Cardwell. When police made the link to Helen's murder through DNA evidence testing, police initially could not find Sisto. He was being held in Harris County, Texas on a parole violation. When they finally tracked him down, he was interviewed and a DNA sample was taken, proved to be a positive match. Sisto was extradited to Illinois to face murder charges in relation to the slaying of Helen Cardwell. He was held on a $1 million bond before being extradited back to Illinois. On November 23, 2021, Sisto was ordered by Judge Anthony Calabrese to be held without bond during his hearing at the Cook County Courthouse. Detective Mike Boba of the Niles Police Department said, "It was something that has been in their heads, and it was frustrating at the time." For Noka Irvin, the arrest comes with a great sense of relief, as her sister's killer was finally caught. "I'm so grateful they decided to reopen this case, and I just appreciate everyone's efforts in solving her murder," she said. At the time of his arrest, Sisto had been diagnosed with a heart condition. He ultimately passed away on January 26, 2022, while awaiting trial. Within half an hour of saying goodbye to his wife, Terry Wood's life changed forever when he discovered her body lying in a pool of her own blood in their kitchen. 31-year-old Roxanne Lee Wood and her husband, Terry, lived together for 2.5 years on Tam O'Shanter Lane in Niles, Michigan. They did not have any children, but were making plans to start a family together. Roxanne worked in the customer service department at Automatic Molded Plastics in South Bend, Indiana. She was affectionately known as Rock to those closest to her. She adored tending to her rose bushes. Family and friends described her as outgoing and said she loved to laugh. On the night of February 19, 1987, Roxanne and Terry went out to the White's Bowling Lanes on 11th Street in Niles. She left the place at around 12:30 a.m., driving home alone. She and Terry had taken separate cars, and he left a little later. At 1 a.m., when Terry eventually arrived at their home, he discovered Roxanne covered in blood, throat slit. There were no signs of forced entry, save for the rear door that was left slightly ajar, an empty knife sheath laying next to her body. When police arrived and investigations began, it was deduced that Roxanne had been sexually assaulted and stabbed to death. A post-mortem revealed her throat had been slit after her death. Divers searched the nearby Brandywine Creek following Roxanne's murder, looking for the weapon, but nothing was found. The murder weapon was never recovered, but police believe that a fillet knife from the couple's own kitchen was used to kill Roxanne. Local newspaper, the South Bend Tribune, reported that Roxanne had been struck on the head with a frying pan found nearby. She was hit with such force that the handle had broken off the pan. Police first had to interview the spouse, Terry. In incidents such as this, the spouse is always considered a person of interest. DNA evidence collected from the scene included 2 vials of dried blood. In April of the same year, Terry would put up a reward for $15,000 to anyone who could provide information in identifying the killer. Unfortunately, this did not garner any fruitful leads, and the case grew colder as the years passed. Terry remained the state's prime suspect despite his claim of innocence. These suspicions were fueled by the hiring of an attorney who advised Terry to exercise his right to remain silent in regard to Roxanne's case. Terry Wood lived under a cloud of suspicion as there were no other leads in the case for nearly 14 years. In 2001, DNA taken from the scene was tested against samples given by Terry. The DNA found at the scene was not a match, and this left investigators with more questions than answers. Terry being cleared was both a relief and a new set of problems. Now it meant starting the investigation process from scratch. They began by interviewing over 200 people, but they were no closer to finding the killer in 2001 than they were in 1987. The DNA sample was entered into Cody's, but still no match was found. The case remained cold until criminal justice students from the Western Michigan University, under the guidance of Dr. Ashley Kirsten, identifinders, and the Michigan State Police teamed up to find the killer. Students Ashley Shebeck and Carl Huber put in over 1,200 hours of their time in scanning and digitizing multiple boxes of evidence. The cold case program was spearheaded by Dr. Kirsten, and Roxanne's case was the first to be investigated by her team of students. The documents were made easily accessible and allowed detectives to browse through files and develop profiles using specific names, dates, and keywords. Using character recognition software, data was compiled to create profiles of potential persons of interest based on personal traits and characteristics. Armed with a character profile, detectives now needed a DNA profile. Identifinders tested the 2 dried blood samples to narrow down a genetic profile of the possible killer. They decided to try using genetic genealogy, a more modern and advanced method of testing DNA using genetic profiles from relatives of possible suspects. It was Gabriela Vargas, an investigative genetic genealogist who had been working as a consultant with Identifinders International, who ended up cracking the case. Literally, a case that took them 34 years to investigate took me 4 days to solve, she said proudly. It was a landmark discovery for DNA testing, as the decades-old sample was considered very low-level and highly degraded. A nod toward the major strides made in technology in helping identify a killer that would have gotten away with a crime. Prior to Vargas handling the testing, 2 other genealogy agencies gave up on the case, calling it unsolvable. She started the process of DNA matching using family trees. Once she found the right family, it was the process of eliminating possible suspects. They found 3 possible matches. All 3 were brothers, and one of them was the man they were looking for, Patrick Wayne Gillum. Of the 3 brothers, Patrick was the only one who had a criminal history and lived near Roxanne at the time she was murdered. Detectives knew that Gillum was a smoker, and after some undercover work, were able to recover a cigarette butt and test for DNA match. The match was positive, and police prepared to make the arrest. Mere days before the 35th anniversary of Roxanne's death, police arrested Gillum, now 67 years old, on February 17, 2022 at his South Bend home in Indiana. Initially, details of his identity were not released to the public, as investigators waited for him to be arraigned on the charges. Authorities did reveal, however, that the killer had no connection to Roxanne. At a press conference held on February 18, 2022, Berrien County Prosecutor Steve Pierre Engley announced the identity of Roxanne Lee Wood's killer as Patrick Wayne Gillum. Gillum was previously charged and arrested in Gary, Indiana, for breaking into a home and attacking Maureen Farag. She ultimately survived the attack, and Gillum was sentenced to 14 years in prison. He only served 7 years, half his original sentence, before brutally killing Roxanne just 6 months after his release. He lived just 4 miles away from Roxanne when the murder was committed. Maureen's husband, Robert Farag, supported the Woods family at Gillum's sentencing in April 2022. "I just hope he doesn't see the light of day. He doesn't deserve it," said Farag. For Roxanne's family, they were relieved to finally get some answers to the questions that had plagued them for 35 years. They characterized him as a predator, whose actions have haunted their family for decades. Brad Wood, Roxanne's brother, never gave up on finding justice for his sister. During Gillum's sentencing, Roxanne's family were given a chance to speak. Wood said his voice would be heard if Gillum was ever released early for murdering Roxanne. "He is a monster and should never be allowed to walk the streets where my wife, my daughters, and my granddaughters walk free," he said. Roxanne's younger sister, Janet Wood, said that Gillum's action gave her entire family a life sentence, while he got to live life as a free man for far too long. "By the grace of God and the right detectives and modern technology, he was found, and we are here today to see him finally pay something for what he's done, which is likely the rest of his life in a cage, like the violent animal that he is," she said. Gillum was allowed to address the family after they had their say in court. He expressed remorse for his actions and the devastation he caused for both the family of the victim and his own. "I'm very sorry. I can't believe I did what I did. I pray for them every night. I am so sorry. I just hope sometime in the future, with God's help, that they can forgive me. And to my family that I'm sorry I disgraced." "I'm so sorry," said Gillum. In an interview with WBST-TV, Janet voiced her anger at what had happened to Roxanne. "I lost a best friend, a lifelong best friend." During his sentencing, Gillum pleaded no contest to the charge of second-degree murder and was given a minimum sentence of 23 years. He will likely spend the rest of his life in prison, as he will be 90 before he serves his minimum sentence. St. Lucy's, with its gorgeous beaches, varied waterways, and rich heritage sites, showcases the best of Florida's beauty. Spanning 688 square miles, St. Lucie County was known for its lovely communities where families could thrive. However, everything changed after a terrible crime shook this peaceful place. Laura's parents, Jose Luis Navarro Weiser and Judy Marie Weiser, besides Laura, had 4 other children. Jose served in the United States Armed Forces while Judy looked after their family. Laura grew up in a pleasant home in St. Lucie County, Florida. Described as spirited and outspoken, Laura was only 11 years old in 1983, attending 6th grade at Chester Amore Elementary School when tragedy struck. On Sunday, November 6, 1983, around 1:30 p.m., Laura was last seen near Midway Road and Okeechobee Road in Fort Pierce, St. Lucie County, Florida. She had spent the previous night at a friend's house and was returning home with a stack of clothes in her hands, just within sight of her family's driveway, when she was last spotted. Without anyone knowing how, the little girl vanished into thin air. Worry set in for Laura's family when she did not return home that afternoon as planned. Her parents called the friend Laura had been with, but they were informed that Laura had left hours ago. Panic-stricken, they quickly searched the area but couldn't find her. They then went to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office to report her missing. Authorities did not take reports of missing adolescents seriously until they had been missing for a longer period. In their words, adolescents who did not return home on time were often playing with their friends and had simply lost track of time. This miserable strategy from law enforcement obviously forced Laura's parents to helplessly wait for their daughter to show up at home, which she never did. A bolo sheet, however, was put out for Laura after the family insisted that she would never go anywhere on her own. Unfortunately, authorities never implemented a large-scale search in the initial phase of the investigation. Soon, a piece of information regarding Laura came to the light. A deputy from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, James Howard Harrison, came forward saying that he saw the girl walking near a gas station, close to her home. He had been on patrol in the same area on the day Laura went missing. That was the last time anyone saw Laura alive, ever again. On November 9, 1983, 3 days after Laura went missing, her family received the news they feared the most. Her 90-pound lifeless body had been found in a drainage ditch of what was then called the Dunn Citrus Grove near Midway Road and Shin Road, approximately 600 yards from the intersection where she was last seen walking. Her body was taken to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. According to the report, she had been murdered on the same day she went missing. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death in a disgusting act of sheer brutality. Laura's family was devastated at her demise, and they were upset at the half-hearted efforts of the local authorities. They could not wrap their heads around the fact that the police had never even bothered to start a large-scale search for Laura. At the same time, their small neighborhood was shocked at this brutal crime, but it was too late for any explanation. And people wanted nothing more than to find the murderer who chose this little girl as their prey. However, sadly for them, decades would pass before the mystery could be unraveled. There were not many clues to follow. A brief investigation ensued and detectives did a couple of interviews but could not gather any evidence to lead to a conviction or even apprehension. Soon, the case went cold and remained so for 4 decades. Years later, in 2020, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office established a dedicated cold case squad, and Laura Ann's cold case was selected for the team to reinvestigate along with a few other cases. Detective Paul Taylor was in charge of the investigation. Although Taylor had no personal relation to the deceased girl, he took a special interest in this case. In a press conference, he later shared that he somehow did relate to the little girl's story after losing his only son to suicide. He even saw his son and Laura in a dream, which he considered an indication to keep digging through the mystery. Keeping a picture of Laura on his office desk, he promised himself to never give up on this little girl. As a part of the investigation, Taylor traced his way back in time, speaking to the witnesses as well as the original investigators. His investigation led him to one of their own who had never been on their radar, but was a part of the original investigation. The suspect was none other than the former St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office deputy, James Howard Harrison. Yes, you heard it right. He was the last person to see Laura alive. As he dug deeper into the evidence, Detective Taylor discovered many holes in the original investigation. Not only had Harrison last seen Laura, but he was also the one who reported the discovery of Laura's body. However, he was not the one who discovered it. 2 men were working at Citrus Grove when they noticed a lifeless body of a little girl and reported it to the patrol officer in the area, Harrison. After Taylor talked to one of them, the man described the incident as deeply traumatizing. However, he could still remember the crime scene in great detail. Taylor was shocked to learn that his description did not match what was in the case file. The man further told him that Harrison asked them to immediately leave after they reported the discovery to him. This seemed strange, but what had been stranger was that no one else wanted to talk to them further after that. Taylor was the first detective who talked to him after Harrison. Harrison spent 20 minutes with Laura's corpse before the other officers joined him. For the first time, there seemed to be a suspect in the murder of Laura and Hoyser, and it was someone they could have never predicted. As the connection was made, Detective Taylor began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The question had always bothered him as to why Harrison did not give the girl a lift. In any normal situation, even back then, a law enforcement officer who saw a little girl carrying a bundle of clothes would have assumed she was a runaway and would have stopped to at least talk to her or would have driven her home. Detective Taylor and his team theorized that Harrison moved the girl's body into the drainage ditch where she was found to get rid of potential evidence before the backup arrived. It was time for authorities to look at Deputy Harrison more closely for the first time. Supposedly, he had complaints brought forward from within the sheriff's office as co-workers felt he had been inappropriate with young women while conducting his duties as a deputy. Aside from his job in law enforcement, he also worked as a preacher in the region. Even in that job, he couldn't keep his dignity intact. Several accusations had come forward that Harrison had molested young girls at his job at Bethel Baptist Church in the city of Fort Pierce. Detective Taylor uncovered proof of Harrison tampering with evidence, moving things at the crime scene, and hindering the investigation. Despite this checkered past, he was never charged. He was just kicked out of the church, and he himself resigned from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office in 1984, just 5 months after Laura's homicide. As nobody kept any tabs on him and he was never formally charged, he just picked up his family and left, like nothing had ever happened. Over the years, he moved around a lot and worked with 10 different law enforcement agencies in his entire career. Every time he started over, he took advantage of his position and maintained access to the potential victims. Sheriff Ken J. Mascara, who used to work with Harrison, said that he voiced concerns about Harrison's inappropriate interactions with young people. These complaints did not go anywhere at the time he made them. Around 1979 or 1980, with all this new information, Detective Taylor went forward to gather more conclusive evidence. In 2021, analysts at a private DNA lab were able to recover the DNA from the sexual assault of the victim, which suggested that the suspect was male. But it was degraded too much by the time they were able to compare the DNA samples. Due to the extreme degradation, forensic analysts could not get a 100% match. Although no conclusive DNA evidence could be found, detectives decided that there was enough probable cause and circumstantial evidence to consider Harrison responsible for Laura's murder. We have established probable cause to determine that Harrison abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered the juvenile victim, said Chief Deputy Brian Hester in a press conference in February of 2022. Unfortunately, Harrison would once again elude justice by dying from cancer in 2008. The Wazir family was in disbelief at how the layers of this cold case had unfolded. It naturally was like a disbelief, a dream, Laura's older brother, Joe Wazir, stated. "After all this time, you're telling me you're able to tell us who murdered our little sister?" Sadly, Laura's parents would never see this day. Her mother passed away in 2007, and her father soon followed in 2009. Laura's remaining family was grateful to Detective Taylor for cracking this case, especially since nobody expected it. Several police departments around the state are now checking their own cold cases because they believe there were other victims. Ironically, where one police officer put all his efforts into helping people, the other abused his power to commit the crime. But at least in the end, the truth won. Snohomish County has a lively past rooted in logging and farming. After World War I, agriculture, dairy farming, and shingle mills were big sources of income. Even after World War II, Arlington remained a typical small town, where logging and farming were key ways of making a living. Life went on as usual until the 1960s, when the population suddenly grew by over 400%. Our story takes us back 40 years to this bustling time, where a teenage boy made a startling discovery. It was July 23, 1980, when Spencer Fuentes, a young farmer and devoted Protestant from Sylvana Lutheran Church, stumbled upon unidentified human remains in the well-known Stillaguamish River, the pride of Western Washington. Spencer, with his trousers rolled up above his knees, stood in the water, casting streamers and dry flies in hopes of catching a fish. In Arlington, fly fishing was quite the trend in those days. Spencer was at the Stillaguamish River on his blueberry and hazelnut farm, working on his skill as an angler. He was alone at the time when he caught a whiff of a stench. It was invasive but tolerable, and so he began looking around for the source. It must have been a dead animal, was what he thought to himself as he looked around the premises. And that is when he found something he would have never expected. He saw something floating between the logs at the riverbank, and when he walked closer to look, he saw a man's arm with his fingers dangling on the log, with the rest of his body submerged under the river. He didn't dare go any closer and hurried back to the nearest police station. The sheriff's deputy responded with skepticism as no one had reported someone missing, but he went with Spencer to speculate anyway. The deputy later confirmed it to be a body. Soon the backup arrived and they took the remains into custody. An investigation ensued and they began checking the perimeter. The deputies could only concur that it could have been anything. It could have been a suicide or maybe another fly fisherman enthusiast who met with an accident while swinging his fishing line. He was wearing a dark suit jacket and cotton pants, and all they had was 3 letters on the belt, G, R, and N to work with. These could be the initials of his name, but could just as well be anything else. They determined the age of the deceased to be anywhere between 37 to 70. But that was too wide a range to work with. The river wasn't deep, and it certainly wasn't deep enough to drown. But it could still be a possibility, and the condition that the body was in made it certain that the person must have been dead for months. When a body is submerged in water for long periods of time, anything can happen. There could be predatory animals looking for food, and there could be bloating in the remains for the bacterial activities, putrefaction, and soft tissue discoloration. All of these factors make it hard for the investigators to identify the deceased and proceed further with the investigation. July is the warmest and driest month in Washington, and the temperature of the water could turn the skin into soapy fatty acids called grave wax. The only probable explanation they could infer was drowning, but it was later ruled out when the autopsy reports came in. Who performed the autopsy cited the cause to be apparently natural. The autopsy reports determined that the decedent had no signs of trauma or any signs of drowning. While they did find water in the lungs of the deceased, that was just because the person was in the water for a long time. But the reports had a section that could easily solve the mystery. The person had severe coronary artery disease, and that was much more likely the cause of his death. It is a fairly common disease among the elderly and those with diabetes, high blood pressure, and alcohol issues. A condition when the arteries that carry blood to the heart get hard and narrow. The case was solved, and it was not a murder. But who was this man? According to Dr. Haberman's report, the deceased was a male who stood 5 foot 7 inches tall and weighed about 150 pounds. They were not able to pinpoint an age, but he had gray hair, indicating he was on the older side. The deputies could not just take a picture and put it in the newspapers as the face was barely recognizable. With very little to work with, they sought help from a dentist. Dr. Keith Leonard sifted through his dental records, comparing the deceased's teeth with the files of known missing persons. All efforts went in vain. With no hope, the Snohomish County Coroner's Office tagged the decedent as John Doe No. 2 and put the name in a file with a case number 80-7-526. About 3 weeks after the discovery of the decedent, on the 15th of August 1980, John Doe No. 2 was buried at the Arlington Cemetery by the Weller Funeral Home, but the deputies never stopped looking. It was a common practice to bury John Doe's or unidentified remains back then. But these days, the unidentified skeletal remains which are discovered are kept at the Snohomish County Medical Examiner's office until they find the family. The skeletal remains were buried under a plot. The grave was marked John Doe 1980, which just seemed like a dignified, unmarked grave. The deputies were tirelessly working on the missing cases, comparing these John Does to many records of people who had vanished without a trace. It was 2008 when a cold case detective, Jim Scharf, from the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, teamed up with a retired Superior Court judge of Snohomish County, Ken Calsert. When they finally had hope, they began reopening unsolved homicide cases and comparing them with all the John and Jane Does in Snohomish County. By then, DNA technology had evolved enough for them to be able to solve these cases, or at least partially identify them. But these unidentified people were already resting in their graves, and during the initial investigations, no DNA samples were taken. They wrote a permission letter to exhume the remains from the Arlington Municipal Cemetery, but the entire process of obtaining the exclamation permits and conducting the DNA testing could take years. In late 2017, while the world prepared for Christmas, the deputies and the representatives from the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office and the Medical Examiner's Office were at the Arlington Municipal Cemetery exhuming the remains from the grave. Some parts of the remains were taken to the Medical Examiner's Office for DNA extraction. They gathered these DNA from many. They had a lot of John Doe genome to work with, and so the Medical Examiner's I-5 Steely Doe. The process took time, and about 6 months later, in May 2018, this newfound DNA information was uploaded to National Missing and Unidentified Person Systems, or NamUs, a federal database that is funded by the National Institute of Justice. The database keeps a track of all the information of anyone missing, unidentified, and unclaimed from all around the nation. The database has dental records, fingerprints, and basically anything that can help them identify individuals. The database was still growing, and so after they had uploaded the details, all they could do was wait. NCIC, or National Crime Information Center database, is the FBI's database, which is a computerized index that keeps track of crimes and incidents, including missing person cases. Forensic odontologist Dr. Gary Bell took a dental radiograph of the decedent, dubbed John Doe No. 2, charted the teeth, and then uploaded them to NCIC, but that was again to no avail. But with the new advancements in technology, they had a lot of other ways to make it work. A month later, a forensic artist took all of the existing information on John Doe No. 2 and drew a facial reconstruction entirely based on facial morphology. The forensic artist, Natalie Murray, prepared a drawing that wasn't a photographic image, but an interpretation of the person based on the information provided. These drawings were meant to resemble the missing person and were made in hopes that someone might recognize the man. But that was to no avail. It had been 38 years since the body was discovered, and they must have thought it would take a miracle for someone to remember someone who they knew 38 years ago. Dr. Kathy Taylor stepped up and investigated further. They had almost everything on the man. With a forensic facial reconstruction by Natalie Murray and Dr. Kathy Taylor's estimation of the man based on the remains, this is what they had. The man could be of Native American, Caucasian, or Hispanic origin. A 45 to 60-year-old man standing 5'9" with coronary artery disease. Although there was no perimortem trauma, the remains did indicate the man had damaged his ribs at some point of time in his life. There was evidence of well-healed rib and spinal compression fractures. The investigation had already taken too long. The sheriffs retired, but the search didn't. The researchers took a shot at mailing a section of a thigh bone, the femur, to the University of North Texas Health Sciences Center for DNA extraction and to be uploaded to CODIS, or Combined DNA Index System, is where all of the DNA information is stored and compared. CODIS aims to be the biggest DNA database. When the university obtained a full mtDNA and STR profile of the deceased, they uploaded them to CODIS. But that did not help either. It was normal for a DNA profile to not yield any matches, as the database was fairly new. In the following years, Snohomish County tried a number of methods, including going back to the files, matching and ruling out these new components like STR testing, dental records, and others. By 2021, genetic genealogy had gathered quite a name for itself. The method had provided positive results over the past 2 years, and they were able to identify several John Does. And this time, a fraction of I-5 Steely Does thigh bone was sent for DNA extraction. They asked Othram Incorporated to prepare DNA profiles suitable for the Forensic Genetic Genealogy database. The 41-year-old femur was in the Othram labs for about 5 months until they successfully obtained a sufficient DNA extraction after multiple rounds of extracts and enrichments. Finally, they managed to build a DNA profile that could be uploaded to the genealogical database. The Snohomish County Medical Examiner's Office uploaded the DNA profile received from Othram Incorporated to GEDmatch. It is a global database of DNA data, a free utility DNA site built for genetic genealogy research. Finally, there was a match, but it was a distant cousin. In a 5th to 7th range, there was a high chance that they might not even know the person. But this lead was enough to spark a new interest in the case. Building a usable family tree usually requires a second cousin match or something closer to establish a proper connection. A Ken forensics investigator, Deb Stone, began working on the case, and in May 2022, the Steely Doe profile was uploaded to a database called FamilyTreeEdna.com. This too yielded very low results, but what mattered was that there were new matches. These matches piled up together in a single family tree could perhaps finally solve the mystery of John Doe number 2. Deb Stone began putting two and two together, looking for family members near the areas where the body was first discovered. 42 years is a long time, and it was very unlikely for a distant cousin to remember someone from that many years ago. The woman she was going to meet had descendants in the state of Washington. This was a distant cousin, but a cousin. Nonetheless, when Deb Stone interviewed her, she recalled a relative who once told her about an uncle who went missing from Arlington back in the 1980s. The investigators finally had a name, Othniel Philip Ames, but that was a huge if. The Othniel they described was told to be 82 years old when he went missing, but the DNA profile and other reports estimated that the remains were of a person who must be in his 40s to 60s. For a DNA reference, they took DNA samples from a granddaughter, which ultimately was the nail in the coffin. John Doe number 2 and I-5 Steely Doe were indeed Othniel Philip Ames. Dr. Matt Lacey, the chief medical examiner, officially identified John Doe number 2 as Othniel Philip Ames in September. Othniel told his family that he was going on a trip before he left, a month before his remains were found. He said he was going to take a tour of the country and meet his friends and relatives starting from the West Coast. It was much more likely to be a suicide case where an old man is gradually giving away everything he possesses. Before his disappearance, Othniel gave a Bible about the size of a passport to his grandniece Kay Taylor. She says that this was on Thursday, the 8th of January 1980, as it was written on the he gifted his old car, which was only worth a couple of $100s, to Diane Elledge and her husband. Elledge recalls Othniel whispering to them that he had hidden $20 somewhere in the car as an emergency fund. Othniel also gave them a vintage shotgun. While she did not know why he gave those things to her, her sister thinks it is because he liked the married couple as they had invited him to their wedding. Elledge said something very sad about Othniel. She said that he knew the end was near and he was very ill. He just went up into the woods to die there. Othniel also gave his house away to a nursing student who might have been his neighbor at the time. The irony here is how, in a press conference, Margaret Ames talks about Spencer and how they met. The young teen who discovered the remains of Othniel Philip Ames at the time, Spencer Margaret Ames, the daughter-in-law of Othniel Philip Ames. When she moved back to Savannah with her husband in the early 1990s, 10 years after the incident, she met Spencer Fuentes through the Lutheran Church, but they never talked about rivers or remains. Doug Ames, Othniel's grandson, took the day off work to meet Spencer Fuentes and his family. 1898 in Elwood, Iowa. He saw some of the worst days in his life as he was only 20 years old when World War I broke out. He lived in a small town called Bone Steel in South Dakota, and the entire town only had 600 people at the time. Othniel had to leave his hometown for better job opportunities and quality of life like many other young people living in Bone Steel. Today, only 249 people are living there. In 1929, he went on to marry Lydia Newth, a 25-year-old woman, in a town with only a couple dozen residents at the time. A place called Cottonwood is located in South Dakota, and even today only 11 people live in the entire town. Life was hard, and the approaching stock market crash meant it was going to get harder. The shadows of war had engulfed the nation, and it was chaos everywhere, trying to survive. About 7 years later, the Ames family decided to move. The entire family moved across the country. A man, a pregnant wife, and their kids with a trailer latched onto their car. Othniel and his sons worked hard and built a farm on 22 acres of land. The family kept 7 dairy cows and Othniel became a milkman. Lydia would cook on a wood stove and Othniel would milk the cows and farm. Those days life wasn't as easy as it is now, and the war made it even harder. Apart from farming, Othniel also had a lathe in his basement where he would carve salt and pepper shakers, among other things which he would just give away. Othniel also began working at a shingle mill, and when he had time to spare, he'd make dandelion wine. He wasn't the type to sit around, he always kept himself busy. Life taught him the hard way, and he grew up to be a stern man. But life wasn't easy, and it was as though he was always looking for reasons to be happy, always looking for a way to distract himself. Tragedy struck when one of their daughters died in a car crash while she was on her way to her 10th high school reunion. Even though they never had an official divorce, the married couple got separated sometime in the 1960s. The family was in fragments as both the sons joined the military when they were teenagers. One of them served in the Air Force and married a young Norwegian woman in Savannah. After the separation, the Ames family sold their farm, but most importantly their home, which they built after facing so much hardship. Lydia moved to Everett and Othniel went on to live in a small cabin in the woods, all alone somewhere near Arlington, along the Ebbe Mountain Road. He had a very minimal lifestyle, and all he had with him was his pet dog, who knew how to close doors by backing into them. I guess it's safe to say he was an avid outdoorsman. There he grew dahlias and kept to himself. He was a loner and all he wanted was peace. The log cabin was comfortable enough for one person even though he did not have an indoor bathroom, but he had hollowed out a huge stump to compensate for it. He spent the last of his days at the log cabin along with his dog. The last time Diana Lidge saw him, he was ill. It was evident during the autopsy that he had severe coronary artery disease. In his last moments, he knew it was the end, and so he chose to leave silently. It is ironic how Margaret Ames is around the same age now as Othniel Ames was when they finally found him. This case shows how modern ways of life have created a huge gap between parents and children. Othniel chose to stay alone and away from everyone, even during the times when he needed someone to stay beside the most, as he did not want to be a burden. A 19-year-old girl, Linda, didn't show up for breakfast and then lunch one day. When they sent her brother Howard to check up on her, he saw something that would scar him for life. Why did Linda not come home for breakfast? Did she oversleep? What did Howard see? We are going to reveal a case which was buried under a thick layer of snow about half a century ago. The snow has now finally melted, is now behind bars. Come with us as we look at what exactly happened on the fateful day of a cold February back in 1978. February is the month when Buffalo, New York's second largest city, gets the highest amount of snowfall, and this is where our case today takes us. It is located at the head of the Niagara River across the Canadian border from southern Ontario. Linda Tashari was a bartending student living alone in the family cottage, a little behind the larger home where the rest of her family resided. Even though she lived alone at the guest house, she was always in contact with everyone. Well, she only lived about 5 minutes away. As Howard, her brother, described her, she was the one who the family members talked to if they had problems. She liked to keep the family together. It was the 8th of February, 1978. It was past noon. Her lunch was cold. And when Linda's brother went over to the cottage to fetch her, the doors were invitingly open. When he entered the cottage, he was greeted by a scene so horrifying that it would scar him forever, or at least for 44 years. The house was warm, and no one dared open a window. Buffalo was in the grips of a blizzard, and there was no one outside. The streets were empty, and everything was covered in a blanket of snow. It was 8 in the morning on the 8th of February, 1978. Linda's family, her mom and her brother, saw someone walking away from the cottage behind their home and getting into a green Chevrolet Nova parked across the street from their house. He was a man who was about 5 feet 10 inches tall, wearing a ski cap and a navy blue coat. Howard Tashari, Linda's brother, assumed the person was Linda's boyfriend. Who else could it be? He must have stayed the night and just had to get home early. The day went rather normally, but it seemed like Linda had overslept. She wasn't there for breakfast. It was lunchtime when Linda's mother sent Howard, who was 18 at the time, to wake her up. Linda would normally come to the main house to check her mail, but she hadn't that day, which concerned her mother. She sent Howard to check up on her, and when he went to the cottage, he found the side door was unlocked. He pushed the door as it creaked open. The sound of the radio was the first thing he noticed as he stepped inside. As he made his way towards the hallway, he spotted blood stains on the floor. He knew something was dreadfully wrong as he went deeper into the room. He was horrified to find his sister in her pajamas lying lifeless, staring at him in a pool of blood on the living room floor next to the doorway to her bedroom. Howard, trembling as he stuttered her name, knelt beside her as her ice-cold body stared at him. He was frozen for a moment with a million thoughts running through his mind. How could he break this news to his mother? But he had to. He went back and explained what he saw. They called the police. They knew it was the stranger, but he had been too far away for them to identify the man. In the hours after Linda was found fatally stabbed, the Buffalo police detectives began their investigation and gathered evidence from the crime scene. At the time, the area was covered in snow. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene found a trail of blood leading away from the cottage. This led investigators to believe that the killer had injured himself somehow. With limited resources, they had very little to work with. The Buffalo Police Department notified local hospitals and medical stores in the hopes that the killer would seek medical attention to tend to his wounds. The entire cottage was filled with DNA evidence, with the killer's blood splattered on several rooms and on several items, including a Grand Funk Railroad vinyl record cover. Linda has been stabbed 13 times and had wounds on her face, neck and back. Linda has bruises on her face, abdomen and arm which were sustained at the time of the murder. The autopsy revealed that Linda died of blood loss. The police worked through the usual suspects, speaking to Linda's boyfriend, her stepfather, and the handyman, but nothing came up, and soon they were out of clues and no arrests were made. The motive of the murder was ruled to likely be a robbery gone wrong. The killer had seen the cottage away from the main home. This attracted him, but when he entered the cottage, he saw a 19-year-old sleeping there. Wanting to steal things, he moved around the cottage looking for precious items to take. But it all failed when Linda woke up, and in the commotion he had no other option but to kill the witness. But the question remained. Who was the mystery man who was leaving the cottage that morning? Who was the man in that navy blue coat who got into a green Chevrolet Nova? With no other leads, the case went cold. All of the evidence collected in the case, including the DNA evidence, was eventually packaged in 39 envelopes and bags stacked into boxes put away in storage about 2 months after the crime. Even though the killer had fled the crime scene, he had left his DNA. Back in the 1980s, DNA analysis did not exist. It was determined that the blood found at the crime scene was a different blood type from that of Linda. The cold case squad began looking into the case again in 2006, and the detectives sent about 40 pieces of evidence to Erie County Central Police Service's forensic laboratory for analysis. Knew the DNA evidence was the key to the killer, but the technology wasn't advanced enough to decipher it back then. But when the technology was upgraded in April 2016, the family members contacted a homicide detective who was on the cold case squad, seeking help. The detective tracked down 14 other men whose names were in the original case file, as well as others who might have known Linda around the time she was killed. These were Linda's stepfather, a couple of men who lived in the neighborhood at the time, and an old boyfriend. There was also a man who helped Linda's sister move. All of them willingly submitted their DNA profile, and they were all ruled out as the killer by the detectives. The team began developing DNA profiles with the blood collected from the crime scene. But the DNA wasn't complete, and so they could only create a partial DNA profile. There were parts of genetic information missing, making it complicated. A partial DNA profile is a profile made from a sample, which is considered to be partial and does not have enough genetic materials available to sample. The sample could have degraded over time, and the information might not be as accurate as they want it to be. That was exactly the reason why these 2 DNA samples from the crime scene were not allowed to be uploaded to the National DNA Database. But the rules and the standards changed 3 years later in 2019. The lab staff uploaded all the DNA data they had in their possession, including the ones from the crime scene. And the next day, they had the face of the killer. The National DNA Database had a match, and it came from Oregon. They finally had a name: John Soberin. This felt too good to be true, and so they cross-checked him with the original case file, but his name did not appear anywhere. Soberin had to have lived in the area in Buffalo at the time of the homicide. They went through the file again, and from the testimony given by Linda's mother, and they found that the suspect had driven a green Chevrolet Nova. That was enough for them to zero in on the suspect. The detectives asked for the records from the Department of Motor Vehicles to see people who owned the described vehicle. And even if they did not find John Soberin, they did find people who were connected to Soberin. The first address was to a woman with whom Soberin had a child, and the second one was registered to Soberin's adoptive mother in Tonawanda. It was enough for the detectives to determine that Soberin lived around the area at the time of the murder. The records also showed that he had lived in many other states since the 1980s, including Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Arizona, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and Ohio, which earned him the name the Drifter. When the investigators took Soberin in for something that happened in the 1970s, he immediately asked for a lawyer. At the arrest, the county forensic lab performed additional DNA analysis on the original crime scene evidence, which included the bloodstains on the sleeves of the Grand Funk Railroad album, and the analysis report was consistent with Soberin's DNA. Back in the 70s, Soberin was nicknamed Chief the Thief. He was known to steal bicycles. He also has been arrested in relation to an incident involving property damage. He had been charged with robbery. There were a lot of coincidences that fit in perfectly. It was very likely that he was the man that Tashari saw walking away from the cottage that morning. He also had a green Chevrolet Nova. The crime scene looked like a robbery gone wrong. He took pride in his stealing ventures, and the case of Linda could be one of the unfortunate ones where he broke into the cottage, but unexpectedly there was somebody inside. And to eliminate the witness, he took the drastic step of becoming a murderer. On the 11th of October this year, the jury found Soberin guilty of second-degree murder, and the prosecution and the defense both agreed that the victim and the murderer did not know each other. Soberin faces a maximum of 25 years to life as he awaits sentencing on the 13th of December. Do you think if they had stopped the man walking away that they would have at least known what had happened in the cottage? Maybe he would have tried to escape, and it would still have taken 4 decades for them to find justice. Maybe they could have got to Linda sooner and saved her. But at least now, all these years later, the family has closure on what happened. The 4 young women had similar backgrounds and were all working as sex workers when they were murdered. Their bodies were found packaged and dumped in different places around the area. These women were supposedly picked up from a part of Cherokee Street in St. Louis, Missouri, known as the Southside Stroll by sex workers. One of them was 19-year-old Robin J. Milhan, who had recently given birth to her second child 2 weeks before she went missing. Her brother Tom remembered her as a lively young woman. Sadly, she got addicted to crack cocaine during the 90s like many others. She had 2 children, with her second child being put up for adoption. Her older child lived with her uncle Tom Meehan, who was also struggling with crack addiction. Robin faced many challenges due to poverty and addiction, leading her to turn to sex work. She was last seen on March 22, 1990, on Cherokee Street, according to another sex worker. The police later confirmed that she was picked up from there and taken to the killer's residence where she was murdered. Her family reported her missing, and her body was discovered 4 days later around 60 miles northwest of St. Louis in a rural town. Her body was found wrapped between 2 mattresses held together by coat hangers on Highway E in Silex, Missouri. Her head was wrapped in a shirt, which had sweat marks on it. There were also traces of dog hair, but DNA evidence couldn't be extracted at that time, as the technology was still in its infancy. The investigators determined that she had been strangled. There was also a condom wrapper found with the body. Tom tries to block the dark memory and describes his sister as a good person. He says he just misses her now as he looks at her daughter, whom he raised. Brenda Jean Pruitt, 27, was the mother of a young child. She lived just a few blocks from the Cherokee Stroll. Brenda was reported missing by her family on May 9, 1990, just 48 days after Robin's disappearance was reported. For 10 months after her disappearance, there were no answers. Brenda had a troubled past, with multiple charges of burglary and suspected robbery against her in the same year and in 1985. She was found on October 4th of that same year. However, her body was so badly mutilated and decomposed that she remained unidentified for 5 months until March 5, 1991. A jogger on Boston Drive in Maryland Heights complained of a foul smell emanating from among the weeds. Workers searched the area and found the decomposing body in a 33-gallon plastic trash bin amidst other trash. Her murder was instantly linked to two already open cases: Robin Meehan and Donna Rietmeyer. Both women were sex workers, and the Major Crimes Division investigation moved in the direction of a serial killer targeting prostitutes in that area. Donna Rietmeyer, 40, was the mother of 3 young girls, ranging in age between 13 and their late 20s at the time. A known sex worker and addict, she was reported missing by her friend Sheila Leach. As per Leach's account, Rietmeyer and she had been dropped off at the stroll, and later Donna left to meet a client. They were supposed to meet up later that night, but Donna never showed up. Leach inquired about her at her house, but found that she hadn't been there either. Donna was reported a month after Brenda's disappearance, and like Brenda's, her body was found in a rubber trash can on June 11, 1990. Her daughters, Juanita Zills and Rhonda Sullivan, were just teenagers about the time and did not quite understand their mother's struggle with addiction. Both girls have very distant yet fond memories of their mother. They remember her as a kind and beautiful soul who was always loving to them and helpful to whomever she met. Donna had her first child when she was 15 and after was married to her 17-year-old high school boyfriend. She moved out after 2 years and started another family. Rhonda continued to live with her father. Zills was also brought up by her father and her mother's family from the age of 6. She describes her as a giving person. Zills has a similar account of some motherly advice on regular moisturizing when she once visited her in jail. They also remember her addiction. Zills had just reconnected with her mother before her death, and she was devastated with her passing. Dawn, her third child, refused to speak out. A fourth disappearance of a young mother followed just 3 months later. Sandy Little, a 21-year-old mother of 1. Sandy had a tough childhood bouncing between foster homes as her mother could not take care of her. She rebelled against any kind of authority and could not keep a job. Her aunt, Diane Little, got custody of Sandy when she was just 15 or 16. Her stepsister, Barb Stutt, remembers Sandy as a fun, loud, and extremely lively person. According to Diane, Sandy only spent a year with her before she fell into a bad crowd and started using drugs. When she turned to prostitution to support her habit, she had to move out. She disappeared for a bit, and when she came back on the radar, she had a baby. After she gave birth to her child, she lived with her boyfriend on top of an antique shop and worked the stroll as a prostitute. The antique shop owner remembered her vividly and said she was a very sweet girl and that she would never have left her child. She went missing on September 4, 1990. By a driver on his way to work just west of Highway 79 on the shoulder of Interstate 70. Her remains were packed into a wooden drawer with a wool cap pulled over her face. Her body had to be identified by comparing the remains of an old X-ray of a fractured arm that she had sustained while alive. She was buried in an unmarked grave donated to the family because they could not afford to bury her. She remains in that unmarked grave to this day. This solidified the fact that the St. Louis police had a serial killer on their hands and that he or she lived in the St. Louis area. The FBI got involved in the case as early as June 1991 and confirmed the work of a serial killer. They profiled the package killer then as a sexual sadist who goes after younger women he can control. They also surmised that he would be a loner, divorced, working menial jobs, and with a poor work record. A veteran St. Louis homicide sergeant was one of the earliest investigators on the case, and he had observed the pattern where the killer dumped the bodies in the night and also made a point to do so across police jurisdictions. There was to be one final victim that would finally put this killer away for life: Kenneth Dog Atchison. Atchison was a construction worker who was out of work due to bad arthritis. He started doing odd jobs around town. The killer hired him for a project at his home. Both men were regulars at the Overland Diner and knew each other well, even sharing meals together. The two were said to have had a small altercation over the dimensions of the materials purchased, and Atchison left without doing the job. This left the killer miffed. Later, he lured Atchison in with the sale of a Cadillac for an amount of $6,000. The family reported that Atchison, 57, left to meet his murderer at his Bell Ridge home on February 8, 1993. Driving to it in his 1987 Chrysler. Atchison planned to exchange his Chrysler and the money for the Cadillac. His family later reported him missing. The police did not take the reporting seriously as they believed Atchison had fled with the money. The family, especially Atchison's brother Vernon, did some sleuthing of his own. They found the Chrysler being driven by a woman who had connections to the suspect. Also, the family time and again requested the Overland police to search the house he had been headed to, but to no avail. 6 weeks later, Atchison's body was recovered from the basement of the house in a makeshift coffin. This was 2 years and 5 months after Little went missing. Each crime was followed by its own trail of reporting, finding, and identification, but the killer himself remained a mystery, hidden behind a nickname, the Package Killer. It could not in any way be connected back to the previous 4 homicides. Atchison's case was investigated as a solitary crime. Since the family found no cooperation with the Overland police, they got the St. Louis police involved. Overland Police Chief Eddie Williams maintains that the case was investigated as a suspicious disappearance, and they had questioned the suspect. They found minimal evidence for a search warrant. On March 25, 1993, the police got a tip-off from an informant, which led to a search of the house. As Jones recounts, it was a 45-day ordeal, which ended in the recovery of her father's body in a makeshift coffin in the killer's basement. Ron Solanskis was a security guard at the Overland diner the killer frequented. He later went on to testify that the killer approached him to move a box in his basement. But when he arrived there, he noticed Atchison's shoe sticking out. He left in a hurry and did not report this for the fear of being arrested for murder. The body of Atchison was later found in the box. He'd been strangled, battered, and finally shot. 3520 East Edgar Drive at Bell Ridge was home to Gary Muehlberg and was also the place where he butchered all of his victims. One of 3 children, Muehlberg had a history of violence from a very young age. He was born in St. Louis, but his family moved to Kansas at some point. He married and had 1 child there. Later, in 1972, he was charged with kidnapping, battery, and rape. This was followed by a series of other offenses. As Weber, the chief investigator on this case, states, her effort to understand the killer took her down a very dark road. According to a report Weber pulled from Salina, Kansas, Muehlberg once tied up and gagged a 14-year-old babysitter while she was on the job. He apparently did this with an intention but left quite abruptly, leaving her bound and gagged. He did time in prison for this. Associates also described Muehlberg as a twice-divorced narcissist. He studied psychology at the Central Methodist University and also completed graduation at Central Missouri State. There was a brief phase of stability where he married again and moved back to St. Louis with his wife's family. The marriage eventually failed and 2 kids from the marriage passed away. The neighbors remember him as a nasty know-it-all who always gave out evil vibes. Some of them said they were surprised at the revelation and say they knew Atchison was not his only victim. There's one neighbor who remembers him standing through a fence as construction work was going on next door and giving the workers instructions. He behaved like he knew better than anyone else. Detective Sergeant Jody Weber of O'Fallon Police Department reopened the case in 2008. In 2003, when Jody Weber was a newbie detective, she heard stories about the Sandy Little case. Weber was very interested in solving cold cases, and she pored over this one and read about its connection to the 3 other cases. She saw the pictures and simply could not get them out of her head. She understood that none of the cases were DNA tested because such tools were not available to the police in the early 90s. A determined Weber traveled between the stations to collect evidence from the Meehan and Pruitt cases as well. Weber pulled evidence bags and sent them to a Missouri Highway Patrol lab for DNA testing. She was determined to find answers for the family. Unfortunately, in 2008, when the results came in, no match was found in the database. Weber had no intention of quitting, though. She and her fellow detectives interviewed and re-interviewed witnesses, families, and she once again sent the evidence to be DNA tested, and this time it was to the St. Charles County Crime Lab. The lab was eventually able to get a partial DNA profile off the condom found with the body of Robin Meehan. The profile was not substantial enough to be entered into the CODIS, the FBI's combined DNA index system, but it was used to rule out suspects. Due to the backlog of cases in the lab and also with priority given to newer cases, this took 14 years of patient waiting to resolve. Finally, after 32 years, there was a match. Gary Muehlberg. Weber searched through the history of the killer. She found everything fit in like a puzzle coming together. Muehlberg was serving life for Atchison's murder. The similarities between all the murders was startling. Atchison's body was found in a makeshift coffin just like the girls whose bodies were all packaged. Muehlberg kept Atchison's body with him for around 6 weeks, and as it turns out, he'd also kept the bodies of the girls in the basement of his home before disposing of them. Weber, along with Mark Harvey, an investigator for the prosecutor's office of St. Charles County, finally came face to face with the killer in person. They showed him the crime scene pictures, to which he faked shock and disdain. He denied having anything to do with it at first. A month later, Weber, together with 4 prosecutors this time, met Muehlberg once again. At this time, they came to an agreement. There would be no change to his condition in jail. They would not seek the death penalty so long as he cooperated. She just wanted the truth. Muehlberg then confessed to all the crimes one by one. The second interview was pretty powerful, Weber said. She added, he said he's thought a lot about these cases. He said his remaining time in prison would be easier getting this off his chest. He admitted to being lost and said that he did not really understand why he did what he did during that dark phase of his life. Additionally, Muehlberg confessed to another murder of a still unidentified woman, whom he claims to have left in a metal barrel outside of a car wash. He has not been charged with that murder. When asked if he thought the prostitutes deserved such an end, he said that he had acquaintances with other prostitutes whom he had not killed. He simply couldn't explain why he chose those particular women. He was quoted as saying, "No matter how these victims choose to make a living, they should not have had their lives taken in such a dark way." Gary Muehlberg, now 73, remains in prison serving a life sentence and is suffering from kidney failure. As Robin Mahan's brother Tom put it, "What I'm most happy about is that the man has been incarcerated since 1993. The families are trying to find comfort in the fact that he was not able to harm anyone else since his incarceration." Why do you think it took 32 years for the dots to finally be connected? Was it because the women were all sex workers and drug addicts? Who was the unknown woman left at the car wash? Are there any more women who remain unknown or unfound? Located in Colorado's southeast corner, Springfield is the home to a population of over 1,000 people. Known as a farming and ranching community, this statutory town is the most populated town situated on the county seat of Baca County. But Springfield had no clue that a mystery on its land in 1988 would take the next 34 years to get solved. On June 3, 1988, Baca County Sheriff's Office responded to a call from a Colorado farm. A local farmer reported to the Baca County Sheriff's Office that he had found what he believed to be human remains on his farm, located approximately 20 miles southeast of the town of Springfield, Baca County, Colorado. The open field was passed by truck drivers on a regular basis. When then Sheriff Willard Goff and then Coroner Robert Morrow, along with other deputies, searched the scene, they confirmed the remains as human remains. On the property, they found scattered human remains, which were in a degraded skeletal condition. The remains consisted of what was most of the human skeleton. The bones were not all there, and what was there was white and bleached, with part of the spine still connected. The remains were then sent to the coroner's office for an autopsy, while the investigators scanned the area for clues. Unfortunately, they could not find any evidence that could lead them to unmask the victim's identity. People from the Baca County Coroner's Office, as well as the Sheriff's Office, spent several days searching the farm with the assistance of the farm operator. They documented several items found on the property and screened the soil in the area of the search of potential evidence. However, nothing was found to be able to identify the remains or to assist in determining how or why the person had died, or how they could have ended up in the farmer's field. The remains were unrecognizable, and authorities tried in vain to come up with any significant information that could lead them to unmask the identity of the individual. Forensic examination concluded the remains belonged to a female victim who was believed to be between the ages of 19 and 24. She stood between 5 foot 2 inches and 5 foot 4 inches, and weighed around 130 pounds. Her hair was brown, but her eye color could not be determined due to the remains being in a degraded condition. She was wearing gray corduroy Levi jeans with the leg cuffs hemmed up to 27.5-inch inseam, a beige-colored winter coat with a white synthetic fur collar and 4-inch fur cuffs, and a 34B bra. A single quarter dating to 1986 was found in her pocket. Forensics could not confirm the ancestry of the victim. She bore traits of Hispanic or Latino people, Native American and European people. She had extensive dental work, including 2 silver cast crowns, 1 upper and 1 lower on the left side, which indicated that she might be from Mexico or had lived along the border of Mexico. The internals of her body suggest that she might have never given birth. It was also concluded that she had died approximately 1 to 3 years before her remains were discovered, and the nature of her death was ruled as suspicious, most likely a homicide. As the victims remained unidentified, authorities at the same time were unable to track down any of her relatives to hand down her remains to her family. With the unavailability of a name, the victim was named as the Baca County Jane Doe. In 2005, Jane Doe, along with copies of case information, was buried in the Springfield Cemetery, while all the original records of her death were kept at the sheriff's and coroner's office. Despite not having any significant evidence about the death of the Baca County Jane Doe, authorities did not give up in their attempts to solve the case. Over the years, multiple attempts were made to identify her. Dental impressions were made and dental records of the victim were submitted to the National Crime Information Center to try to obtain a match within the missing persons database. DNA samples were also taken and submitted for analysis, even though DNA was in its infancy at the time when it came to identifying victims. An anthropological study was conducted on the remains to gather information about any possible evidence on the body that could lead to its identification, to get an idea of what the person might have looked like. Even the filings in her teeth were analyzed in an attempt to determine the previous location of the deceased before her death. Many possible matches, including potential dental matches, were received, but as the investigation progressed, each potential match was ruled out after comparison with the remains. Investigators also held press conferences sharing details about this case and urging the public to come forward with any knowledge they might have about the victim. But nothing was drawn from that, and no one came forward. Despite the diligent efforts of the investigators, the deceased remained unidentified, and the case turned cold. After remaining unsolved for over 3 decades, finally, in 2021, the case got unexpected assistance and was sent in a new direction. The Baca County Sheriff's and Coroner's Office were contacted by an investigative intern working for the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. The person asked for permission to submit the data from the 1988 Baca County Jane Doe case into NAMAS, a national database of missing and unidentified persons, as well as a resource center for families to find their missing relatives, which was launched in 2007. It did not bring an immediate result, but the case got renewed attention, which also brought up other resources. Combining their resources with the Baca County Coroner's Office, Baca County Sheriff Aaron Shiplett hoped to get a breakthrough in the case of this Jane Doe. Multiple people from the Sheriff's Office and Coroner's Office spent time combining the relevant case information from both agencies' case files into the Sheriff's Office database using the original documents, which were almost 34 years old. After uploading all the information, several detectives were appointed to analyze it. On the other hand, Shiplett was also trying to contact a genetic genealogy lab, as he was hopeful that advances in technology could potentially identify Jane Doe. In July 2021, the Baca County Coroner's Office made contact with Solved by DNA, which is a Castle Rock-based genetic genealogy company, in an attempt to identify the Baca County Jane Doe. This company possesses expertise in investigative genetic genealogy and advanced DNA testing of crime scene DNA or DNA from unidentified human remains. After developing a DNA profile from the unidentified DNA, they used traditional genealogical research to predict whether a suspect or an unidentified person may fit into a family tree based on numerous DNA databases. However, an obstruction was already on its way to solving the case. Although Jane Doe had her DNA records in the original files of investigations, due to the limitations in technology available at the time, those records were not adequate to do a familial DNA study, and new DNA samples were needed to conduct the investigation. On December 13, 2021, an investigative team of the Baca County Sheriff's Office, led by Shiplet, exhumed the remains of Jane Doe from the Springfield Cemetery and obtained new samples of familial DNA testing and research before reburying remains. The samples were then delivered to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in Pueblo for analysis. After a brief analysis, the CVI entered the new DNA profile into NAMAS. In August of 2022, the Baca County Sheriff's Office and Baca County Coroner's Office learned about a possible familial DNA match. Solved by DNA notified the Sheriff's Office that they had been able to locate a person through their DNA research. That could be a possible family member of Jane Doe. The Baca County Sheriff's Office soon began their process of tracking down and contacting several other possible family members of the match, and was able to get them in touch with Solved by DNA. Solved by DNA then requested them to submit their own DNA for analysis, which was necessary to determine if the Baca County Jane Doe was related to them. As family members agreed, Solved by DNA initiated the process of obtaining their DNA for the necessary research. A month later, on September 26, 2022, the Baca County Sheriff's Office was notified by NAMAS regarding their discovery of a separate familial DNA match for Jane Doe. The match was linked to a person who lived in Texas and had submitted their DNA to the McAllen Police Department in Texas in 2004 in an attempt to search for missing mother, Nora Alia Castillo. Nora's daughter, Josie Castillo, was the one who submitted her DNA to the McAllen Police Department in the process of locating her missing mother. The missing person report of Nora Castillo was filed in 1996, even though she had been missing since 1986 or 1987. According to the report of the McAllen Police Department, the last contact with Nora Castillo was a collect call from somewhere in Colorado shortly before her disappearance. After further DNA testing and analysis, the identity of Baca County Jane Doe was finally confirmed as Nora Castillo. Josie Castillo could not spend much time with her mom while growing up since she lived with her dad. Despite that, she remembered her being an outgoing person who loved to laugh and smile. But Josie also remembered how social services got involved when she was 6 and her sister Crystal was 3. At a time when Nora was going through some issues, Nora attempted to get them while they lived in New Mexico with their dad. But getting into some trouble led her to the jail in Hobbs, New Mexico. From there, it said that she went to a mental institution, and that was the last time anyone ever saw from her. 4 years after their mother's mysterious disappearance, the daughters wondered about Nora's whereabouts and how she could be found. The Baca County Sheriff's Office stated, after almost 36 years, the family of Nora Alia Castillo finally knows where she is. Her sister Crystal was also notified about their mother's final fate. Although their hope of ever getting their mother alive was shattered, they were happy to have a sense of closure after all these years of waiting. All this came out of absolutely nowhere, and it's a lot, Crystal stated. Despite seeking answers regarding what led to her mother's untimely demise, Josie said she can now go to sleep at night knowing where her mom is, thanks to genetic genealogy. My heart is healing. There's a healing process now, Josie stated. Nora's family has since been able to visit Nora's last resting place and even the location where she was discovered. However, authorities are still unaware of what happened to Lee to Castillo's death. The details of how Nora Alia Castillo died or why she was in Colorado are still under investigation. For now, this case is still being investigated as a potential homicide. Baca County Deputy Coroner Everett Brissendine said, "We're hoping we would get some kind of tip that would lead us to knowing more about why and how she died." After 3 decades of remaining as a Jane Doe, Nora finally reunited with her family. But even in death, she is still deprived of justice. If anyone out there knows anything, do not hesitate to come forward, as your information could be invaluable to unmask the murderer. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth. A guy named Timothy Dees 26 years old, disappeared from Madison County on February 27th of this year and hasn't been found yet. He lived in Crevker, Missouri, and worked as a stage rigger for 6 years at St. Louis Local 6. He did this job at different places in St. Louis. His family said Timothy really enjoyed setting up concerts and working with the stage lights. His mom, Barbara Hall, last saw him on Friday, February 25th when he left her house in Jefferson County. He was heading to Fredericktown in Madison County with his childhood friend, Caleb Nanny, to hang out for the weekend. When Timothy didn't get in touch with his mom over the weekend, she started getting worried. He usually called or texted her to let her know he was fine. It was his routine to stay in touch with his mom a lot after his brother died because he knew she'd worry about him. Since Barbara couldn't reach him all weekend and Timothy didn't have voicemail set up, she couldn't leave a message. This was normal for Timothy, so no surprise there. But when she tried texting his phone, the text didn't go through and she knew something was wrong. Around 1 a.m. in the early morning hours on Monday, February 28th, Timothy was last seen on surveillance in a local gas station in Fredericktown. He withdrew $160 and proceeded to play the slot machines. He looked alive and well, and not in distress, according to the sheriff's department. 3 hours later, around 4:40 a.m., a 911 call comes into the Madison County Dispatch Center. According to the dispatch, the 911 quarter was down in December of the previous year, and a new one was not installed until the middle of March the next year. After the call, Barbara said that deputies responded to a house on Village Creek Road in Madison County, where the 911 call originated from. There, they proceeded to arrest the friend that Timothy had been traveling with on warrants. Barbara goes on to state that the deputies never questioned the residents about Timothy's whereabouts, even though they knew he was reported missing. According to Barbara, Madison County Sheriff's Department has been no help. Kathy McCutcheon, the sheriff, says that her department has addressed every lead. She states that she's been working with the Missouri Highway State Patrol and assisted them in the investigation. A few days after Timothy's disappearance, Barbara received a call from Caleb, the friend that Timothy left to go to Fredericktown for the weekend, via a video conference call from jail. Unprompted, Caleb proceeds to tell Barbara that he would never hurt Timothy and that he would do everything he could to find him. Barbara said that Caleb had not been any help because his story kept changing every time she spoke with him. Barbara is still adamant that the Madison County Sheriff's Department has done nothing to help with the investigation. Barbara travels to Madison County daily to distribute flyers and speak with residents. There are a lot of unanswered questions about Timothy's disappearance that Barbara would like answered. One of the questions is why deputies did not inquire about Timothy's whereabouts when they were dispatched to the residence after the 911 call was made. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On March 10th, 1987, Daniel Morgan, a Welsh private investigator in London, went for a drink with his business partner Jonathan Rees at the Golden Lion pub in Sydenham. Daniel, 37, and Rees sat at the pub and had a single drink each. They departed shortly after, going their separate ways around 9 p.m. 40 minutes later, a man found Daniel in the parking lot of the pub on the ground. Daniel was declared deceased at the scene, with the murder weapon, a hatchet, still embedded in his head. It was a gruesome murder and one that had shocked locals in the area. Daniel Morgan's family had also immediately been concerned about the coming investigation. Daniel's brother knew that he'd been working on a case regarding police corruption, and it had been immediate concern that someone within the local police force had caught wind. No one had come forward as a witness despite several pleas from the media. The hatchet had been a common general store make and model without any unique identifiers, but the killer had placed 2 bandages around the handle to act as a grip. Initially, the case was assigned to Sid Fiery, a detective sergeant at the Catford police station, and he had the collection of the crime scene evidence, the initial witness statements, and documenting the process. Months later, it was revealed that Fiery had been working with Jonathan Reeves. Fiery had been the one to interrogate Reeves, but hadn't disclosed that the two were friends. After which, Fiery, Reeves, and two other police officers, along with Reeves' brother-in-laws, were arrested but later released. Fiery was removed from the case, but he resigned from the police department altogether and joined Reeves in replacing Daniel Morgan in the private investigation business. There had been several allegations that Daniel and Jonathan were having several differences of opinion regarding the business. Reeves was very well connected with the police department, whereas Daniel kept his distance. Daniel didn't trust the police department, concerned about corruptions within the ranks. One witness stated that Reeves had conspired to have Daniel murdered to get him out of the business, even revealing that Sid Fiery had been brought in to replace Daniel once he was taken care of. Reeves and Fiery denied this conversation took place, but it is what happened after Daniel's murder. The statements were deemed as not corroborated as there had been no additional witnesses, and the witness who made the statement was under investigation for fraud and therefore deemed not reputable. Months later, a former employer came forward saying that Daniel had approached him about asking for help selling a story to the newspaper about police corruption, solidifying the belief that Daniel was killed because of the article he was working on. In 1989, Jonathan Reeves was arrested a second time for the murder of Daniel Morgan, and this time he was charged. However, the charges were eventually dropped. Meanwhile, the Morgan family were continuing to keep the case in the media and keep pressuring lawmakers and detectives and papers to keep the case alive. Detectives decided to set up surveillance within the office of Reeves and Fiery. They discovered that the two were working closely with tabloid newspapers, and their clientele became less than honest. The two were hired by a man to plant drugs on his ex-wife before a custody hearing, so his ex-wife would be deemed an unfit parent by the courts and he wouldn't have to pay child support. It hadn't been the evidence they were looking for, but law enforcement had to intervene and blow the undercover surveillance operation. Reeves was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit a crime and sentenced to 7 years in prison. Over the passing decades, the case remains unsolved. Reeves is now out of prison, but is still suspect to have been involved in Daniel Morgan's murder. The Metropolitan Police have been under incredible scrutiny since this case. Several audits have revealed deep and systematic corruption within law enforcement that really hasn't been addressed. Reeves had deep connections and had help from officers. Fiery had been a detective for many years, and in addition to knowing police protocols, was also well connected. The undercover surveillance had revealed one instance where they'd been willing to commit a crime in order to make a buck. And that surveillance had happened years after Reeves and Fiery had gone into business together. It wouldn't be a stretch to conclude that they might have done this before. In that case, two officers had also been arrested in connection with the crime for planting the drugs on an innocent woman. Those aren't the kind of officers you want investigating the man who was murdered for trying to bring to light corrupt officers. In 2021, Morgan's brother Alistair is still raising awareness and meeting with law enforcement to try and get action taken. In a recent report expressing concerns about the corruption within the Metropolitan Police, they said, "The family of Daniel Morgan suffered grievously as a consequence of the failure to bring his family justice. The unwarranted assurances which were given, the misinformation which was put into the public domain, and the denial of failings on the investigation, including failing to acknowledge professional competence, individuals' penal behavior, and managerial and organizational failures. The Metropolitan Police have also repeatedly failed to take a fresh, thorough, and critical look at past failings. Concealing or denying failings for the sake of the organization's public image is dishonesty on the part of the organization for a reputational benefit and constitutes a form of institutional corruption." Shane McLaughlin was just 15 years old when he first went missing from his mother's home in Romulus, Michigan in Metro Detroit. He was eventually found and returned, but then decided to move in with a relative to attend high school. He was last seen leaving his residence at 10:48 on the evening of October 28, 2020. He was captured on camera getting into a dark-colored SUV, possibly a Dodge Jeep or Durango, and had a Nike duffel bag with him. Shane has a heartbeat tattoo on the side of his left arm, and both ears pierced. On October 18, 2021, Crime Stoppers and the team's family marked the first anniversary since anyone had seen or heard from the teen. Crime Stoppers of Michigan was offering a $2,500 reward for any information. Shane's mother, Nicole Quarles, is seen on TV, tearfully asking for just a phone call from her son to let her know that he is safe. Not to return home, but just to call. Shane then surfaced in a TikTok video. The video showed Shane with his missing poster in the background and a medical mask on, alleging he left home because he was physically and emotionally abused. In the TikTok video, he claimed that he'd suffered from mental issues since he was 14, and when he asked for help from his mother, she would tell him to get over it. The TikTok videos have since been removed. According to Shane, he alerted police and child services about the abuse, and he alleged that no one would help him, so he chose to leave on his own, saying in the video, "I'm doing great on my own. I'm doing fine. I don't need nobody. You guys might think because I'm young, I need someone to rely on, but I don't. I'm perfectly capable of living by myself. There's no one that I need in life. I just want to be alone." Quarles then acknowledged in her own TikTok video that this is indeed her son, but denied the abuse claims. She stated that Shane had been counseling for anxiety but was experiencing difficulties at home. She said that she believes he has been brainwashed and she fears for his life and will not stop looking for him. Quarles said that she and the police know the woman that is helping Shane. She lives near Quarles, and Quarles had taken out a personal protection order against the woman. Quarles said that despite the court order, the older woman had not kept her distance from her so that court action would take place. She stated that if Shane agrees to meet with the police so that they can determine his well-being, she will call off the search. She has stated that she believes that Shane was groomed by the older woman and that the two have been in some sort of relationship. According to the Romulus police, Shane is still considered a voluntary missing person. Law enforcement have stated that there isn't any evidence to prove Shane was abused nor his siblings. However, they have stated that once Shane turns 18, he will not be required to return to his family, but they would like him to reach out so that they can make sure he's okay. As of right now, the case remains open. This case is kind of unique, but because Shane is still a minor and given his age and the allegations made on both sides, it is paramount that law enforcement know he is okay and that there wasn't anything criminal with his disappearance. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Romulus Police Department. Krista Abelseth was 16 years old when she was sexually assaulted by the then 30-year-old John Barnes. Krista said she'd been drinking with Barnes and had suddenly become very tired and intoxicated. The last thing she remembered was being offered a ride home. However, Krista awoke naked on the bathroom floor in Barnes' home. She hadn't been conscious during the sexual assault and had become pregnant as a result. She didn't initially report the assault as she didn't know the laws around filing police reports. Bearing in mind, she was also only 16. However, when she was seeking therapy in 2015, she was informed that she still was within the window to report the crime, which she did. Krista didn't inform her attacker that she had kept the child and raised her child as a single parent for 5 years before Barnes learned of the child and immediately sought to custody of the little girl. Then Krista recently lost custody when she gave her daughter a cell phone, which had been prohibited by the judge. The daughter, now 16, brought forward allegations that her father had sexually, physically, and emotionally abused her. Krista was back in court to request full custody, which was also the teen's wish. Initially, the request was denied due to insufficient evidence despite evidence from the hospital confirming that the child was not a child, that the 16-year-old had injuries consistent with sexual assault. Barnes also stopped allowing Krista to visit or communicate with her child. This is when Krista took to the media, alleging that the courts were protecting a known child predator and was a danger to her child. The story garnered international attention, demanding criminal action. On July 15th, the judge on the case ordered that the teen be placed in the care of a third party while he looked into the sexual assault allegations from both Krista and her daughter. The age of consent in Louisiana is 17, and due to Krista's age when she gave birth, no matter what the circumstances had been, it was illegal and should have been investigated during the initial custody trial. Also, Barnes was held in contempt of the courts during that hearing and ordered to pay Krista's legal fees for not allowing her to communicate with her daughter. So far, there have been no updates from the courts, even though there was supposed to be a verdict on July 15th regarding the custody arrangement. But the courts couldn't come to a decision, so it's being pushed to a later date. We don't know when the next court dates are, but it is hopeful that Krista is reunited with her daughter. In California, the Gem and Jewelry Show was getting ready to move the event to the Pasadena Convention Center in San Mateo. It is a traveling convention that features rare private collections for display. And during the move on July 11th, all of the precious wares were loaded onto an armored vehicle driven by Brinks Security. The contents of the vehicle have an estimated combined value of over $100 million. Stepped away from the vehicle at a rest stop and left the truck unattended for 27 minutes. When they came back, the vehicle had been robbed. The thieves are alleged to have bypassed the vehicle's locking system. Specifics haven't been released, so as to not jeopardize the safety of other vehicles in the fleet. Initially, it was reported that the loss was less than $10 million in value, but it is now being discovered that several of the collectors had underinsured their jewels because insuring these items is incredibly expensive. The owners impacted aren't huge corporations. They are usually individuals or families that rent out the items to trade shows to not only share the items with the public, but it also helps to cover the costs of insuring them. The Gem and Jewelry Show has been operating for years and has never had an issue before. They have also exclusively worked with Brinks to secure the items and have never had any issues. This is an ongoing investigation, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about this later. Stephanie Isaacson, who had been murdered in a random attack while she was walking to school. Her case was solved after 32 years thanks to the generous donation that funded the advanced genetic genealogy testing that had been instrumental in solving the case. Her killer, Darren Roymarchand, had committed suicide 9 years after the slaying. His DNA profile had also connected him to another unsolved cold case. He had been a longtime Las Vegas resident, but had never been a suspect in either case. The generous donation had been provided by local businessman Justin Wu, who has since gone on to fund several more cases. And similar to the identification of Darren Roymarchand, Wu's funding has closed 2 cold cases, both perpetrated by the same killer, and possibly another 5. Because of this donation, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department may have identified a serial killer active in the area in the 70s and 80s. The first case that was solved was that of Kim Bryant, a 16-year-old who was abducted from a Dairy Queen parking lot on January 26, 1979. The Dairy Queen was across the street from her high school, and she was waiting there for her boyfriend to pick her up. When he arrived, he noted that Kim was nowhere to be seen, but didn't think too much of it. Kim had been abducted around 9 a.m. and wasn't reported missing until late afternoon when she didn't return home from school. An extensive investigation of the teen was conducted, but there had been little to go on. Officers had one witness who said they saw Kim waiting and then saw 2 young males drive past, talk to her for a moment, and then drive away shouting obscenities at her. Those young men had never been identified, but officers had the make and model of the vehicle. Additionally, they also released a sketch to the media. A month after her disappearance, 3 boys made a grisly discovery while hiking. Kim's body was discovered in a desert area in a shallow grave. She had been brutally beaten, sexually assaulted, and the cause of her death was noted as blunt force trauma. The investigation went on for several months, but eventually, leads dried up and the case went cold. Law enforcement from the original investigation had preserved a DNA sample, and it was kept in storage for many years, but over time the sample began to degrade, making it more challenging to extract a full DNA profile using modern equipment. In 2021, while re-examining the evidence, they found a new sample on Kim's clothing and were able to get a full DNA profile and upload it into the national databases. This had renewed hopes of finding her killer, and it had been the first time they were able to get a full profile for comparison. Unfortunately, there were no hits. In 2021, after the success of finding Stephanie Isaacson's killer, Justin Wu offered to fund more cases, covering the costly expense of sending DNA samples to private labs in order to have an advanced genetic genealogy profile done. Kim's case would be one of those in the next round of cold cases to be sent off to Othram Labs. It took nearly a year, but finally Othram was able to narrow in on several close relatives of the suspect. In October 2021, LVMPD reached out to the closest relative and asked for a DNA sample to compare, and that relative agreed to submit their DNA for comparison. It was in November 2021 they finally had an identification. Kim Bryant's killer had been Johnny Blake Peterson, who had been 19 at the time of Kim's murder. Johnny had also attended the same high school as Kim, but he graduated a few years before she did, and it was unclear if the two knew each other. Peterson had never been identified as a suspect, however. He had been arrested for sexual assault, but never convicted, and it appeared the case against him had been dropped. Peterson lived in Las Vegas his whole life. He worked in construction as a plasterer and a general contractor. He had married and had 2 children, but died under mysterious circumstances in 1993 at the age of 32. His cause of death could not be determined. When LVMPD uploaded Peterson's DNA into the national databases, they were surprised when his DNA matched another cold case from Las Vegas. On December 31, 1983, 22-year-old Diana Hansen was abducted while jogging in western Las Vegas. Diana was a college student from Texas visiting family over the winter break. Similar to Kim's abduction, it had been quick without any witnesses. She had been reported missing later that day, but maybe because of her age and that she wasn't a resident, or that it was New Year's Eve, there wasn't as large of an immediate sense of urgency with the investigation that we saw with Kim's. There is barely any information about her disappearance available. The following day, her body was discovered in another remote area near where she'd been abducted. She had been sexually assaulted, but in escalation of violence from Kim's murder, Diana had been stabbed to death. Diana's murder investigation quickly went cold. No one in the area had seen anything suspicious, and it wasn't clear exactly where Diana was jogging, so they couldn't even narrow down where they would be looking for an abduction. There was little evidence to go on, and the case had remained unsolved for decades. It had only taken a week from Johnny Peterson's identification as Kim Bryant's killer for Diana's cold case to be solved. LVMPD is looking at 5 other cold cases that have similar patterns as Kim and Diana's cases. They believe Peterson could be linked to several more killings, with a wide time frame of 1975 to 1993, opening up the possibility that Peterson could have been a serial killer in the area. Christina Burlingame, Eve Provenzano, Terry Dietrich, and Mary Beth DeVito were all young women who had been abducted and murdered in the same window of time. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On July 31, 1974, 22-year-old Christy Ellen Bryant had been working an overnight shift alone at a 7-Eleven store in National City, a city within the San Diego region. Christy was from Florida and had come to California to serve in the U.S. Marine Corps. An injury sustained in a car accident in 1972 had ended her military career. Christy was described as a very friendly person who was always willing to lend a hand where needed. Sometime in the early morning hours, Christy was attacked. Her body was found hours later when the next worker arrived and discovered the front doors to the convenience store were locked. He then discovered Christy's body covered in blood. Her cause of death was determined to have been several stab wounds, but based on the evidence, it appeared that Christy had put up one hell of a fight. They determined a significant amount of blood from her attacker at the scene. Despite an exhaustive investigation, no suspects were identified for nearly 5 decades. There had been no witnesses and nothing to aid in the investigation. In 2008, the suspect's DNA was uploaded to the national databases, but no leads were generated from that. In 2012, 2015, and 2016, detectives tested the DNA against all California databases from their Department of Justice, hoping to get a familial match, but again, nothing came up. The case was passed on to San Diego's Cold Case Investigation Unit, and with the help of grant funding, they were able to submit the DNA for advanced genetic genealogy testing. In the fall of 2021, they identified a suspect, 69-year-old Carlin Edward Cornet. They surveilled him and collected a sample of DNA for comparison and were able to connect him to Christy's killer. He was extradited to San Diego, where he is pleaded not guilty. Cornet had never been a suspect in the slaying, nor did he have any criminal history. At this time, it is unclear when his next trial date is. Christie's father and sister made a statement to the media. Her sister has vowed to attend every court date Cornet has. Holly Bryant stated to the media, "I do want him to pay for what he did, and I hope his family can accept it as well." Back in 1975 in New Smyrna, Florida, a young couple, Tina Gail Lynn, 17, and Dean Klaus, 21, tied the knot. They were high school sweethearts and soon had a daughter named Holly. After Holly was born, they decided to move to Texas for Dean's construction job. They said goodbye to their families and headed off to Texas. At first, they kept in touch a lot, but then the calls and letters stopped in April 1980. It didn't seem odd at first, but then Dean's family got a weird call. A woman named Sister Susan from Los Angeles claimed to know about Tina and Dean and had Dean's car. She wanted $1,000 to bring the car back to Florida. The car had been purchased by Donna and gifted to Dean for the move. Donna agreed to meet the woman, but also alerted authorities. They agreed to meet at the Daytona racetrack. The Klaus family was confused when 3 women in white robes, possibly one male, stepped out of the vehicle and did not want to be contacted by family members. She further stated that the couple had given up all of their possessions. The women were reportedly taken into custody, but no police report of the incident was ever found, and because the couple were adults, no investigation was taken at that time. Donna stated that she hadn't been surprised that Dean had joined a cult. He had expressed interest and had been involved in a different cult in Florida, but she thought that he'd put it past him when he married Tina. After this encounter, no one heard from Tina or Dean ever again. It was in 1981 in Houston, Texas, when 2 bodies were discovered in a wooded area. It was a man and woman found in a shallow grave buried together. The cause of death was deemed to be homicide. The man appeared to have been beaten to death, while the woman had injuries consistent with strangulation, and in the grave was a bloody towel and green gym shorts. They estimated that they had been killed 2 months before the discovery. The bodies had no identification, and there weren't any missing person report that matched. Composite sketches were done and released to the media, but no one came forward. The bodies remained unidentified for decades. They were buried in the Harris County and were given the names Harris County Jane and John Doe. In 2021, Texas established a dedicated statewide cold case unit for the first time to start going through the 20,000 unsolved murders in the state. The cold case team started accepting cases in the fall of 2021, and one of the first cases they decided to open was that of the Harris County Jane and John Doe. They first decided to have the bodies exhumed in order to get DNA samples from the 2 of them, and soon the bodies were identified as Tina and Dean Klaus, who had been missing since 1981. Law enforcement started their investigation, which led them to speak to the families of the deceased. Very quickly, they learned that the couple had a young daughter, and a search began to find baby Holly. Dean's mother said that she was devastated to learn that Dean and Tina had been murdered so soon after they stopped communication. Though she had missed her son over the years, she had hoped the family had been living out their lives, but had always feared the worst. Both Tina's family and Dean's family had never given up hope that they might one day have answers. Law enforcement from multiple agencies set to work trying to find Holly, and in June 2022 they made the discovery that no one had thought possible. Holly Klaus, now 42, was found in Oklahoma. Some details have not been released to protect the ongoing investigation, but it was revealed that shortly after the murder of Tina and Dean, Holly had been left at a church in Arizona and adopted by the pastor and his wife of the church. They had renamed the infant. She never knew her birth name, birth family, or parents. Holly's adopted parents were not suspects. They revealed details about the circumstances that brought Holly to their front door. 2 women dressed in white robes and barefoot. They identified themselves as members of a nomadic religious group. The women spoke about their beliefs, saying that their religion included separating male and female members and practicing vegetarian habits. They also stated that their religion prevented them from wearing leather goods. These group members also indicated that they had previously given up another baby at a laundromat. Experts have identified the group as likely being the nomadic cult called Christ's Family, which had been led by Charles McHugh. The group had been known to wander the southern United States for years and had been active in Texas in 1981. The Texas General's Attorney's Office went on to state that the members of the group are believed to have traveled to Arizona, California, and possibly Texas. The members of the nomadic group had been spotted in Yuma, Arizona during the 1980s, with the female members asking the public for food. McHugh, who called himself Lightning Amen, believed himself to be Jesus reincarnated and at the group's highest had 2,000 members. McHugh encouraged excessive drug use and demanded that members give up their former lives and earthly possessions. Children within the cult were viewed as excessive baggage, and it was required that all children be given up. If Tina and Dean had been involved with this or recruited into this cult, they would have been required to give up Holly, and it is still unknown what led to their deaths. The FBI had noted that this particular group as non-violent, however, the leader was seen as dangerous and unpredictable. McHugh had been arrested in 1985 for possession and transporting methamphetamines for the purpose of sale, as well as weapons charges. At his arrest, he was also found to be in possession of several weapons, various other drugs, and $4,200 in cash. He was convicted along with 4 other followers and went to prison for a bit. Another incident in 1985 was when 10 cult members were arrested for growing over $900,000 worth of cannabis at a compound in California. The cult broke up when McHugh was in prison. When he was released, he had a small following until his death in 2010, though there are still active members of Christ's family. Holly, whose adopted name has been withheld to protect her family's privacy, has 5 children of her own and even is a grandmother. She has been reunited with her birth family, who has welcomed her return. Their reunification is being facilitated by experts. Family members are relieved that Holly had a good life and was well cared for all of these years. The investigation into the murders of Dean and Tina Klaus is still ongoing. Little is known about what may have happened to the couple. Had they refused to give up Polly and was killed by McHugh or other members? The timeline puts a time of murder around the same time the car was returned to Florida. If anyone has information about their deaths, they are asked to please contact the Texas Attorney General's Cold Case and Missing Persons Unit. Nestled at the base of Pikes Peak, a scenic summit in the Rocky Mountains, is Colorado Springs. It's described as a big city with a small-town feel, but the recent murder of 17-year-old Riley Whitelaw has shaken this Midwestern community to its core. Riley was a high school student working part-time at the local Walgreens. She was a talented student that kept a super busy schedule. When she wasn't in class, she was a school color guard member and even found time to volunteer. She was described as a creative person that used several artistic outlets to express herself. She loved painting, writing, dancing, and playing guitar. Not only was she accomplished and bright, but Riley was described as empathetic, compassionate, and wise beyond her years. Riley was tragically robbed of her bright future when she was murdered on June 11th. The story of that day actually began 1 year earlier, when Riley was only 16 years old and started working a couple days a week at her local Walgreens. Riley was said to have liked her job there and got along with her coworkers. However, Riley went to her management team and said that one coworker was making her uncomfortable. 28-year-old Joshua Johnson. She said that Johnson was making several unwanted advances towards her, and she was concerned and wanted it to stop. The store manager, Justin Zunino, told her that he would take the complaint seriously, but only spoke to Johnson asking him to act professional in the workplace. We are talking about a grown man making unwanted sexual advances towards a minor, and all that happened is he was asked politely to stop. No additional precautions were taken to protect Riley. There were no disciplinary actions taken, and Riley was forced to continue working shifts with a man who would continue to harass her. Over the next 9 months, Riley continued working at the store, and it is unclear if the behavior continued from Johnson or if management wasn't doing anything about it. There allegedly weren't any additional formal complaints for a while. I remember when I was 18 and working my first full-time job. It was a job that I worked entirely with much older adults. Almost all of them were men. I had endured months of sexual harassment from a couple of guys that I worked with. When I went to my male manager, he laughed and said I was being sensitive and told me to ignore it. It kept happening, And when I approached the owner about what was happening, all of a sudden, my manager was pissed off at me because I'd gotten him in trouble. After that, my manager basically told all of my coworkers I had tattled on them and I was ruining all the fun. I was essentially bullied relentlessly after that. I was put on shitty shifts, I had my hours cut, and my manager refused to sign off on reporting my hours that I needed for my apprenticeship. I know that my experience is not a unique one. Reporting sexual harassment in any workplace is terrifying. It took me weeks to build up the courage to say something, and in the end it made things 10 times worse. The bullying for reporting the incident was way worse than the initial harassment. I don't know if this happened to Riley exactly, but I know what happens in workplaces. People gossip and people are mean. In March of 2022, Riley's boyfriend Jacob began working at the same Walgreens as Riley. It was at this point that things began to escalate. Crystal Ishmael, another manager at the store, began noticing that Johnson seemed to be acting increasingly jealous. But again, nothing was done about it. There was zero effort made by management to make any changes or protections in place. In late May, Riley approached management again and reported Johnson for unwanted advances that were making her uncomfortable. She specifically stated that things were at the worst when they worked shifts together. Riley asked to not be scheduled with Johnson. It seemed to be a very reasonable request if they weren't willing to do anything else. She made the complaint with the store manager, Justin Zunino. As was seen with the first complaint, no action was taken. When Riley asked not to be scheduled with Johnson, she was told that they could only accommodate her request by cutting her hours and it wasn't possible to schedule them separately. The harassment was so unbearable that Riley accepted the accommodation, but eventually approached management again and that she said she basically begged for more hours. Zunino said he could give her more hours, but she would need to work with Johnson and just deal with it. Riley accepted the schedule change and went back to working night shifts with Johnson. On June 11, 2022, Riley was working the same shift as Johnson. She left for her 30-minute break around 5:30 p.m. She was working a Saturday, so she was likely midway through her shift. For anyone unfamiliar with corporate retail structure, breaks are usually staggered in such a way that they shouldn't disrupt business service. These breaks are usually all pre-planned out and on your schedule, so you know what time approximately you're going to be taking your break. And if you're even a minute late coming back from a break, your manager usually knows about it because that means your coworker can't go on their break and it has a domino effect for the rest of the breaks that day. So to me, this next part makes no sense. Crystal Eichmel noticed that Riley didn't return from her break around 6 p.m. and called Justin Zunino to come back to the store. He quickly returned a few minutes later. Eichmel claimed to have looked all over the store for Riley and had basically assumed she had abandoned her shift, which is a term used for people who leave mid-shift. Zunino decides to check the store's security footage to see if Riley left the building, but instead he finds something much more disturbing. In the video, Zunino saw Joshua Johnson carefully stacking boxes on top of one another until they completely cover their surveillance camera that faced the staff break room, as if he was trying to prevent people from seeing the actions he was about to take. He noted the time when Johnson had started doing this, and it was hours before Riley's disappearance, near the start of his shift. Zunino also noticed that when he returned to the store, someone had taped over the windows to the break room with paper, so that you couldn't directly see inside the break room. Additionally, he noticed a restroom closed sign taped over the door. This was the public washroom, and it was unusual to have that sign up while the store was still open. At the time, he hadn't really thought anything of it or didn't really think it was super important, but while he was watching Johnson cover the cameras, he knew something very wrong had happened. Finally, Zunino went to the break room, being the first person to go there since Riley went on break. Apparently, no one had thought to check the break room when they were searching the whole store for Riley. When he opened the door, he immediately saw Riley on the floor and said that there was blood everywhere. Completely upset and in shock, he did not enter the room and ran out to call 911 at 6:55 p.m. Meanwhile, Crystal Ishmael said that she had been looking around the store for Riley when she noticed a strong odor of bleach coming from the dumpster area. When she attempted to investigate further, a male voice called back and said not to open it or come closer because he was changing. She quickly went to ask Zunino for help, but no one was there when she returned. All that was present was a completely empty bottle of bleach on the ground. Police officers arrived on the scene at 7:02 p.m. According to the police affidavit, Riley had suffered significant trauma to her neck area, and there was a lot of blood around her head and on the floor and other stains on the floor cabinets and counter. Zunino and relayed the information to the police about everything they had seen in the store that day and the camera footage. They also told officers about Johnson's jealous behavior and advances towards the victim. Joshua Johnson was already the prime suspect, but he was nowhere to be found. Officers began taking statements from customers and co-workers and discovered that approximately a customer in the store was shopping in the deodorant aisle when she heard screaming and a slamming noise like a door or locker. Nervous yet unsure of exactly what she'd heard, the lady simply finished her purchase and left the store, only reporting what she had heard after the incidents of the day came to light. But she wasn't the only one who heard that. Several other reports from customers and co-workers reported hearing similar noises, but no one investigated, placing the time of the attack at 5:44 p.m. And even more shocking that no one checked the staff area for over an hour. I have been a manager for many years, and if someone was ever late coming back from break, the first place I would check would be the staff room. Law enforcement finally found Johnson the following day, walking on Interstate 95 near Trinidad, Colorado, over 100 miles from where the crime had occurred. According to the officers who picked him up, Johnson had scratch marks on his face and hands, consistent with defensive wounds. Johnson was promptly picked up without incident and brought in for questioning. He admitted to officers that he'd previously had a crush on Riley, but had not been interested lately because he was in a relationship with Crystal Eichmel. While there is uncertainty as to whether his claim is true, Crystal certainly did not mention this to police, nor did any of the other interviewees. So it's possible Johnson lied about his involvement with her. The improbable claim that he'd been in the break room after Riley had been killed and slipped and fell in her blood, but did not call police and decided to clean himself up. He said that he walked out of the store, went home, and changed his clothes. However, he denied stacking the boxes to cover the camera, despite the clear evidence of this action being seen on video. Joshua Johnson was officially arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He's being held without bail while he waits trial. The investigation is ongoing. Johnson will next be in court on August 26th. While Joshua Johnson is the top suspect and the likely murderer of Riley, news outlets have speculated as to whether he is the only party to blame for Riley's death. Walgreens and her managers there should have done more to protect Riley. Sexual harassment reports should have been taken seriously, and inappropriate behavior, like what Johnson exhibited, should not have been tolerated in the workplace. Riley's safety and well-being were not prioritized by her workplace, and this negligence contributed to her death. Walgreens has not made a public statement about Riley's murder, though they did opt to say that they were providing grief counseling to employees and have closed the store, which as of recording remains closed. It is unclear if any legal action will be taken against the management of the store, or if there will be any broader actions taken by the company to prevent this from happening again. Riley's family has set up a GoFundMe to establish a scholarship in Riley's name. They are hopeful there is swift justice and appreciate the outpouring of support they have received from the community and abroad. Colorado Springs Police Department also encourages anyone with information about this case to call them or make anonymous reports with Crime Stoppers. On January 10, 1984, Patricia Louise Smith, a 51-year-old interior decorator originally from Nebraska, was having lunch at her home in Lakewood, Colorado. She was helping her daughter, who had recently gone through a divorce, settle in with her two young kids. While Patricia's grandchildren were at school and her daughter was at work, she was alone at home. Later that day, when her daughter Sherry waited for her at the park and ride as usual, Patricia didn't show up. This worried Sherry, who waited for a bit before calling her cousin to pick her up. Together, they fetched Sherry's kids and went home. When they arrived, they noticed the house was dark except for the light coming from Patricia's bedroom TV. Inside, they found Patricia lying on the floor, covered with a blanket. Sherry realized her mother had passed away. She quickly took her kids and went to the neighbors to call the police. She had been viciously beaten. The murder weapon had been determined to be a hammer. She had also been sexually assaulted. It had been a brutal murder and one that shook the community. Detectives determined that the killer had entered the home via the garage and believed that the attack had happened sometime midday, as it appeared Patricia had been about to eat lunch. The home had also been ransacked and contents of Patricia's purse had been dumped out, and a hammer was found next to Patricia. Other evidence collected from the scene was blanket and the carpet underneath her body for later examination. The investigation had puzzled detectives. No one in the surrounding townhomes had heard or seen anything suspicious. They had just moved to Colorado, so they didn't believe that it was someone who knew Patricia or her family. The killer appeared to have just walked in and out in broad daylight without anyone noticing. On January 4th, a couple, Kim and Jim Habenshield, had a bizarre break-in and attack in Aurora, Colorado. The couple awoke to have been attacked by a man wielding a hammer. When the couple started screaming, the man threw the hammer and ran out of the house. He had also entered the home through an open garage and had stolen Kim's purse. The hammer had been a standard hardware store claw hammer. Similar to Patricia's murder, no prints were found, which led detectives to believe the attacker had worn gloves. The couple had been extremely disoriented when they finally realized there was a man in their bedroom. They hadn't even initially realized they both had injuries. They were both bleeding heavily but didn't notice for several minutes. They described their attacker as a large man, but it had been too dark to see any details. The man hadn't said anything before running out of the house. Officers traced footprints in the snow from their house to a neighbor's house, and it was theorized that the perpetrator had been going door to door, looking for homes that were unlocked. Then back in Aurora, Colorado, authorities linked another attack similar to the Habenshields that had occurred hours after Patricia had been murdered. Donna Dixon, a flight attendant, had been attacked in her garage by a man with a hammer. Her attacker had been hiding in her garage and had hit her on the temple as she'd been getting out of her car after work. The injury had rendered her unconscious. She had been found still alive by her boyfriend, who was a pilot and had ended his shift in the early morning hours the following day. He found Donna in their bedroom, covered in blood, with a huge injury to the side of her head. Donna had been rushed to the hospital, where she was able to recover, but detectives had to deliver the horrible news that she'd been sexually assaulted by her attacker. Due to how much blood was found in the concrete, Donna had been left for dead in the garage. It was estimated she'd been there for several hours, but it had been the cold Colorado winter temperatures that had saved Donna from bleeding out. When news got out that Donna lived through the attack, Donna's boyfriend was terrified someone would come back to finish the job, and he slept with a gun for months afterward. The first thing Donna remembered was waking up on the garage floor. She still had her house keys in her hand from when she'd gotten out of the car. She had no idea what had happened and started vomiting, which she attributed to drinking too much in the state of shock that she was in. She could only focus on how cold she was, both from the open garage door and the shock from the injury. She got into the house and made her way to the bedroom, where she laid down until her boyfriend came home. Again, a hammer was found in the garage, and Donna's purse had cash stolen from it. Then, on January 16th, the Aurora Police Department got a call for the most horrific and violent attack yet. Bruce and Deborah Bennett worked together at a furniture warehouse, and it was when neither of them showed up for work that morning that drew a cause for concern. The couple were always extremely reliable, and when their work called their house, no one picked up, which was also very unusual. One of their coworkers got in touch with Bruce's mother, Connie, and asked if she knew where they were. Connie also called the Bennetts, and when no one answered, she got in her car and drove. When she arrived at the house, she noticed the garage door had been left open. Additionally, both of their vehicles were still parked where they normally were. As she got out of the car, she got closer to the home. She immediately knew something was wrong. Deborah's purse had been dumped out in front of the home. Then she said that the door from the garage into the home had been left ajar. She entered the home and immediately saw Bruce's body in the living room. There was blood everywhere, and she knew her son was deceased. It had been such a shock for Connie, as the family had been celebrating her granddaughter Vanessa's birthday the night before. There were still birthday plates on the kitchen counter. Law enforcement descended on the home. Bruce was found in the living room, but evidence had shown that the attack had started in the couple's bedroom. Bruce had fought the attacker despite a severe head injury. Several spindles from the banister had been knocked out during the struggle. The fight had ended in the living room where Bruce's throat was slashed. Deborah's body was found in the bedroom. She had been attacked with a hammer and sexually assaulted. The couple had 2 daughters. Melissa, 8 years old, was found in the bedroom deceased. The youngest daughter, 3-year-old Vanessa, was found wedged in between the bed and the wall with significant injuries to her entire body, and in a shock to everyone was still breathing. Vanessa was rushed to the hospital where she was treated for a broken arm, skull fracture, shattered jaw, and several broken ribs. She was in a coma for days after the attack, and it would take her years before she recovered physically enough to leave the hospital. Both of the little girls had been sexually assaulted by the attacker. A mountain of evidence was collected from the home. Deborah's purse, DNA evidence left behind in both bedrooms. The knife that had been and a hammer was also discovered. It had been a horrific massacre, one that didn't make sense to anyone. No one had heard a thing. Law enforcement had estimated the time of attack, sometime between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., and none of their neighbors heard anything. Bruce's brother had been at the birthday party the night before, and he remembered as he was leaving that the garage door was open. He went in and let Bruce know to close it before he left around 9 p.m. He left after that and didn't know if Bruce closed it before going to bed. It wasn't long before investigators tied the crimes together. With how investigations were conducted at the time, they were all given to different, so there wasn't a collaborative effort to find this man. We saw this happen with the investigation of the Golden State Killer. Joseph James D'Angelo, being an ex-cop, knew what it was like between different police departments and that there really wasn't any system in place to work cooperatively. This was why he attacked in different areas all the time and how he got away with so many of his attacks. In this case, there were key similarities between all of the attacks. The hammer, the high-risk, blitz-style attack, getting into homes via open garages, and stealing and robbing of purses. And in each of the attacks, all the homes had been in newly constructed subdivisions. An FBI profile was done of the unknown attacker. The FBI felt that they were looking for a young man because the attacks, all of the crimes had been messy. He'd left evidence behind, which led agents to believe this was an inexperienced killer. The attacks had followed a textbook escalation of violence, from attacking a couple and letting them live, to sexual assault and attempted murder, to the violent murder, and then the slaughtering of an entire family. The FBI also thought they were looking for someone who worked in construction, as newly built developments had been consistent with the victims. They also felt that all the victims were random, chosen out of convenience. Who knows how many homes he would try before finding ones with the doors unlocked. The attacker never broke into any of the homes, always entering where garages were open, and the doors into the homes were unlocked. The weapons were also notable. All the hammers were different. Some were older than others, some were construction, some were more of a basic home tool, and others were specialized. But he always brought them to the crime scene. The only weapon that had been used from inside at home was the kitchen knife used to kill Bruce Bennett. The crimes had all happened in such a quick succession, and the killer had attacked every week in January, and the communities surrounding Detroit braced for more attacks. But they never came. As quickly as the attacks had started, they just stopped. On January 26, 1985 in Kingsman, Arizona, Roy Williams was attacked in the middle of the night. An unknown attacker had come into his home through an unlocked back door, and Roy was awakened to a man standing over him with a rock in his hand. The man sent the rock crashing down onto his skull, but it didn't knock him out. A second blow came down, but the attacker dropped it. And instead of hitting his head for a second time, it landed on his chest, breaking a rib. Roy was able to get up and chase the man out of his house. Police came and investigated, but there had been little to go on. Roy couldn't identify his attacker because it had been too dark. What investigators did find was a very distinct set of shoe prints leading out of Roy's house. The shoe prints were so detailed, detectives could make out a number 9, indicating the shoe size. Their suspect had been wearing a size 9 tennis-style shoe. Officers in the area received a BOLO, which included a photograph of the shoe tread. And later that day, an officer on patrol saw a man hitchhiking and pulled him over to talk to him. They talked for a couple of minutes. The man said he was unemployed and said he was from California and looking to hitchhike back. Then the officer asked to see the bottom of his shoes. The officer noticed a similarity between the treads and asked if he could come down to the police station. The officer hadn't expected this man to bolt. The man was caught 30 minutes later trying to hide. He was identified as 23-year-old Alex Christopher Ewing. He was charged with attempted murder and burglary for the attack against Roy Williams. He was held in jail while he waited trial. 9 months later, on August 9th, Ewing was put on a prison transport bus for his first court date. The bus stopped for gas near Henderson, Nevada, and while correctional officers weren't looking, Ewing made a run for it. Law enforcement searched all night, but weren't able to locate the missing felon. Then, the following day, they started receiving calls from residential neighborhoods with reports of a man trying to break into homes. Then later that evening, they received a chilling 911 call. Christopher Berry and his wife Nancy had turned in for the night. The couple had 2 children. One was an infant, and Nancy got up to prepare a bottle. When she turned the light on in the kitchen, she screamed when she saw a man standing there with a broken axe handle. Nancy ran back towards the bedroom where the man followed and then started to attack Christopher with the axe handle. Nancy tried to help her husband by blocking some of the attacks. Both of her wrists were broken in the process. She also had a fracture in her arm. Christopher suffered extensive injuries to his face and jaw. Nancy had been able to reach for the telephone and dial 911. The attacker just kept hitting her over and over until she eventually pretended to be dead, and he suddenly left the room. Law enforcement again descended on the home in full force. Christopher and Nancy were rushed to the hospital. Their children had been unharmed. Christopher would suffer permanent damage from the attack and never fully recover. Ewing was not found that night, having eluded officers again. 2 days later, on August 11th, a collect call is placed from a payphone in Lake Mead, Nevada. The operator hears a portion of the call, where the man on the other end describes escaping prison and needing help. The operator then calls law enforcement, who rushes the area. Law enforcement, along with park rangers, spot Ewing still at the payphone. Ewing had called his brother. He was only wearing a pair of maroon shorts. He didn't look well. It appeared that the scorching Nevada heat had been catching up with him. He was sunburned, covered in scrapes and scratches. When Ewing saw park rangers approaching him, he tried to run, but he only got a few hundred yards away before collapsing. He was severely dehydrated and his body wasn't able to go any further. He was recaptured and he had multiple charges added to his already multiple charges. In 1985, he went to trial for the attacks against the Berrys. He was convicted of 2 counts of attempted murder, burglary, and escape, and handed a 110-year sentence. The charges from Roy Williams' attack were dropped because he was already sentenced to multiple decades in prison and should have stayed there for the rest of his life. However, in 2020, Alex Ewing became eligible for parole due to overcrowding, giving Ewing the first taste of freedom in 35 years. But what Ewing didn't know was that during a mandated collection of DNA from Nevada inmates, his DNA linked him to his crimes in Colorado, the murders of the Bennett family, Patricia Smith, and the sexual assault of Donna Dixon. The Colorado District Attorneys scrambled to get Ewing extradited to Colorado so he could be charged in connection with the string of attacks from 1984. And after 2 years, he finally gets Ewing back in Colorado, eliminating any chance of parole for Ewing. Unfortunately, charges couldn't be brought forward in Donna's attack, nor his first attack on the Haben Shields due to the statute of limitations being up on both of those crimes. But DNA linked him to the Bennett murders as well as Patricia Smith, which the DA opted to try those cases separately. The charges related to the Bennett murders came first, since it had the most evidence. And during that investigation, they learned that Ewing matched the first FBI profile to a T. Ewing had been a high school dropout from Sacramento, California. He traveled to Colorado, where he lived there for about a year and worked in construction, particularly new builds. He had worked in several of the developments that he had chosen to find victims in. At the time of the attacks, he'd been 23. But Ewing hadn't been what detectives had been expecting. Ewing was 5 feet 6 inches, he had a small frame, and now 61, he had seemed quite frail. Hardly what they expected from a man they'd been searching for almost 4 decades. He didn't seem capable of the brutal assaults afflicted on his victims. But while they interviewed him, he had displayed seething rage, and the facade of the frail old man had disappeared. If Alex Ewing were to ever be released, they were certain he would kill again. He also had a violent criminal history dating back to 1979 for several burglaries. He had previously been in jail for those crimes, and he'd only just been released in 1984 when he started the killing spree in Colorado. The trial for the Bennett murders began in August 2021, and the jury deliberated for 2 days before coming back with a guilty verdict on all counts and sentenced to 40 years in prison. Then in April 2022, the trial for Patricia's murder. This time, the jury only deliberated for 4 hours before handing down a unanimous guilty verdict, adding another life sentence and eliminating any possibility of parole. There was a sense of relief from Ewing's surviving victims. Connie Bennett said of Ewing, "Some people may call him an animal, but I won't because I think animals have a purpose in this world." Vanessa Bennett also made several statements outlining the pain and suffering she had in her life due to the lasting physical and emotional pain she had been in since January 16, 1985, when her whole life changed. Spokane, once home to a native tribe, has grown into a bustling industrial town with stunning landscapes perfect for outdoor activities like downhill skating and mountain biking. Archie Rutherford, born in 1924 in Montana, spent most of his life in Spokane, where he met his wife Eleanor. They were overjoyed when their son Stanley was born. Archie had a deep love for art, especially stage plays, which led him to join the Spokane Civic Theater, established in 1947. His talent quickly earned him the role of a theater director, allowing him to lead many plays. Besides his theater work, Archie also worked as a night clerk at the Tradeswinds Motor Hotel and co-owned a drive-in restaurant with family. Eleanor, 6 years older than Archie, was also involved in Spokane's art scene. She helped organize music and art festivals. Besides this, she was involved in several philanthropic works, and this made her quite popular in the city. In particular, she worked as a writer for a popular newspaper in the city, the Spokesman Review. Eleanor loved her job, and everyone she worked with had only good things to say about her. Archie was supportive of his wife, and together they lived a very peaceful and contented life in the city. By the early 1980s, Archie was in his late 50s and Eleanor was a few years shy of clocking 65. It seemed to the couple that life would continue at such a pleasant pace for a long time. But they were wrong. None of them had any idea that a horrible, life-changing incident would soon occur. On May 22, 1982, Eleanor took a trip to Seattle. She had been planning it for a while, and when the day arrived, Eleanor said goodbye to Archie. She had no idea this was the last time she would see him alive. On her second day in Seattle, she started to worry. Archie had not tried reaching out to her to ask how she was. She was done with her business in Seattle, and that afternoon, she had her flight back to Spokane. She had different thoughts while on the plane. Most of them were centered on Archie. She wondered why she had not heard from him for days. It was quite unusual, and she was deeply troubled by it. These thoughts troubled her till she landed in Spokane. Upon disembarking, she expected to see Archie waiting for her. They had planned that he would pick her up at the airport. But when she looked around, she realized he was nowhere to be found. At that point, she began to panic. She thought that perhaps he had encountered something that had delayed him, so she decided to wait a while. The more she waited, the more anxious she became. When she could no longer bear the uncertainty, she made arrangements with a close friend to pick her up and take her home. As the car that took her home pulled up to her house, she noticed that her green 1979 Honda was not in the driveway where it was usually parked. The absence of the car meant that her husband was not at home, which puzzled her. She got out of her friend's car and headed towards the house. Something else caught her attention. On the front porch were piles of newspapers that someone had dumped there. In addition to this, a towel had also been carelessly thrown beside the newspapers. All of these things seemed odd to Eleanor. She could not make sense of what she was seeing. Much to her surprise, when she tried the door, she discovered it was unlocked. Did this mean that Archie was at home, or had he forgotten to lock the door before leaving the house? At that point, she did not know what to think. As she stepped into the silent house, she knew something was terribly wrong. The mess that had been outside the front door was nothing compared to what waited for her inside the house. The house was nothing short of chaotic, and things were all over the place. Steak knives from the kitchen drawer were scattered on the dining room table, and a colored television that was always in plain sight was missing. She took all of this disorder in at a glance and slowly made her way to the bedroom. As she opened the bedroom door, nothing prepared her for what she saw. Archie was lying motionless and naked on the bed. A television set was lying on the bed near his head, and its cord was wrapped around his neck. Archie's head and neck were bloodied, and blood covered the bed on which he lay. The wall of the room was also splattered with it. In addition to this, pieces of broken glass were visible near his head. There was no visible sign that he was breathing, and Eleanor hoped that somehow he would still be alive. But a part of her knew that there was no way he could have survived whatever had been done to him. She managed to calm herself enough to call the police and tell them what had happened. In a matter of minutes, the wailing of sirens filled the air as detectives from the Spokane Police Department made their way to Eleanor and Archie's house. A distressed-looking Eleanor opened the door and led them to where her husband was. Even the detectives were shocked by the brutality of the scene. They were unable to immediately determine that Archie was dead. Without wasting much time, the detectives set to work. They began to collect evidence that would be of help to their investigation. While examining Archie's body, one of the detectives noticed cuts behind his left fingers and forearm. These injuries were believed to have been inflicted when he tried to protect himself from whoever killed him. More pieces of broken glass were under his back when his body was moved. But that was not all. A piece of cast iron was also found under his body, and another was on the bedroom floor. The frying pan from which these iron pieces had broken off was later discovered sitting on a stove in the kitchen. When the pan was examined, strands of hair and blood were found on it. Detectives believed Archie's killer had used it as a weapon, so they collected it as evidence. When the detectives checked the kitchen, they noticed a bloody knife in plain sight. There were also bottles of whiskey strewn across the floor of the kitchen. In the bathroom, they found cigarette butts and ash discarded inside the toilet. Soon after, detectives completed a thorough sweep of the house, and Archie's body was moved to the hospital for an autopsy. From their findings, detectives had cause to believe that robbery was likely the motive for the murder. They believed this because Eleanor revealed that several items were also missing from the house, in addition to her car. The missing items included some of her jewelry, house keys, and Archie's wallet, in which he kept several of his credit cards. Detectives knew they needed to find Eleanor's car as soon as possible. They knew finding the vehicle was vital, since it would likely lead them closer to the truth. Information about the car was soon released to the public. Archie's autopsy results came in the following day. They revealed that he had been stabbed multiple times in the head and neck. An object had also been used to violently hit him on the head, resulting in a fractured skull and internal bleeding. Detectives believed that the frying pan found in the kitchen was used to cause this damage. Brother Ford was likely knocked unconscious by a blow to the head before he was repeatedly stabbed to the left side of the head and neck. Spokane County Coroner Lois Shanks told the media at the time of the murder. The possibility of Archie being asleep when he was attacked was not ruled out. Friends of Archie and Eleanor were deeply saddened when they heard the tragic news. They visited Eleanor to mourn with her and also to comfort her. It was a difficult time for Eleanor, and she needed all the emotional support she could get. Simultaneously, the detectives were hard at work trying to solve the case. To help the detectives in their investigation, several people who had seen Archie hours before his death came forward to say what they knew. A friend of Archie, whose name was not disclosed, told detectives that he and Archie had breakfast together on May 24th at a restaurant known as The Shack. The friend also revealed that he later saw Archie at work on the night of the same day. A police officer also reported that he had seen Archie that same night driving the missing Honda. As for the stolen car, it did not take long for it to surface. It was found the next day at a car dealership which was about 4 miles from where the murder had occurred. Detectives immediately examined the vehicle and found a fingerprint that did not belong to Eleanor or Archie. This discovery excited the detectives, who felt closer to solving the crime. The fingerprint was immediately submitted for analysis, but after several days of cross-checking it against the database, no match was found. This was something detectives had not expected, and they were left disappointed. They had the fingerprint of an unknown person who was most likely the killer, and they could not identify him. It was a frustrating time for them. After this, the pace of the investigation began to slow down, and it seemed as if Archie's killer had vanished into thin air. Days soon turned into weeks, and detectives made little to no progress with the investigation. However, when they least expected it, an incident occurred that allowed the investigation to pick up pace once again. Some of Archie's credit cards that had been reported missing suddenly turned up a few weeks after the murder in Kalispell, a city located northwest of Montana, about a 4-hour drive from Spokane. According to the police, one evening, 2 men had strolled casually into a radio station in Kalispell. They looked respectable, and no one seeing them would have thought that they were up to no good. The 2 men quickly made friends with workers at the radio station and were allowed to stay the night. This turned out to be a terrible decision because the 2 men had vanished the following day. Employees of the radio station did not give much thought to this until they discovered that some vital items in the radio station had also vanished along with the 2 men. It was then that they realized that the 2 men had been thieves. The incident was reported to the police, who took time to carry out an investigation. During the investigation, it was discovered that the 2 thieves had used Archie's credit card the night they arrived at the radio station. It was a significant discovery, and police knew that apprehending one or both thieves would lead them closer to solving Archie's murder case. However, they could not do much because they did not have the name of either of the 2 thieves. None of the employees at the radio station knew their names. Detectives did not have to wait too long for the name of one of the thieves to become known. This happened due to a random phone call Eleanor received from a stranger a few weeks later. During that phone call, the stranger identified himself as Bob Neville, and much to Eleanor's surprise, he had told her he had one of Archie's credit cards. Bob was soon found and interviewed by the police. During the interview, he revealed that a man called Jerry Provost had given the credit card to him. According to Bob, he had met Jerry in Spokane, and they had struck a deal. The deal was that he would drive Jerry to the state of Idaho in exchange for some cash. However, for some reason, they had gone to Montana instead. They had also picked up a local disc jockey along the way. Bob told police that he dropped Jerry off at Polson, Montana, and that was the last he saw of him. With this information out in the open, detectives knew exactly who they were looking for. A manhunt for Jerry began. Unexpectedly, Jerry turned himself in to the police. When he was interviewed and asked about the credit cards, he confessed that he had gotten them from 2 black men. Nothing ever came out of this confession because the identity of the 2 men remained a mystery. Soon after this series of incidents, the investigation died down due to a lack of leads and the case went cold. It would remain like this for many years. On August 18, 1996, Eleanor sadly passed away at the age of 78 without ever finding out who murdered her husband. Years passed and most of Spokane's inhabitants soon forgot about Archie's murder, but the detectives of the city's police department never forgot. From time to time, the case was revisited, but no progress was made. The case took a positive turn. A match was found for the fingerprint that had been lifted from Eleanor's Honda all those years ago. Detectives could not believe their eyes. The fingerprints belonged to a man by the name of Tracy Pruitt. The discovery was remarkable, but detectives knew they needed something more solid to be sure if Tracy was indeed the man they had been looking for. Due to this, they decided to take another look at the evidence that had been taken from the scene of the murder. The evidence they had were swabs of blood drops that had been obtained from the kitchen of the house the murder took place. There were also swabs that had been taken from Archie's body. All of these were submitted for forensic analysis. Soon enough, the results were out. There was a match from the DNA from the blood drops, and it was none other than Tracy. It was the final piece of the puzzle, and detectives knew they finally had their man. Tracy was not a stranger to the police. He had been involved in several criminal activities in the past and had even spent several years in prison for one of his crimes. In the same year that Archie was murdered, 2 women had accused Tracy of sexually assaulting them. He was arrested in Ohio for charges relating to the crime and received about 50 years of jail time, after pleading guilty to rape and aggravated assault. However, he spent only 27 years in prison and was then released. After he gained his freedom, he settled in California, where he lived an everyday life. But authorities kept a close watch on him due to his criminal past. On October 27, 2022, Tracy woke up not knowing he would be back behind bars before the end of the day. He was arrested in Los Angeles by Spokane police detectives, who also received help from the Los Angeles Police Department. After this, he was charged with first-degree murder and second-degree robbery. In addition to this, his bond was set at $1 million. At the moment, Tracy remains in custody in a jail in California, but he will soon be moved to Spokane to answer for his crimes. It took 40 years for Archie's murder to be solved, and sadly in those years, many of his relatives and friends passed away, not knowing who killed him. There are thousands of cold cases out there that might never get solved, and even if they do, the families and friends of the victims might not be around to witness the breakthrough in the cases. So, do you think the law enforcement agents are doing enough to solve the staggering number of cold cases on their hands? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Cincinnati, known for its Hamilton County government seat and the oldest baseball team in America, is also famous for its art scene and unique Mediterranean-inspired chili. It's also the hometown of famous filmmaker Steven Spielberg. Cheryl grew up in Cincinnati with her parents and 2 brothers, Bill and Dan Thompson. Everyone who knew Cheryl described her as smart, kind-hearted, and fun-loving. She had a cheerful nature that made people quickly warm up to her. She cared about everything animals, people. She was everyone's best friend, said Bill Thompson, Cheryl's older brother, to the media. When Cheryl was 19, she got admitted to the University of Cincinnati to study nursing. For her, it was a dream come true. Nursing was a profession she had always wanted to study. Since her school was in the same city where her parents lived, it was easy for her to shuttle between the 2 places. You always knew she was going to be the one that would grow up in a job of helping other people. It's just the way she was, Bill had said. Cheryl also had a friend by the name of Laura Bresser. Laura was someone Cheryl was comfortable sharing her secrets and fears with. Anyone could instantly notice that there was a strong bond between the 2 friends. Among other things, the 2 also shared a similar interest, and this was going to the disco every weekend to dance. We would dance together, which would throw people off. We were just having fun, just out there dancing together, Laura had said. Cheryl was living a carefree life without any worry. But things would soon take a dark turn. In the spring of 1978, the University of Cincinnati closed for spring break, and Cheryl decided to spend this well-deserved time at her parents' house located in Worcester Pike, Cincinnati. At the time, Dan and her parents were the only ones at home. Her other brother, Bill, was studying at a police academy in Austin, Texas. On March 24, 1978, Cheryl made plans to meet with her boyfriend at the Gatsby Disco, located at 3225 Madison Road, Oakley. They planned to meet later in the evening that same day. She also let Laura in on her plans, and Laura agreed to join her at the disco. It was all set to be a fun-filled evening. However, Laura soon called her back and told Cheryl that she had changed her mind about going to the disco. It was unexpected, and Cheryl was not pleased by this. I begged her on the phone not to go because I had a bad feeling, Laura said. Cheryl, however, did not listen to the pleas of her friend. She had made up her mind to go to the disco, and nothing was going to stop her or ruin her plans. At around 10:30 p.m., she said goodbye to Dan and stepped out of the house. She got into her car and made for the Gatsby Disco. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Meanwhile, Cheryl's boyfriend had arrived at Gatsby's disco and proceeded to patiently wait for her. By midnight, he had grown extremely worried because Cheryl had still not shown up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He soon stepped out of the building to search for her. When he looked around, he immediately saw her car. It was parked a short distance away from the disco building. This surprised and at the same time alarmed him. He moved closer to the vehicle and tried to open it, but discovered that it was locked. To be sure that Cheryl was not back at the disco and also looking for him, he made his way back to the building. But after searching for several minutes and seeing no sign of her, he slowly came to the realization that something was horribly wrong. He decided to go to her parents' house. When he got there, he met Dan and explained everything to him. He also grabbed a spare key for Cheryl's car and made his way back to the disco. Upon getting to the disco, he moved Cheryl's car to a legal parking space and then continued his search for her. But there was no sign of her. It was as if she had parked her car and then decided to take a long walk into the night. After a fruitless search, the worried and upset boyfriend made his way back to where he had parked Cheryl's car. To his surprise, he saw the car being driven away by an unknown man and he immediately gave chase. However, he could not keep up with the speed of the car and soon lost it. His day just kept getting worse. First, his girlfriend had disappeared without a trace and now her car had been stolen. By daylight, the news of Cheryl's disappearance had spread like wildfire. She was reported missing by her family and authorities immediately began their search for her. Officers from the Cincinnati Police Department as well as Hamilton County Sheriff's deputies combed through wooded areas and vacant buildings. To cover more ground, a helicopter was donated by the Ohio Highway Patrol and it was used in the search. However, none of this yielded any results as Cheryl was nowhere to be found. Cheryl's car was found the following day after her disappearance. It was discovered on Bach Street, several blocks from the disco. After the car was found, officers began going door to door to ask if anyone had seen anything that could help them in their investigation. A description of her was also released to the public with the hopes that someone might have seen her, but it was all to no avail. It was as if Cheryl had vanished off the surface of the earth. Days turned into weeks and Cheryl remained missing. It was an agonizing period for her family and friends, and they feared the worst. On the morning of April 8, 1978, a game warden by the name of Mike, who worked at the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, was walking along the bank of the Little Miami River in Loveland. This area is only a few minutes away from Cincinnati. While checking the fishermen's licenses, he came upon something entangled amongst the shrubs down an embankment. On moving closer, he realized that it was the decomposing body of a dead woman. The woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s, was particularly clothed and was lying about 20 feet away from the river. She still had on shoes, socks, and jewelry, but her undergarment looked like it had been tampered with. There were also bruises on her neck. Mike was horrified by this. He immediately went back to his vehicle and notified the Hamilton County Sheriff's deputies. In a matter of minutes, officers arrived at the scene and secured the area. A closer look at the body revealed no sign of stabbing or gunshot wound, and the officers' first thought was that she had drowned. The body was soon transported to the Hamilton County Coroner's Office for identification and autopsy. The body was identified through dental charts as Cheryl. The result of the autopsy revealed that she had been raped, strangled, and had also been hit on the head with an unknown object. No one knew exactly when she had died, but the coroner who conducted the autopsy believed that she had been dead for about 3 days before her body was found. A rape kit was collected as evidence and stored at the Hamilton Coroner's Office. And since the technology available at the time was not advanced enough to carry out any analysis, there was little detectives could do. When Cheryl's family was told about her death, they were devastated and bitter. "It's got to be some completely insane person who's lost it," Dan had said at the time of Cheryl's death. "Someone who just doesn't know where his head is at." Since detectives had no leads, the case soon went cold. Years went by and Cheryl's family and friends bore the pain that her death brought them. Her parents died without getting to know who had senselessly killed their daughter. But her brothers, Bill and Dan, held out hope that their sister's murder would one day be solved. In 2010, detectives from the Loveland Police Department and Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation decided to analyze the DNA evidence from Cheryl's case. The evidence was sent to the lab and the result produced was a partial DNA profile. When the profile was checked against the database, it did not return any match. It wasn't something detectives had expected, and they were left scratching their heads for answers. More than 10 more years would go by before detectives finally got the answer they were looking for. In 2022, detectives sent semen from Cheryl's rape kit to a third-party genealogy company. The company made use of genetic genealogy, which involves using DNA to determine the relationship between individuals. The results identified a family tree. 3 people were singled out from the family, and they were a brother, cousin, and uncle. All 3 were located by the authorities and were told the reason why they were being investigated. The 3 individuals gave authorities their full cooperation and even agreed to submit semen samples for further testing. When the result of the test came out, it showed that none of their DNA matched the DNA of the unknown person who had raped and killed Cheryl. Detectives were astonished by this. However, the 3 men gave detectives a piece of vital information. And this was that they had a brother by the name of Ralph Howell, who had died in his mid-30s in a car accident back in 1985. With this information, detectives had a new lead. They decided to dig up Ralph's body, which was buried at the Rest Haven Memorial Park in Evendell. On getting to the burial site, Ralph's body was exhumed, and his jawbone was removed and sent to the lab for forensic analysis. All that was left was to wait for the result of the test. When the results finally came out, it was what detectives hoped for. The DNA taken from Ralph's jawbone matched the one that had been recovered from Cheryl's body. Detectives were overjoyed by this breakthrough. After more than 4 decades, the case was finally solved. "We couldn't have done this without science," said retired Detective Steve Moster, who worked on the case. Bill and Dan were contacted and given the news by detectives. "It was all a surprise," Bill told the media. "Everyone goes down the path of making their own ideas about what happened. And it was a complete surprise to me that it was a complete unknown person with no previous history to Cheryl, apparently." A closer look at Ralph's past showed that before his death, he worked as a newspaper delivery man for a newspaper company known as the Cincinnati Enquirer. It was also revealed that Ralph was a man with a criminal past. In 1983, just 5 years after Cheryl's death, he had tried but failed to abduct a woman. According to reports, he had stopped the woman by the side of the road and offered her a ride home in his newspaper delivery truck. The woman had initially been reluctant to accept the offer, but he remained persistent and she had eventually gotten in. To the woman's horror, Ralph told her that he wanted to have sex with her. He immediately placed a rope around her neck and began to strangle her. She had put up a fight, and after much struggling, he had eventually stopped the truck and let her go. Ralph was eventually arrested and he pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of unlawful restraint. It's not clear if he spent any time in jail for the crime. Apart from this, detectives also believe that Ralph might have been responsible for the death of 3 other women. The 3 women had all died between 1976 and 1978. They included 17-year-old Charmaine Stola, 18-year-old Nancy and Theobald, and 24-year-old Victoria Hincher. They had all been found raped and strangled just like Cheryl. From the 3 murders, the tireless work of the Loveland Police Department and BCI should be commended. They never stopped searching for Cheryl Thompson's killer, and now, over 40 years later, Cheryl's family has closure. Hamilton County Prosecutor Joseph Dieters said about the case, "I have prosecuted multiple serial killers. In my time as prosecutor, my office firmly believes he is another," he added. Even though Ralph was dead, detectives met with Cheryl's family and told them that they could present the evidence to the jury if they wanted further closure. The family agreed to this. On November 17, 2022, Ralph was indicted for 1 count of aggravated murder and 1 count of rape. Although there would be no trial, the indictment of Ralph provided Cheryl's family and friends with closure on the matter. For me, it helped finalizing it. Knowing that a person had been charged with the murder of my sister, Bill said. Whether he was dead or not, it really didn't matter to me. Laura was also grateful that her friend's murder was finally solved. She was a really good person. She didn't deserve something like that, Laura had said. "I really am grateful. Thank you guys. Finally that you got him," she added. What happened to Cheryl was heartbreaking. She had her whole life ahead of her, but never had the opportunity to live it. Many young women like her have suffered a similar fate, and sadly, many of their killers remain at large. Hopefully the long arm of the law catches up to them soon. This city is where ancient wonders meet modern charm. Visitors to this coastal town can enjoy both the calm of the seaside and the convenience of modern amenities. Swansea is home to Swansea University, so students are a big part of the community, making it one of the top 10 cities for student nightlife in the UK. And being in Wales, where rugby is a big deal, Swansea is no exception to the sport's popularity. This might be why Danny Dyke, born in 1964 in Kenya, found himself in the midst of it all. After moving to the UK, he lived with his mother Suzanne in Friston Village, Eastbourne. Growing up, Danny developed a keen interest in sports, particularly rugby. He had a successful career as a rugby player and represented both Roslyn Park and Eastbourne rugby clubs. It was a short-lived career. A succession of knee injuries led to cartilage damage, and Danny was forced to retire from the game in his 20s. This, though, was not the end of his journey in the rugby world. Danny turned his attention to the study of osteopathy and became a qualified osteopath. Osteopathy focuses on a holistic approach to the body's healing process. Osteopaths use techniques that emphasize the physical manipulation of the body's muscle tissue and bones. These can include massage therapy for pain relief and the increase of tension on muscles to correct weakness in a patient's body. Danny made the move to Bryn Mill in Swansea, a popular student residential area, and started work in osteopathic clinics in Swansea and Neath. His qualifications also afforded him the chance to return to the rugby scene. During the 1992-93 rugby season, he joined the Aberavon Rugby Football Club as a physiotherapist. He began to thrive by being around rugby culture once again. Danny was a successful physio and enjoyed the lifestyle that many men his age yearned to achieve. From the outside, Danny's life seemed to be progressing rather well, with many attributing it to his hard work and dedication to his profession. But after he vanished in April 1994, police uncovered the well-hidden double life of the mild-mannered physio. On the 15th of April 1994, police discovered a distinctive red Ford Focus RS Turbo, unlocked and abandoned in a parking lot in the Brecon Beacons. There were no clues to be found in and around the car. Police later tracked the car back to Danny and launched an immediate investigation. Witnesses alleged to have last seen him alive on the 14th of April 1994. Interviews with those that knew Danny personally revealed that he lived a lifestyle funded by more than just a physio salary. He'd been doubling as a wholesale drug dealer. Initially, he started small, selling steroids under the radar to local connections at games and gyms. Occasionally, he would sell the odd drug to clubbers. But easy money comes quickly, and a love for money is the root of all evil. He soon moved into the big leagues of the drug underworld in Swansea. He made connections with suppliers from London. By 1994, Danny had dug himself a deep hole and had become a major drug dealer. He was sourcing drugs from the English capital and distributing the contraband in South Wales. By now, he had caught the attention of key role players. Little did he realize he was skating on thin ice. Although he had the connections to get the drugs, he didn't have the muscle to back him up if things were to go wrong. He was described by friends as being mild-mannered and overall a good guy. But in the world of hard men and hard drugs, Danny was at a disadvantage. Detective Superintendent Williams, who headed the case, announced that Danny's case was being treated as a murder investigation involving hard drugs. He believed that Danny had found himself entangled with very scary people, and his subsequent interactions may have been fatal. Williams added that it was possible witnesses to the crime were too afraid to speak up or come forward, which added to the hurdles in the case. For the next 2 months, police continued to investigate and interview possible leads. Despite their efforts, the trail went cold, and the case sat unsolved. This was until 2 months later. In June 1994, 2 men turned up at the Crockett police station in Swansea. John Welsby and John Wilson, both in their mid-30s and non-criminals, were seeking police protection from London-based drug gangs. Welsby and Wilson alleged these gangs threatened to snatch and cripple them because of their links to Danny. According to both men, Danny owed these London gangsters a lot of money. Ever since his disappearance, these dangerous men were now coming after them, since Danny had been using both Welsby and Wilson as couriers. This confirmed theories that Danny had possibly met his end at the hands of his connections in London. But it also left police wondering how much both Welsby and Wilson knew about Danny's disappearance. Police were still no closer to finding out what happened to Danny, but Welsby's background was an interesting one. John Jackie Welsby was born in 1958 and owned and ran a building firm called JKW Builders. He'd lived in Townhill, in one of Wells' oldest estates that overlooked Swansea. Welsby was no stranger to crime and had a long history dating back to the mid-70s. He had previously been convicted for dishonesty matters, burglary, violence, and rape. Since then, he'd been in and out of prison frequently. His interactions with other hardened criminals eventually made him many contacts. It also had the effects of making him a wiser criminal once he'd been released in the early 1990s. Through contacts within the prison walls, Welsby heard of the booming drug business and the money being made by dealers. He wanted a piece of the pie as well. Hardened by prison and armed with street smarts, Welsby climbed his way quickly up the ladder in the drug underworld. Welsby had a way about getting exactly what he wanted. He began dealing in cannabis resin across Swansea, Llanelli, and Carmarthen, building up his infamy along the way. It was then he was introduced to Danny in 1993. With Danny's contacts, Welsby would eventually have a greater reign over the drug trade in South Wales. The two developed a partnership of sorts, and soon Welsby became a wholesale customer of Danny's. By day, he was the well-known business owner, but in the shadows is where he made his real money. This was as much police knew about Welsby's connection to Danny, that is, until Welsby made police an offer in 1996. He agreed to show police where Danny's body was buried in return for £50,000, and a guarantee that he would not be sent to jail for his role as a money taker in Danny's drug dealings. Police were not prepared to negotiate with a man they knew dabbled in crime as a side business. Instead, they offered him £3,000, which he accepted. Welsby led them to Tanagrag Farm, where crime scene officers worked over a course of several days unearthing concrete chunks, carpeting, broken bits of a mobile phone, and fragments of human skull. Forensic specialists were able to obtain a DNA sample from cartilage kept by Danny's mother, Suzanne, after he'd had one of his knee operations. It was a positive match with the skull fragments found at the farm. After 2 years, police finally found the remains of Danny Dyke. Now they needed something more concrete to link Welsby to Danny's murder. Mobile technology was still developing in 1994, but forensic experts were able to track Danny's movements through call records from Eastbourne to Swansea. All activity ceased thereafter. The farm on which Danny's remains were found was at the time also being used by Welsby to dump building rubble. He allegedly paid £4,000 to buy the land the day after the murder. This was enough to bring 38-year-old Welsby, 39-year-old Wilson, and Welsby's older brother, 41-year-old Terence, to the Guildhall Crown Court to answer for their crimes. Prosecutor Christopher Llewellyn-Jones alleged that Denny was killed by the men following a dispute over money owing or a drug deal gone wrong. The trial revealed the gruesome details surrounding Danny's murder. On the 13th of April, 1994, Danny had called Welsby and arranged to meet with him in Swansea regarding the payment of a £16,000 debt. He left Eastbourne and drove to Welsby's home in South Wales. From there, both men arranged to meet John Wilson, a nightclub bouncer, at his home in Elba Crescent, Jersey Marine. Welsby was not someone who repaid his debts in a timely manner. Without much protection, Danny was ambushed by Welsby and Wilson, who beat him to death in the kitchen. It was a brutal death. They were allegedly joined by Terence, Welsby's brother, who helped them dispose of Danny's body. Danny's body was rolled up in a carpet and put in back of a van before being driven 10 miles from Swansea to Granswilt in West Glamorgan. The men dug a shallow grave and buried Danny in the plot Welsby had been using as a dump site for rubble. Welsby then arranged for Danny's car to be driven and abandoned at Brecon Beacons and wiped clean to avoid leaving any trace of evidence or fingerprints behind. This was done to throw police off their trail. In the meanwhile, Welsby grew concerned about dogs being able to sniff out Danny's remains. He became obsessed with covering up the crime. Welsby returned to the site with a concrete mixer and dug up Danny's body yet again. This time, though, he constructed a concrete coffin and reburied Danny in the newly made coffin even deeper than before. but the possibility of the body being discovered still troubled him. It was 2 months later. He returned alone to the farm and, armed with a jackhammer and digger, dug out Danny's concrete-encased body and got to work breaking apart the coffin he'd made. Afterward, he destroyed the body in a bonfire. He believed he covered all his tracks. There was nothing left of young Danny Dyke. Little did Welsby realize that crime does not go unpunished easily. Had Welsby not suffered a fit of greed, he may have gotten away with the murder. He unwittingly exposed himself by offering to take police to the crime scene, not knowing forensics could use DNA to link the skull fragments to Danny. The men turned on each other in court, blaming each other for Danny's murder. All three denied murdering Danny. Welsby eventually pleaded guilty, perverting the course of justice by assisting in the concealment and disposal of Danny's body. But the evidence was enough for Judge Justice Ebsworth to hand life sentences to both Welsby and Wilson. In sentencing, he described both men as selfish and cold-blooded. Terrence was released as a free man after it was proven he had not participated in any way with the murder of Danny. The blood police found at the crime scene did not belong to Terrence, but he was able to prove that he had previously done work at the house weeks before the murder and had injured himself. In 2018, the Danny Dyke case aired as part of CBS Reality's Murder by the Sea series. It garnered much interest by those who had been following the strange case over the years. But once a criminal, always a criminal, right? John Welsby once again made headlines following a drug-related arrest in May 2021. Welsby, now age 62, was released on license on condition that he did not return to his criminal past. It is not known when he was released from prison, but it did not take him long to get back to his old criminal ways. On a routine stop and search in the Mayhill area of Swansea, police stopped a Honda Civic. In the passenger seat was Welsby, his wife was the driver. After searching the vehicle, police discovered a bag containing 9.4 grams of amphetamine, along with 1,400 pounds in cash. Welsby claimed that the money was rent payment on the caravan he leased. Knowing the terms of his release, police followed up with a search of his home. There they found 7 kilograms of amphetamines worth up to 73,000 pounds, some of which was stored in a Jacob's Crackers tin. They also found cash, tick lists of names and figures, and scales for weighing. Messages found on Welsby's phone were related to dealings in amphetamine, cannabis, and cocaine, with amounts of how much was being bought and sold ranging from 1 ounce to kilos. Searches of the caravan he owned also turned up more amphetamine, along with cannabis and another tick list. An examination of Welsby's bank accounts showed that payments totaling tens of thousands of pounds being made into them. When he was arrested, he told police he was a soldier, not a cadet, and had been dealing drugs for the past 6 months at his own free will. Welsby appeared in the Swansea Crown Court in violation of his license terms in December 2021. At sentencing, Judge Hugh Reese said Welsby knew what he was doing when he returned to his drug-dealing activities. Judge Reese also said he was not going to give Welsby a lecture on the effects that drugs had on the community. The judge sentenced Welsby to prison for 6 years, giving him a 25% discount for his guilty plea. Welsby, whose health is now failing him, awaits a pacemaker being fitted. He will, however, remain in prison until a successful parole application is made. Depending on how one looks at the Danny Dyke case, there will be divided opinions over the fate of all parties involved. No one should be allowed to take another person's life, no matter the situation. So today we ask your opinions on the case. Did Danny Dyke create his own tragic ending by getting involved in drug dealing? Or should he have been given a chance to mend his ways? Did John Welsby have the right to kill another who was invading his turf? Was it greed or simple idiocy that made Welsby go to the police and uncover his own murder plot? Miramar's known for its tropical climate and stunning views, making it a top tourist spot in the U.S. Evelyn Marie Fisher was born on March 23, 1947, in Sardis, a small place near Chilliwack, Canada, to Charles and Ethel Fisher. She went to Chilliwack Senior Secondary School and later studied at Riverview School of Psychiatry Nursing. After finishing her studies, she became a licensed psychiatric nurse. In 1969, while working at a hospital in Vancouver, Evelyn met John Bamforth, a bartender. They quickly fell in love, and their friends could see they were perfect for each other. She was just great to be around. I never had any regrets about being with her, John said. A few years into their relationship, John got offered a better job in Grand Cayman, and due to this, he had to move out of Vancouver. Not wanting distance to be a barrier to their relationship, Evelyn made a sacrifice. She quit her job at the hospital where she worked, packed her bags, and traveled down to Grand Cayman to be with John. After settling down in the new place, the two eventually got married and spent the next couple of months enjoying a blissful and incident-free time together. With each passing day, their love for each other kept growing stronger, and it seemed as if they both had their whole lives ahead of them. But after only 2 years, Evelyn had grown tired of the place. She just could not see herself living the rest of her life there. She eventually spoke to John concerning this and also told him about her desire to move somewhere else. John had not expected this, but he knew that if she continued living in Grand Cayman, she would be unhappy. So he gave her his full support. She left me and she went to Miami, and 3 days later I quit my job and followed her, John said. The couple found accommodation at the Haven Lakes Estate mobile home park located in Miramar. They also both got jobs and began their lives afresh. Evelyn was happy and content, and so was John. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had gone by. At some point, a female friend of the couple moved in with them. It's not clear when exactly or why she started living with them, but she was welcomed with open arms. On January 22, 1980, John kissed his wife goodbye, left the house, and made for his place of work. The friend of the couple also went about her business, and Evelyn was the only one left at home. The day was just like every other day in their lives, and none of them had any idea that something terrible would soon happen. At the time, Evelyn had undergone knee surgery and had to take time off work to recover. But there was really nothing to worry about, and it was expected that she would be back to full health in no time. On the night of that same day, the friend of the couple returned from her outing. It had been a long day, and she couldn't wait to be fast asleep in her bed. However, when she tried the front door, she realized that it was locked. There was nothing strange about this because she knew that either Evelyn or John had locked the door since it had already gotten dark. She had no idea if only one or both of them were home. Not wanting to disturb whoever was inside, she searched through her bag for her spare key, but soon realized that she had not taken it with her when she had left the house. It slowly dawned on her that she could spend the whole night outside if she did not attempt to let whoever was inside know she was around. She knocked on the door and waited but got no response. It was dead silent except for the occasional honk of motor vehicles in the distance. She knocked again, this time calling out both John and Evelyn's name, but still, she got no response. Soon, she was banging on the door as loud as she could, but no one came to open it. With each passing second, she got more anxious and knew deep down that something was terribly wrong. There was no way no one inside the house would not have heard all the noise she was making. It was all so strange. She also tried other doors leading to the house, but found all of them locked as well. She soon decided that it was best to involve the police. She immediately placed an emergency call and told the dispatcher what was happening. In a matter of minutes, officers from the Miramar Police Department arrived on the scene. They proceeded to join her in knocking on the doors and even went as far as knocking on the windows of the house. But still, no sound was heard from within. After doing this for several minutes, officers decided to force entry into the house. It was the only way they could be sure no one was inside. The front door was soon broken down, and they all proceeded cautiously into the silent house. There was nobody in the living room, and nothing seemed out of place. From there, they made their way to the bedroom. The sight that awaited them, there was nothing they could have been prepared for. Lying on a blood-soaked bed was Evelyn. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The friend of the couple gasped at the sight before her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Evelyn was motionless, and upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she was dead. It was obvious that whoever killed her had used an object to smash in her head. Police officers immediately secured the scene and began to perform a thorough sweep of the house. Meanwhile, John had gotten off work and was on his way home. To him, nothing seemed off and he was in a good mood. The night air smelled fresher and felt cooler than ever. From a distance, He saw the police vehicles parked in front of his house and was surprised and at the same time alarmed by this. He knew instantly that something was very wrong. He quickened his pace, and as he got closer to the house, he noticed the police tape at the front door. At that point, fear gripped his heart. Not knowing what to expect, he made his way over to the tape and into the house. Inside, he was greeted by the unfamiliar faces of police officers. And that's when I saw what I saw, which was furniture disturbed, cushions disturbed, and then I walked back to the bedroom. Half the bed, at least, was soaked with blood, John said. Evelyn's body had already been moved to the hospital for an autopsy. The police officers then filled him in on everything that had happened, and he could hardly hold back his tears when he was told his wife was dead. He was allowed to make a cup of tea to calm his nerves, and after that he proceeded to the station with some officers for questioning. At the station he told detectives everything he knew, and after what seemed like a long time he was allowed to go back home. The result of the autopsy conducted on Evelyn was out a few days later. It showed that she had been sexually assaulted and then killed by whoever assaulted her. Detectives were able to collect DNA from her body, but since the technology at the time was not yet advanced enough to run an analysis, it was stored for the future. Detectives began their investigation immediately, but there was not much for them to work with. John, on the other hand, was crying himself to sleep every night. He blamed himself for not being at home on the night that his wife was murdered. He believed that if he had been with her, she would have been alive. I had a lot of guilt at the time because I wasn't home when I should have been, John said. In February 1980, Evelyn's body was taken back to her hometown in Chilliwack and she was buried there. After the burial, some of Evelyn's family members blamed John for her death. Others even assumed that he killed her. It was all too much for the heartbroken John to bear, and he sank into depression. The whole tragedy caused a significant change in his character, and to deal with the pain, he began drinking and taking drugs. He also eventually moved permanently to England. From that moment to today, I've been a different person altogether because it changed the way I look at life, John said. It changed how I feel about other people because I was very trusting before. Now I'm not, he added. 2 months after the death of Evelyn, in March of 1980, detectives suddenly got a lead in the case. Here is what happened. A woman was sexually assaulted and almost killed in Volusia County. This is an area which is about a 4-hour drive from Miramar. The assailant was soon identified as a 33-year-old man by the name of Ronald Richards. Upon further investigation by the police, it was discovered that Ronald was living in Miramar. Due to this, Volusia County officials reached out to the police in Miramar to assist them in apprehending him. Ronald was eventually arrested and convicted of attempted murder and sexual assault. For the crime, he was sentenced to 50 years in jail. Miramar police, however, couldn't help but notice the similarity between Evelyn's murder and the crime Ronald committed in Volusia County. They began to suspect that he was also Evelyn's killer. It seemed very likely because he lived only 12 houses away from Evelyn and also had a weird habit of jogging at night. A closer look also revealed that he had a dark past. Back in 1975, before the Volusia County case for which he was jailed, he was convicted of manslaughter against his girlfriend. For the crime, he spent 4 years in a prison in Ohio and was released on parole in 1979. When Miramar detectives discovered all these details about Ronald, he was immediately moved to the top of the list of suspects in Evelyn's case. They did not have any concrete evidence to prove that he was really Evelyn's killer. And as time went by, the case went cold. The case was reviewed several times over the years, but nothing came out of these reviews. In 2021, Detective Jonathan Zeller decided to submit the DNA evidence that was taken decades ago from Evelyn's body for testing. After several months of waiting, the results of the DNA analysis finally came out. And it was what detectives had suspected all along. The result led them to no one else but Ronald. It was a major breakthrough and detectives were elated that the case was finally solved. It's a very good feeling, Detective Zeller said. It's also a good feeling for everybody that was involved in this case, for the family, in particular for Evelyn's husband, he added, because he was locked up in a prison in Ohio for a different crime. On November 30th, 2022, he was charged with the murder of Evelyn. "We accomplished a very important thing getting this indictment," Detective Zeller said. "This is the first hurdle, and the next step is a trial or no trial because maybe he dies in prison." "I don't worry myself with that," he added. John was also updated about the progress made in his late wife's murder case, and he was grateful for it. At almost 80, he had given up hope that the case would ever be solved. Despite the fact that Evelyn's killer was finally found, the pain her death brought remained with him. "I'm not a vindictive person, but I would certainly want to see justice for Evelyn. I don't believe in this closure thing. One never has closure." "You never have closure, as you can tell," John said. "But certainly is the most important thing. At the moment, Ronald remains locked up, but in the future he will be transferred to Miramar to formally face the murder charge. In addition to this, detectives also believe that he is a serial killer and that he could have had more victims than they know about. The murder of Evelyn remains the oldest solved cold case in Miramar's history. But thanks to the relentless efforts of the authorities, her family has been able to get much-needed closure. However, the hole her brutal murder left in their hearts will forever remain. Since Ronald, who committed the crime, is currently serving a prison sentence, what kind of punishment do you think he should get for the murder of Evelyn?" This next case will take us to the Bronx, a borough of New York that is often regarded as the birthplace of hip-hop music. It is also home to the famous Yankee Stadium and the largest urban zoo in the United States. On the flip side, the Bronx is plagued by gang-related violence. Jasmine grew up in Long Island, and according to her family, she was a very friendly individual who enjoyed having fun. She was a phenomenal singer, a professional singer. Jasmine's younger sister, Shauna Porter White, told the media she was very outgoing and she trusted a lot of people. Everyone was her friend. "I told her everyone's not your friend," she added. By 1996, Jasmine Porter was 36 years old and a mother to a 4-year-old boy called Jeremy. She lived a peaceful life with her son in an apartment on Davidson Avenue in the Bronx. "We never thought she would become a mom," Jasmine's brother Derek Porter said. "She liked to have fun. She enjoyed life. When she did get pregnant and finally had the baby, she was a great mom." According to Derek, Jasmine was studying and had dreams of one day landing an administrative job with her degree. However, Jasmine would not live long enough to see that dream fulfilled. On February 5, 1996, authorities responded to a call from Jasmine's neighbors. They were concerned that they hadn't seen her or Jeremy for some days. When neighbors didn't see him go to school that Monday, they realized something was wrong and called the police, Derek said. When authorities arrived at Jasmine's apartment, they opened the door and found her dead in the front bedroom with Jeremy beside her. Jasmine had been dead for about 2 days when her body was found. All the while, her son had stayed beside her. It was a horrible scene to behold. He locked himself in the apartment with her, tried to clean her nose, wipe the blood off her nose, Derek recalled. "You know, the bond between mother and son is huge. He didn't leave her side," he added. It was discovered that Jasmine had been sexually assaulted and then strangled to death. This was obvious from the severe trauma she suffered to the neck. This was corroborated by Jeremy, who had watched his mother die in front of him. The son indicated there was a man sitting on top of his mother and that the man was naked, said Detective Robert Klein, a homicide investigator that had worked on the case. He stated that he tried to help her, but the killer was too heavy and that the man yelled at him to get away. Derek also spoke about what Jeremy had told him after his mother was killed. The person actually was going to strangle him and he didn't. Also, at the time of Jasmine's death, she had been 6 months pregnant. Her death was a tragic loss to her family, and friends and authorities made it a priority to hunt down her killer. But after several weeks of interviewing people, the investigators found nothing. They were not closer to solving the case, and it was frustrating. The case went cold, and it seemed Jasmine's killer had gotten away with the crime for good. In early 2021, Detective Robert overheard a robbery suspect speaking about Jasmine's murder. This had been during a jailhouse call. It's unclear what the suspect had said precisely, but it was enough to spur Robert into reopening the cold case. "But in the interim, I got a hold of the case file," Detective Robert said. "I started tracking down people interviewed back in '96, and I also got a hold of the forensic biology report. It soon came to the detective's attention that scrapings taken from underneath Jasmine's finger had never been tested. This was because the technology to carry out such tests had not been available at the time of the murder. Detective Robert soon submitted the scrapings for analysis and patiently waited for the result. I knew there was a high probability that there would be the suspect's DNA under those nails, Detective Robert said. The first step was to obviously find that evidence, which can sometimes be tricky, but in my efforts to reach out to the office of the chief medical examiner and the people over there, they actually were able to find it. Took a while, but they found it. The DNA evidence led authorities to a man named Gregory Fleetwood. Gregory was a man with a criminal record. He had been convicted of strangling a woman to death back in 1987. And just like Jasmine, the woman had also been pregnant. For the crime, Gregory was found guilty and imprisoned. However, he served only 7 years in prison and was released in August 1994. The reason for his early release was that the murder charge had been reduced to a lighter charge of manslaughter. It was a shock that he murdered Jasmine barely 2 years after his release. Gregory's DNA was also linked to many other violent crimes of sexual assault, which took place over the years. One of these had taken place a month after Jasmine's murder, and as a matter of fact, it was right next door to where Jasmine lived. Gregory was soon arrested at his apartment in the Williams Bridge section of the Bronx and was charged with murder. After Gregory was taken into custody, he maintained his innocence by insisting that he had never met Jasmine before and had no hand in her death. He basically denied ever having known the victim, ever having interacted with her, and said that if for some reason his DNA was on her, that's a mistake that we made, Detective Robert said. The detective soon shared news of the arrest with Jasmine's family. When I called Ms. Porter White and informed her, it was very emotional for her, Detective Robert said. When we got the call, it was amazing that she wasn't forgotten. It's good work. The police department doesn't always get their dues, Derek said. Derek also spoke highly of Detective Robert, praising him for his role in the case. That detective, I have tears in my eyes when I think of Detective Klein. What he did for our family, he treated Jasmine like she was his own sister. Sadly, Jasmine's mother and younger brother, Jason, had passed away by this time and were not around to witness the breakthrough in the case. I can't think of anything that's more gratifying than taking a case that's sort of lying dormant for so long. Justice is at least on its way to being served. It's sort of the pinnacle of my police career, Detective Robert said. As for Gregory, who is now 66 years old, he could face 25 years to life imprisonment if found guilty of Jasmine's murder. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.